Hello everybody, my name is CulBlu. I'm bringing out this video of me playing a board game, and today I'm going to be doing a playthrough of World Order, a race for global hegemony, yeah, man, we're getting off to a great start. Yeah, so we're going to be doing a solo playthrough of this one. I'm going to be doing a solo playthrough with the Diplomacy and Dominance expansion, and those Automas, but yeah, before we get all that going, you know I like my background music, so we're going to go ahead and start that here in the background. Ooh, wow, okay, that's the wrong button. 1 second. Yeah, let's get that to restart. There we go. So we got our background music going in the background, and let's get going. So, also, if you don't like background music, my apologies. It just helps keep me sane for these long playthroughs. But speaking of long playthroughs, let's go ahead and jump into this one because we got a lot to go. We got a lot to cover. We're going to be playing through this game from Hegenomic Projects Games. I just got my Kickstarter, my backer, Kickstarter backer. Pledge, whatever you call it, it came in, and I was excited to play it. And I played with some friends, and it went how it went. And then I played solo, and it went how it went. And here I am, recording on Twitch. So let's go with starting our explanation. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at kind of the board. We got a few things to kind of continue with our setup or finish for our setup, but we have, for the most part, most of the game set up. We have our play area here. And just to give a generic idea of what World Order is like, World Order is a game where essentially we play as one of the superpowers. I'm playing as the EU, or the European Union, but we play as one of the 4 superpowers, which are identified in this game as the United States, China, Russia, or the European Union. And we are trying to vie for global dominance. And the way we're doing that is we're trying to do trades with find allies to get them to join our coalition. We're trying to do trade with those allies. We're trying to trade with other superpowers. We're trying to get influence in different regions on the board. We're trying to put tanks in places to posture. We're trying to do all kinds of crazy things. Build bases in places so we can, kind of respond to military threat or provide pressure on our cohorts and all kinds of sorts of world order type things. So the whole entire goal of the game, like I said, is for us to try and have the best control of things, and that's going to be tracked by victory points. So there's a lot of ways to score victory points. You can kind of think of it as a point salad type situation if you really want to go that far. But for here, like I said, I'm playing the European Union, I'm playing the EU, so I will be going through some of the setup that I need to continue doing. I need to finish up here as a player. But for the board, like I said, I'm going to be playing against the Automas that are present within the Diplomacy and Dominance, because the base game for World Order, you cannot play solo. You do need the Diplomacy and Dominance expansion, which if you backed the Kickstarter, that's all the stretch goals are in the Diplomacy and Dominance expansion. So for retail, if you get the Diplomacy and Dominance expansion, that's all the stretch goals for Kickstarter, which included a solo mode, solo Automas. So for retail, if you want to go get that, you gotta get that. But otherwise, you can play the game without the Automas. You just have to have friends. And you can play with 2 players if you wanted to. There's like an auto influence thing that you can add instead, which I think is neat, but Automas are more fun. Okay, now that I'm done with my whole sales pitch there, to clarify, I'm not sponsored by anybody. This is all on my own volition. I paid for the game myself with my own money. I didn't have any backing or any heads up. I am just a simple person doing it for the love of the game. So let's go ahead and get into the game though. Like I said, we have some setup to finish up. So first, let me go ahead and get the world board finished. So what I need to do is I need to shuffle all of these decks. There are 7 different regions that the game is going to focus on. One is going to be the Americas, and I'm going to shuffle that little deck there, and then I'm going to put that there to show that I have 2 countries available. And we'll zoom in and we'll punch in on this and look at it a little bit closer later. But for right now, I'm just get this all shuffled up because, like I said, we have a few other things to set up. So here's the Middle East right there, and here is Africa. Sorry, this is the Middle East /North Africa. And then over here we have Africa. And over here we have South Asia, which is this region here. And then we have East Asia Pacific. And then we got Central Asia way up here. And I'm just giving a little country, the small little, it's upside down. Giving a small little country deck a shuffle and then bringing out the top one, because we have 2 options whenever we decide to try to engage with or interact with those particular locations. And then finally we have Europe in the Eurozone. Well, this is called Europe, not Eurozone, but I think Eurozone includes some of Central Asia. Don't quote me on that. Okay. All right, so we are all set up here on the board. We got everything set. We're going to start with some influence cubes, which is what these cubes are, on the board already on the spots that are marked. So we have some influence on the board already. I'm the yellow player, I'm the EU. So I'm yellow, America's blue, Russia is white, and China is red. The black cube here is a neutral player. And you won't see more black cubes show up. Those are just going to be starter cubes for competition and majority and stuff, area majority. All right, so let's go ahead and get over to the other side of the setup. So without explaining more of the game, we do need to get our growth cards set. Because I had the expansion, I have access to the second set of them. So it was going to be pretty hard to read these cards. My camera, I understand that my camera is not the best in resolution, but we'll zoom in a little bit so we can kind of see what's going on here. These are growth cards. These are kind of one of the tech tree aspects of the game. Essentially, throughout the course of the game, we will all be able to purchase a growth card at certain points. And when we do, they'll usually give us some kind of really powerful ability and some victory points and some other stuff, but they have a cost associated with them on the bottom left-hand side. So this one costs one briefcase and one flag, or one business, which is what the briefcase stands for, and one diplomacy, which is what the flag stands for. And we must go from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to level 4 in that order. So that means that throughout the course of the game we can get those. You can see there's victory points associated with it up here. There's a name up there. There's a level up there, so on and so forth. So what I need to do is I need to have 2 sets of each of these. So what I need to do is I need to figure out which ones I'm going to be playing in my game. You can see it's clearly 4 of each. So I need to basically pare this down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in celebration of the fact that there's an Automa deck, a randomizer built into the game that comes with the Diplomacy and Dominance expansion, I am going to use it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an A-B situation. Yeah, I haven't thought of past this particular point, but for this Automa deck, it can do a A-B situation, so choose between 2 options for when the Automa has to do so, or when the player has to do so, and you have to randomize it. It also has a 1 through 3, so 1, 2, 3 option, so that's also a thing that it has. I guess I can use the countries as a 1 through 4. Let's use the countries as a 1 through 4. How about that? Okay. Yeah, we'll use the countries as a 1 through 4. I'm just kind of making it up as I go here. All right. So there's going to be a list of countries here in the middle, and it's going to show the countries on the left-hand side, and the EU is going to be on the right-hand side. So how I'm going to do this is we're going to have the countries 1 through 4. So I think the United States is first, and I think Russia is last. But we're going to have 1 through 4 from top to bottom, and wherever the EU shows up, that's going to be the number of 1, 2, 3, or 4. So the EUs should be showing up here on the trade side, and we'll see this deck a lot. We'll get familiar with it. Like I said, I'm literally just using this for a randomizer. This is not a part of the rules. The game just says just pick 2. I'm just making this overly complicated because I want to. All right, because also I like the randomizer deck, so I want to use it more. All right, so again, wherever the EU shows up in positions 1 through 4, we're going to pick that for the row. So we're going to start with the 1 row, and we see here, we have the powers here. So we have United States is 1, EU is 2, Russia is 3, China is 4 in this case. So the EU shows up over here, so that's going to be 3. So we're going to keep 3. We need to pick 2, don't we? Dang, I run into this every time. Every time. All right, fine. We'll do the EU, and we'll do, we'll just do the EU first. All right, we'll just do this twice. Sure. So we're going to pick the EU, so this one stays. Or we can eliminate that one. Ooh, let's do that. Let's eliminate it. All right, this one's eliminated. Let's see, we're going to number 2. This one's eliminated as well. Wow, am I just showing up in the same spot? I hope not. Oh, man, I just showed up in the same spot. All right, this might not work out the way I wanted it to. Or maybe that's just, no, it's just coincidence. Okay. All right, and then this one's eliminated. Cool. And I keep saying I because I'm playing the EU, so. All right, that one's eliminated. All right, cool. That was great. That was a great way to randomize that. Now we're going to use the 1 through 3 properly. The 1 through 3 should be in the bottom right corner. And again, I'm just using this because I like the randomizer deck. This is completely unnecessary, so it's making this overly complicated. We're going to eliminate one more. The one that we're going to eliminate is whichever one is going to be called out here, 1 through 3. So continuing. So number 1 eliminated. Number 1 eliminated. Number 1. Oh man, number 1. It's a bad day to be a number 1, huh? Number 3. Oof, 3's gone. And then finally, number 3. Wow. 1s and 3s just having the worst kind of time. Okay, and that's it. So, like I said, all I need to do is just randomize that. That was my very roundabout way to randomize that. So, here we are, randomizing things in a very unnecessary way. Okay, So now that I have these growth cards over here, these will be available for us to all purchase, including the Automas. So myself and the Automas. I was gonna put it over here so that way it'll be condensed because I need to have space for some other stuff too. It should be fine. And over here is going to be my research row, which we'll put that out. We'll put that out later. Actually, we'll put that out now. It should be available now. So I'll go ahead and shuffle the research deck. There's no randomizing needed for this. Like I said, I literally just did that just to get the randomizer deck started and primed and ready, if you will. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, we should be 6 of these. 4, 5, 6. All right, cool. That's all randomized. So that's all set, that's all randomized. This will come in later. We're not gonna focus on that. I'm not gonna bother explaining it either. So we're gonna go ahead and move the camera down to my board because I need to set up my board. And as far as my board is concerned, as the actual player in this game, the sole player in this game, I need to get a few things. I need to get my starting goal card. I need to get my strategic asset card. And I also need to get my deck shuffled. So those are some things I need to do. So we're gonna start here. Actually, start with my player board. So starting with my player board, I need to get my resources all set. So what I'm gonna do here for the first top of the round, the first round of the game, before the pre-game, if you will, is I'm going to go ahead and generate the resources that are all printed on my board. Here we have the, what's it called, primary production? Yeah, primary resources. These are my primary resources up here. And then down here, these are gonna be my secondary resources. Just to give a comparison here, you see that for EU, I can produce 1 oil, 1 ore, and 3 food. Or the proper names for these are 1 energy, 1 raw material, and 3 food. I'll try to use a proper name throughout the course of this whole entire thing. But if I use Russia's player board here, which again, we're playing with the Russia Automa, so we don't use this board. But if you use the Russia Automa board, you see they produce way more oil, and they start here at 5 for their energy production. For raw materials, they produce 4, and for food, they produce 2. So there's different settings, different setups for each board, which is very important to keep note of. So you can see here, I start with a lot of diplomacy. So clearly I want to have a lot of friends. And I also start with 5 partner countries, allied countries. The glare is going to be vicious throughout this entire game, so my apologies ahead of time. But these are my 5 allied countries that I start with. So I start with Nigeria, Canada, Norway. Oh, I do not start with Switzerland. EU member states, and Jordan. Sorry, I said 5, but that was 6. Let me do math better. Sorry, let me shuffle this back in there. All right, and I got Europe properly set now. Sorry, I have to reach all across the table. There we go. All right, so I have my 5 starters. So I have Jordan, EU member states, Norway, Canada, and Nigeria. So those are all the 5 starting countries. Now, everybody else is going to start with 4 starting allied countries, which is a little bit of a small detail. You'll see that when we get to the Automas. But for here, let's continue with me. I'm going to have my 3 little handshakes. Everybody else is going to have 2, but I have 3. Got my little trade card. I am going to be playing with the executive order. This is in the base game, so I'm definitely going to be playing with that. And that's going to have an impact on the Automas here, and I'll show that a little bit later. You might have already seen it for the Eagle Eye among you with the starting score of everybody, but for now, we'll talk about that later. Continuing on, I need to get my gold card. So we're going to get my superpower gold card. This is something that is included in the Diplomacy and Dominance expansion, which I think should have been included in the base game personally, but I'll talk way more about that in my review of the game, which I'll do later. But for here, I'm going to draw 3, keep 2. So I'm going to draw 3. 1, 2, 3. And I'm not going to look at them yet. I'm going to take the rest and throw them out of the game because they will not be needed. And then I'm going to go to my strategic asset cards, which are here. They're ones with this kind of background. And I'm going to give those a shuffle. And I'm going to draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, the cards here, the superpower gold cards, they're going to have... oh, okay, well, I can't have this one, so I got to switch this one out. This one I have to have Russia as a player, not as a bot or Automa. The Automas count as players, but they're not players. They have to be like a real, like if it says real player, I can't use that one. So, okay, all right, there we go. So the superpower gold cards, they'll look like this, and we'll give a zoom in. Did I set the, I didn't. All right, we'll do it manually. There we go. So the Automas, they'll have their stuff set like so. That's the wrong button. There we go. There we go. All right, so the Automas, the superpower gold cards, they'll have their faces that look like this. And if you look a little bit closer, you'll see here that it has a few different conditions for me to try to meet, and if I meet each of those conditions by the respective round, I'll be able to score a certain number of points. So I can possibly get 9 victory points by getting all 3 of these check marks off done. And those 9 victory points are going to come from if I have the most influence in the Middle East, North Africa, if I have the more influence than each other player in Africa, and if I have at least 3 for round 3, if I have at least 3 influence in total in the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific, and by round 6, if I have at least 4 influence in the total in the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. So it's a pretty tall order. Post-colonial order. Oof, that's rough. I am the EU, so colonizing is kind of in my country's blood, huh? But post-colonial order here is the name of this card, and if I get all 3 of those by round 3, by the end of round 3, I'll be able to get 9 victory points, and then at the end of round 6, the end of the game, I'll be able to get 9 points again. So that's how that works. Now this one's a normative power, have more countries than each other player, have at least 2 allied countries from 4 regions or 5 regions, have at least 1 engaged token on the main board, and I can get 5 victory points for that. Not as many victory points, but hey, it's nice. And the last one, the European way, have at least 4 diplomacy, have at least 8 allied countries, or 12 by the end of round 6, and have at least 1 allied country from each of the 6 or 7 regions, and that's going to give me 5 points max if I get all 3 of those. So I think, given all these, I can go very risky here. I mean, these two mesh very well. These two do not conflict with each other very much. Have the most allied countries, have at least 2 allied countries from 4 regions, and have at least 1 engaged token on the main board. This one's have 4 diplomacy. This one's have at least 8 allied countries. This one's have at least 1 allied country from 6 regions. I mean, these two mesh so well that I can probably get both of these just by doing my normal strategy I probably want to do. This one, I can get a ton of points, but it's requiring me to play very, very not standard, not normal to what I want to do. So, oh man, it's tempting. I mean, 9 points is a lot of points. In this game, 5 points is a lot of points to score at one time. So 9 victory points is a ton. I don't know if the incentive is high enough for me though, because like I have an idea for what strategy I want to do. So let me take a pause here. I'm not going to choose my gold card yet. Like I said before, I need to consider something else, and that's going to be my strategic assets. Strategic assets look like this, and they're basically going to be the card for the country. It's going to have like a picture here and some words, and it's going to have a victory point here on the side. Now that victory point marker is going to be important because it's going to be some victory points that you're going to need to, for every player that's playing, not the Automas, but for every player that's playing, you're going to need to score those victory points immediately once you choose your 2. And that's going to determine your starting order. Starting order, the way you break ties in the start of the game is whoever has the most victory points goes first, second most goes second, third most goes third, fourth most goes fourth. And in the event of a tie, whoever has more money is going to be going first to break the tie, or it's a tiebreaker. So I'm going to start with $25. So let me go ahead and get that so I don't forget, because I forgot last time. Okay. But as far as my cards here, I'm trying to see if these cards will mesh very well with any of these goals. So NATO allows me to spend 2 diplomacy to get $10. 2 diplomacy and $10 to place 2 tanks from the supply, not from my board, but from the supply, which is nice. Oh, in Europe, Middle East, North Africa, or Central Asia, even if I don't have a base there. And then I can add 1 permanent influence in the region, even if I don't have available slots. Will that help me with post-colonial order? This one is Middle East, North Africa. Okay, so I just have the most influence in Middle East, North Africa. That could help me with that. And then I can try to fight for the influence in Africa, and then try to fight for the influence in... Oh man, I have to have at least 3 influence in total in America, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. So is it 3 total between the 3 regions? I think it's 3 between the 3 regions, not 3 each, right? Yeah, it says 3 total in Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. So I think it's 3 or more. Which, again, I mean, it's a little tempting. I mean, I already have plans for what I want to do, because I think I need to kind of get in China's way. I'll explain more of that when I actually get to the playthrough. But this is encouraging me to do the thing that I think I need to do to help have a much more fluid game. Which means that NATO might be a reasonable card to get, because it let me put some tanks, excuse me, to get some control in the Middle East. I don't know. I'm already conflicted. All right, so over here, common foreign and security policy. Exhaust EU member states to produce diplomacy and tanks, then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. That could be really nice too. This could be super nice. Central European Bank, gain $20, then get a growth card for every suitcase required. I can spend $10 instead. That could be super great too. Man, these cards are so good. All right, well, these are strategic assets. I haven't explained how these work. During the course of the game, you will play 4 cards total out of your hand. Sometimes you can play more cards, but that's if you play a card that says you can play another card, you get to play another card at that time. But in general, you'll be playing 4 cards total. So for every round, there's only 6 rounds in this game, you play 4 actions effectively. So that means that there's 24 rounds, 24 turns the entire game. Instead of playing one of my cards, I can decide to discard the card and then play the strategic asset instead, and then I get whatever the effect is. So it'll take up one of my 24 actions that I have, and it'll give me whatever the benefit is down here. So this could be really good if I get into a bind to where I need some diplomacy or I need some tanks, and then I need to engage in a region, which also puts some handshakes, which gives me defense. And again, I'll explain all this as we go along. But I'm just trying to say that there's a reason why I might want to go for common foreign security policy. There's also a strong reason why I might want to go for Central European Bank, because if we direct our gaze up to the camera here, let me zoom out first, and then we're going to move up our camera. If we direct our gaze back up here, there's a lot of victory points that I can gain from those cards. So having the ability to just kind of get a growth card by playing the Central European Bank, by paying instead of suitcases or paying instead of business, which is what the suitcases are. Instead of playing business, I can pay $10 instead of business. That's so good. That's so strong. And it can get me out of a bind if I'm trying to move up to the next level. So again, there's a lot of victory points to be had over here. Especially if you consider if I get to level 4, then that's a potential of like at least 12 victory points by the time I get from level 1 to level 4. So, I mean, Central European Bank is very tempting too. I don't know. I'm kind of torn between my decisions. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go ahead and try to take the big risk. This is probably gonna be disastrous, but I'm gonna take the big risk. I'm gonna do post-colonial order. I'm taking that gold card because I need 2 of these. And then for the other gold card, I guess either one of these or both of these kind of suck, but maybe it's better for me to have normative power, to have more allied countries than each other player, which should hopefully naturally happen, and then have at least 2 allied countries, each with from 4 regions. That will happen if I go for all the influence and everything I'm doing here, and have at least 1 engaged token on the main board. That should be pretty trivial to do, so I'm going for that one. So I'm throwing this gold card away. And then for my strategic assets, I'm getting NATO. And now I'm going to decide if I want the extra flags, because extra diplomacy would be nice, and I can engage and build a base. That feeds very well with the post-colonial order. But the Central European Bank could give me the technology I might need to do a thing. All right, unfortunately, it makes more sense for me to take common foreign security policy. I say unfortunately because I really want to get the other one, but it's too much. It's too much already. I haven't even taught the game yet. It's already too much. All right, so that's all done. So I'm all set. As a player, I have everything set for me. So I have my 2 gold cards. Remember, I will score this at the end of round 3 and the end of round 6 at the end of the game. And then these 2 strategic assets I can play instead of normal cards during the course of the game whenever I decide. So I can do it early, I can do it late. It depends on what I want to do. And the executive order plays similar to strategic assets, except for it allows me to do one of the actions here on the card instead of the action of the card that I discarded to play that card. So I basically have 3 times during the course of the game where I can play something of my choice instead of playing one of the cards from my hand. So that's that's effectively what that does. So got my $25. Oh, I didn't get my starting resources. I'm sorry. So I get 1 energy, 1 raw material, 3 food, and I get 3 phones. Phones are consumer goods. I get 4 business or briefcases, and I start with 4 diplomacy or flags. And I also start with 2 tanks. I already have those on my board, so we're good. Okay, so that's all me. So that's all me, the human. So the human is now done. Now we're going to go back over here to the main board, and we're going to focus on the Automas. There's a few things to talk about the Automas, or the automatons, or the Automas, whatever you want to call it. First thing is that there's going to be an Automa board over here. It's not going to be very visible. I was trying to find a way to make it visible, but I couldn't. I just settled on not making it visible and just talking about it, because I'll be using this a ton, so you'll get to know this very well. So I'm going to glaze over that for right now. And instead, I'm going to look over the Automa boards. This is the Automa area I have over here. So my apologies, my camera's probably going to focus and unfocus a few times during this, so hopefully it's not too bubbly. But we have our different regions. So we have the Americas, we have Russia. That's not Russia. Jeez, I always do this. We have Americas, we have China, we have Russia. I keep thinking Russia's red. Russia's not red. Russia's white in this game. So we have America, which is blue. We have China, which is red. We have Russia, which is white. And this row here is going to be for those various countries. So the United States will start with an allied country of Mexico. Again, vicious glare kicking in. So the allied country of Mexico is going to have the allied country of Japan, is going to have the allied country of Iceland, and the allied country of Iraq. So the United States is going to start with those 4 allied countries. China is going to start with their 4 allied countries. Russia is going to start with its 4 allied countries. And I have them laid out like this for the purpose of kind of keeping order for myself and also for hopefully helping the camera show a little bit. So it might be a little bit hard to kind of read the things here. And again, throughout the course of this, the camera has autofocus on. I should have turned it off. It's a little too late. I've committed. So autofocus is probably going to be bubbling up here. So hopefully it's not too jarring. But I tried to get a better camera for my previous recording. So we'll go with it. But just the main things you need to note is that the Automa is going to have their own Automa card, which is here. And they're going to have some information printed on here. They're going to have starting money. So the starting money for the US is going to be different from the player starting money. So the Automa is going to start with $50. The China is going to start with $35, and Russia is going to start with $30. And another thing to note is that the Automas do not track goods. Instead, the Automas will, instead of having goods, they'll have a conversion chart. Because you saw for me here in the top corner up there, right there, that's a goods conversion. So for me, I have diplomacy flags, I have briefcases, I got cell phones, I got tanks, all this stuff. For the Automas, they don't have those things. They just keep track of it by money. So if the United States, for instance, needs to spend 5 diplomacy flags for some reason, then it's going to spend $25 instead. So if China earns 2 tanks for some reason, it's going to get $20 instead. So that's how it's going to be converted throughout the course of the game. And I'll bring this up whenever we have to do a specific conversion because it's going to happen often, but I'll just hide that for now. Just know that that's the conversion chart up here in the top. And we'll try to flash it up when we need to. So continuing on, like I said, the Automas are kind of arranged in a whole lot of row and column situation. And the reason why I had that, besides just kind of keeping track and keeping order of things, is also because when the Automas build bases or place investments on other countries, they'll be putting it on the entire column, which is very different from how a player does it. I'll explain how a player does it if I ever do an investment or if I ever do a build base. You'll see that over here on my side. But for the Automas, they can build bases or place FDI markers, which is what the invest action lets them do. They'll put those on the entire column of countries that they have. So if China, for instance, also had, in addition to South Africa, they also had Mali, we'll put them in a column like that for every unique country that they get. If they ever get a duplicate country, then the existing country, because actually it's a perfect example out here. Let's use Laos. So China starts with Laos, but there's a better version of Laos that they can get later, like so. A normal player would just stack it like that, and the top card will be the active card. But for the Automas, we'll actually just destroy this card, so throw it out of the game, and just replace it with the better version of the card. Now, better in this case for Laos is not really better because you're just kind of getting the same thing. But for a player, if they got the better version of the country, somebody was playing China and they got Laos early, they will be able to get 2 phones from this when they will be able to export 2 phones to this place instead of just 1. That's the better version of the country. They can also, that's the only better part of it. Laos is kind of lousy, pun intended. All right, but going over to here though, for the Automas, if they have South Africa here and they get Mali later, then they'll just put it like that. And this allows them to kind of increase the capacity for building bases and the capacity for investing. So what I mean by that is that, let's say China was to do an investment action, which I'll explain a lot of this later as we go. I'm just trying to info dump now so we can kind of get through some of this and kind of move through the motions of it. But if China decides to do an investment action, it'll do whatever steps it needs to do to invest, and it'll take one of these investment markers and it'll place it like so. Now it puts it for the entire column of that. So every Automa can do the number of countries that they have allied for that region plus 1 of the bases or of the investment markers. So using this example again, China could put a maximum of 3 investment markers for this column. China could put a maximum of 2 for here, 2 for there, 2 for there, so on and so forth. So the math should math out as we go along. It'll make more sense as we continue playing and you continue to see it, and I'll reinforce it more and more as we go. But just know that that's the reason why I have the Automas kind of set up in columns, because it's going to make it easier to keep track of, and it's just going to make life a little bit easier for us all around. Outside of that, just know that for a normal player, you can only have 1 investment token on a country and 1 base on a country, so 1 investment token and 1 base. There are some ways to break that with cards that specifically allow you to, but at most you can have 2 bases and 2 FDI markers by way of a specific card or specific cards that can show up that allow you to put those on the same country. Usually you cannot do more than 2 as a player of either. So as a result of that, Automas are going to break the rules. That's what I'm trying to say, because Automa's going to cheat. All right, so now that I've explained that kind of exhaustively, the Automas are going to have their starter deck, the normal starter deck that players would use for 12 cards. I'm going to give those a shuffle here. So this is Russia's starting deck. This is China's starting deck of 12 cards. And here's America's starting deck of 12 cards. Additionally, Automas are not going to draw a hand of cards. I'm going to draw a hand of cards, which I forgot to do. But Automas are going to just flip a card from the top of the deck and then do the thing. And that's where the other board's going to come in. So let's go ahead and bring our camera back over to here. And this here is going to be our Automa section. So it's going to be a left-hand side and a right-hand side for all 3 different colors. And those 3 different colors are green, yellow, and red. So red, the Automas are going to have the option to build a base or move. So build a base on the left-hand side, move on the right-hand side. Yellow, which is the financial side or money things, whatever they call it, is going to be on invest on the left-hand side and a trade on the right-hand side. And then green is going to be engage on the left-hand side and improve relations on the right-hand side. So we'll explain a lot of that as we go along, but just know that the Automas will be doing 1 by 1. They'll be moving their cubes from here. So anytime that let's say China does a yellow action, China does an invest action, we're going to move we're going to do all the things that China would do for invest, assuming that China can afford it, and then we're going to move China's cube over to the right side once they're done. And then later on, the Automas are going to get more cubes as we go past the rounds. So once we go from round 1 to round 2, the Automas are going to get extra cubes, and we're going to put those on various spots. They have a priority list as far as where they'll put them. Then they'll have more cubes. So if China has, let's use China for a second. If China does another yellow action and China has another yellow cube over here, it's going to choose the left-hand side one and it's going to do that one first. So China's going to do the invest action again. We're going to do all the stuff, assuming we can afford it, and then move on. And then later on, if China decides to do a yellow action, again, it's going to end up doing a trade because all of its cubes are over here on this side. Now, on the Automa board, it shows it right here. So if you have the board in front of you, you'll be able to see it yourself. But on my camera, you can barely see it. It has on the, from cubes moving from left to right, it has 1 cube, but cubes moving from right to left, it has multiple cubes. And that's because if China does a yellow action right here in this board state, if China does a yellow action right now, it's going to do a trade, and it's going to move every single China cube from right to left. So it's going to move every single cube back over. So it's just basically, that's the same design language for all the ones over here on the right-hand side. Just keep that in mind. You'll see it happen a number of times throughout the course of the game, but I want to explain that now for those who are maybe trying to play along as I'm playing with your own game so you can have an idea of how this goes. There's also a focus setting up here for each country. Everybody's going to start in domestic focus. We'll talk more about that at the start of round 2, but just for now, just know it's there. Okay, so everything is set. I've explained everything I need to explain. I've done everything except for draw my 6 cards. So let's bring my camera back down to me. And I'm going to shuffle my deck. And I'm going to draw my first 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to look at these and try to determine what our strategy is going to be. Oh, man. So if it's your first time playing, the game recommends that you take the cards with the triangle and put that in your hand. It's going to kind of give you an idea of where to go, how to play your faction, how to play your country, I mean. I didn't do that. I just shuffled. So we're going to have an interesting start here. But for me, for the EU, because of my gold cards, I need to start engaging in some places that I don't normally engage in. And I need to start building and gaining allies from places where I don't normally gain allies. So this is going to be an interesting run. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how successful I am. I got to remain disciplined. Sometimes I like discipline in games like this, and I get distracted by like shiny objects. So we'll see if that happens in this game. If it does, then hey, we'll have a fun time watching the Automas kick my butt. But if it doesn't, then maybe I'll have a chance. I don't know. All right, so let's go and go into our main view. So here's our main view. I'm going to bring up our extra cameras here. So we have some overlaid cameras, overlapping cameras, so you can see the Automas over here. You can see me over here. That's just so we can kind of focus on things and see things and hopefully flow through the game and try to keep it moving for the game. So we're going to start now with our first turn. Everything should be set. I got my cards. The Automas are set up. I'm set up. The board's set up. We're ready to go. So we're going to start with the very first action, which is going to be the first player. Oh, sorry, I forgot to add my points. Hold on. I'm going to start with 6 victory points. And the Automas, when you're playing solo, they're going to start with 10 victory points. But if you play with the executive order, which is what I'm playing with, they start with 3 extras. So that's why they're way up there at 13, and I'm over down here at 6. I'm at 6 because of my 2 strategic assets that I get 3 points for common, foreign, and security policy, and I get 3 points for NATO. So I start with 6 victory points. When I play my strategic assets, I don't lose any victory points. It's just, these are just my starting victory points. That's all that means. So continuing on here, though, the United States is going to be first because they're tied with China and Russia, but the U.S. has $50, China has $35, and Russia has $30. So therefore, that's the player order. We have it listed here, and we're going to go through this. So the bots get to go first, essentially. So that's going to bring our camera over to the Automas, and over here we have the United States. We're going to take the very first Automa turn, and we can see how this works. So how this is going to work is the Automa is going to flip the top card of their deck. We're going to look at the color, and we're not playing on hard mode. If you're playing on hard mode, there's some special rules that you got to follow, so go check the rulebook for that. I'm not doing that. That's too much for my blood. But we're going to flip over this card, and we're going to look at the color. Now, the color is the only thing that we really care about. There's going to be a list in the rulebook that's going to have things that you do. I'm going to follow this very beautifully made guide by Mike Ward. Shout out to Mike Ward from Board Game Geek. You can go check it out. It is the, I think right now is named the Automa, the Quick Start Automa V2 guide at the time of me recording this video. I don't know what the official name is for it. I'll definitely put it in the description so you can find it yourself. But I'm going to blindly follow this because in my first playthrough, I was doubtful that it was going to be correct. So I was looking at the rulebook and looking at this summary sheet, and everything that I checked ended up checking out. So this is accurate. I can vouch for that personally, that this is an accurate sheet. And then on my second playthrough, it was able to help me speed up. And then here's my third attempt to stream, I should say, not playthrough. Third attempt to stream, which is what this is. I'm just going to go ahead and just trust it blindly. So if there's any mistakes that I make, it might be because I forgot a thing. And also, please let me know in the comments if you see any mistakes that I make or misunderstandings that I have, to let people know if they're trying to play their own game. They can see the comment. I'll try to pin comments and pin corrections so people can check them. But we're going to get moving. We have a blue action being chosen. So the United States is going to do a growth action first. Notice that the blue action is none of these colors. I guess there's blue up there, but it's none of these 3 colors down here. The blue action is a growth action. So what the Automa is going to do is it's going to essentially buy a growth card. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to need to check up here. We're going to need to check the growth cards. And the Automa currently has 0 growth cards, so it's going to need to start at level 1. So the Automa is going to make an attempt to purchase a level 1 growth card. Now, the first question we need to ask is, can the Automa afford it? So the Automa for the United States has $50. So $50 is more than enough. Remember, instead of spending resources, we're going to do this little conversion up here. So starting with Diplomatic Initiative, which is 1 card that the U.S. can buy, it's going to cost 1 business and 1 diplomacy, which is going to convert to 10 plus 5, so $15. And then it's going to need, for the other one, Industrial Development, it's going to need 1 business and $10, so that's going to convert to $20. Now, the Automa doesn't care if it costs more or less for one or the other, which makes it very challenging for me as a player, because I might really want that Industrial Development card, and the Automa, they're just going to all blindly buy the left-hand side card. It's going to guarantee I'm going to get it, but the Automa doesn't care. It can afford either one, so it doesn't care if it gets one or the other. So therefore, the United States has a A-B situation. So we have a A on this side, B on this side, so we're going to flip the randomizer deck using the bottom left corner to decide if it's going to choose A or B. So US is going to choose A. So the US is going to buy the card on the left-hand side for $15. So we'll do that. So we grab one of those cards. I'll just put it here for a second. We're going to take the $50 marker here from the US, and we're going to change it down to 35 because it's going to spend 15. There we go. The USA has $35 now. And we're going to also give them the victory points. Now, when a player earns victory points from one of these cards, they just get the victory points put in the top right-hand corner, and then they get whatever the effect is here. They could use that at any time. They can trigger it when they decide to. But for the Automas, because they can't take advantage of the actual effects down here, instead what they're going to do is they're going to earn victory points equal to the victory point printed here plus the round number. So if the United States had earned this card in round 5, they would get 2 plus 5, so 7 victory points. But they didn't. They did it in round 1. So they're going to get 2 plus 1. The U.S. is going to earn 3 victory points right now. And that's going to be it. They have now growth card level 1, and they can qualify for getting growth card level 2 if they do a growth again. So we're going to move them 3 victory points. 1, 2, 3. And that's done. So now the United States is done. They finished their action. Now we're going to move over to the next Oh man, my camera's not positioned properly. Huh. It's got to scooch everything down? I see. That's weird. I swapped the cameras out, so it's probably that's the reason why, but yeah, sure. Okay, anyway. Next up is going to be China. China's going to go second, so we're going to flip their card. And China's going to do a yellow action, so they're going to do an invest. Now, when you do an action here on the board, I'm going to try to follow the rules properly for like the first 2 or 3 times I do it, but from that point going forward, I'm going to keep forgetting to move the cubes. The rules say you move the cube after you finish the action, because sometimes the action can change if they can't afford it. So as a result of that, you should move the cube after you're done with the action, but I tend to sometimes forget to move the cube at all. So I just move it before I do the action, and then I move it back if I need to change the action. So I'm going to try to follow the rules here. I'm trying to do the proper thing. So first we're going to go for China. They're going to do an invest action. So invest, we're going to look at our little sheet here, and what we're going to do is we're going to flip over the auto influence deck, and we're going to search for a country that China has in its control. So we're going to punch in just a little bit close here, just a little bit closer. And we're going to flip over this deck. This is the auto influence deck that came with the base game. We're going to flip it over. And we see here, China is going to try to invest in a country in South Asia. Again, the glare is going to be vicious this entire time, so my apologies ahead of time. And I'll keep apologizing, I guess, profusely throughout the course of the game. But South Asia is where they're going to try to invest. So now we got to ask the question, does China have a South Asian country? The answer is yes, they have Pakistan. So Pakistan, is that Pakistan? Yeah, they have Pakistan. So as Pakistan is one of their allied countries, China's going to try to invest in it. China's going to spend $15, so it's going to go from $35 to $20. And then is going to place a FDI marker on the country. And then is in the country column, and then is going to gain an influence in that region. So here we have China starting to put its influence. It's going to try to put it, or is going to put an influence in the region. So China is red. I tell myself because I always forget between China and Russia. I always mix the colors up for some reason. China is red, so therefore China's going to put a cube on the influence side. Now, I haven't talked about this yet because it's going to come up very soon, like now. So let's go and talk about it now. These are the influence spots, and these are going to control victory point scoring. Now, for victory point scoring, during our scoring rounds of round 3 and round 6, so end of game round 6 and mid game round 3, we're going to score based on what's filled in here. Now, the way we check to see if this South Asia region is going to score is we check to see are the top permanent influence boxes filled. If the answer is yes, then we will score this region looking for majorities. So whoever has the most cubes here is going to get 8 points. Whoever has the second most cubes here is going to get 5 points. Whoever has the third most cubes here is going to get 2 points. In the event of a tie, there's some tiebreakers, but there's still a tie. Then they'll score one rank down and all that fun stuff. But what we're trying to point out here is that China has to make a decision if it's going to put an influence cube on top or on bottom. Now, the way the Automa handles that is that we're going to flip over one of these randomizer cards, and you see here there's an influence, and it says 1 through 6, and it has a black box at the bottom here for 1, and a white box at the top here for 1. That black box is going to determine where it's going to put it. So I'm going to flip over this card here to randomize things, and we're going to look at the round that we're in, which is round 1. So China's going to put their influence cube on top. So they added a permanent influence to South Asia, so they're going to get 1 victory point, because they're going to get the victory points printed there, and that's it. Oh, you didn't see me move it. I'm sorry. I was punching in a little bit too much. But China scored 1 victory point, and that's it. So China has added its influence. It invested in that country, and that'll give it some money later on, some money back. But we're now done with China. So China's all finished, and now we're going to move on to, we also got to move that cube over. Like I said, I'm going to forget. So move that cube over. So next time China does a yellow action, it's going to do a trade, and we'll talk about that whenever it happens. But for now, let's go on to the next country, which is going to be Russia. So Russia's going to be up. We're going to flip over their card, and they're also going to do a growth card. We've already run through this before, so let's go and run through it again. We're going to go up here. Russia has $30. Russia can afford either one of these, so we're going to have to flip a card because it's an AB situation. So I'm giving this randomizer deck a shuffle, and there we go, shuffles. So Russia's going to choose B. So Russia's going to spend $20 because our conversion chart, let's bring it back up. So we can do the math at home. 1 briefcase is $10, $10 is $10, so $20 total. So Russia's going to earn that card. It's going to spend $20, so it's going to go from 30 down to 10. And then Russia's going to earn 1 victory point plus 1, so 2 victory points. Not as much as the US did, but still points nonetheless. So Russia's going to earn 2 victory points. 1, 2. There we go. All done. All right, so that's all for the Automas. The Automas are all done, so I'm going to focus on me and my turn. Oh, okay, well now I'm going to focus on me and my turn. So let's go ahead and see what I want to do. So focusing on me and my turn, I haven't even looked at my cards really, because I've been spending so much time with the Automas. I got a few things I can do. So because of my goal, my ultimate goal is to try and mess with China. So I've played this game enough to know that if I don't do anything about China, because the US should be doing something about China, but it never does, the Automa at least, a player would, but the Automa never does. I need to kind of, put my hand in China's region and just kind of mess with them. I haven't mentioned this before, but there's areas of influence here on the board. So for Europe, the EU, Europe, Middle East, North Africa, and Africa, those are my spheres of interest, spheres of influence, whatever you want to call it. Spheres of interest, I think is what the game calls it. So those are my 3 regions. So I'm very tempted to just focus on my little 3 regions and kind of move on. Now, Asia is the sphere of interest for China, and East Asia Pacific is the interest of China, and so is Central Asia. So China wants to focus over here. And the United States wants to focus here on East Asia Pacific, and Europe, and Americas, and Russia wants to focus on Europe, Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia. These also have ramifications for if somebody builds a tank there and causes threat, it's going to threaten the interest of those particular nations. One of the special things between the European Union and the United States is that we're in part of NATO. So the United States does not pose threat to the EU, and the EU does not pose threats to the Americas. So therefore, I don't have to worry about the number of tanks that America puts here. I just have to worry about the number of tanks that Russia puts here, because I had to deal with Russia's threat myself. The United States can't vouch for me in that case, but the United States doesn't cause me any perils, if that makes sense, whenever they start putting tanks there. So for the most part, I really need to deal with Russia in my regions. This is what it effectively boils down to. But I can also go and meddle with Russia and China up here by putting tanks up there and causing them some trouble, because they got to deal with it. That's their sphere of influence. I don't really care if anything happens up here. But I need to have a base up in there, up in that area. There's a few stipulations as far as me getting involved over there. And one of the reasons why I want to point that out is because one of my goal cards here was post-colonial order, which we'll try to zoom back in to see if we can read it from here. Not really. All right, we'll switch camera. Post-colonial order needs me to have basically a hand in South Asia anyway. So I need to have influence in South Asia. I need to have influence in Africa, more influence than anybody else in Africa, and I need to have the most influence in the Middle East, North Africa. So what I want to do early game here, given what I'm reading, is I want to try and meddle with South Asia. Yeah, I want to try to meddle in South Asia, and also want to try to meddle in the East Asia Pacific. I guess I can let Central Asia go to Russia and China, let them have fun over there. But I need to kind of focus on meddling in this area early, if I can. Now I say if I can, because one thing I need is I need a place I can build a base so I can try to put tanks, or I can just try to engage in that region. It is pretty expensive, so the sooner I can get allies for those regions, the better, is what I'm ultimately trying to say. And I'm trying to see if I want to grab an ally for South Asia early, because I can grab Pakistan. Pakistan will let me get some consumer goods. Again, it's a little bit hard to see because of the glare, but Pakistan will allow me to trade energy and food to it, which is great, and it also allows me to get some consumer goods. And it's also a 3 hex. 3 hex is actually pretty good. That means that I can use it to reduce the cost of some stuff in the future. So I have incentives to try and get some early countries here for South Asia and East Asia Pacific. But the question is it worth doing that now, or should I focus on something else? Because remember, I had to make sure I had the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa. I can go and get that established now and have an easier time for later, so I don't have to worry about it. But there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of remaining lingering questions here as far as how much do I want to get involved. And also got to worry about Europe receiving some focus from Russia. So I guess it really depends on what Russia ends up doing. But yeah, we got a lot to consider. There's a lot of decisions on the board, a lot of decision space here, a little bit brain burnery. But what I want to do is I think I want to get an early country in South Asia so I can remind myself I need to focus over there, and it'll make it a lot cheaper later on. So I can actually get, do I need to invest in anybody? I have no incentive to invest in any countries here on my goal cards, so therefore I probably won't invest in anything if I don't need to. I'm trying to see, I can get an early growth card. Ooh, that's a good idea. let's see, what is a growth card? What are the growth cards here? Let's go and take a gander at those together. I've been looking at them for the bots, but I haven't been paying attention to them. So one is diplomatic initiative. This one says whenever you choose your focus, ready an additional country card. That could be nice. This one is industrial development. Increase 2 of your productions by 1. Ooh, that's good. That's good for later. So I can do some big trades. Actually, I might want to get that. Yeah. Okay. I think I want to get that. Well, this is difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult because I have a lot of like lingering like I have a lot of things I want to do at the same time. I got to figure out what to do. I got to focus. Again, discipline. I got to have discipline. I got to focus on one thing. I can't just chase the shiny. So looking at my cards, I have improved relations. I have engaged, and I can engage for 1 less flag if I'm going in the Middle East, North Africa, Central Asia, or Europe. And then I have build a base. I don't really have anywhere I want to build a base. I'm not like strong desire to build a base anywhere. Yeah, I think getting a growth card. No. I really want to get Pakistan. So that way China doesn't get it. But Sri Lanka is just as reasonable. So, all right, okay, screw it. We're gonna do it. We are gonna make a terrible decision. We are going to We're gonna improve relations with Pakistan. So we're gonna improve relations. So the way improve relations works is an action that you can do as a player. You'll basically target a region, target a location. So I'm targeting Pakistan, and you see up here it has a hex value of 3. So punch in a little bit. It has a hex value of 3. That hex value is how many diplomacy flags I need to pay. Now I need to pay that many diplomacy flags, but if I have any allied countries in that region, so in this case, let's use Brazil as an example. If I want to grab Brazil, which is going to be a 3 hex value, it will cost me 3 to actually go there. Oh, hello, Chai Doodle. Oh, sorry. I do live stream here on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/CulBlu. That's CULBLU. Feel free to check me out there. But yes, I do live stream on Twitch. And hi, Chai Doodle. Welcome. Hope you're having fun doing the things. And for Brazil here, what I can do if I want to improve relations with this country, which allows me to gain it as an ally, and onto my board, for my personal trade usage and all the other stuff, I could exhaust Canada for 2, and it'll reduce the cost. Exhaust Canada, and it will reduce the cost of this by 2. So having allies in that region allows me to kind of reduce the cost of things and make it a little bit cheaper. So that's why I'm kind of hemming and hawing about Pakistan, because Pakistan costs 3. I can't build a base there anyway, but I could instead get Sri Lanka for 1, which is cheaper on the flags, gives me more flexibility to pivot if I need to, and then I can use Sri Lanka to reduce the cost of Pakistan and get both of these anyway. So I'm torn. I only have 1 improved relations card in my hand, so I can't do it all this turn anyway. So understanding that I can't do it all this turn anyway. Well, yeah, Pakistan's going to reduce the cost of me engaging in the region anyway. Okay, all right. You know what? Screw it. We'll do it. We're going to get Pakistan. We're going to spend 3 diplomacy. So 1, 2, 3. We're down to 1 flag. We're going to get Pakistan, and we're going to add it to our allyship. And we've revealed another country, which is going to be Maldives, which is just another 1. But that's our turn. We spent our things. We played our card, and we are now done with our turn. So the player is now done. We're going to move over to our second action here for the round, starting with the U.S. So the U.S. is going to go. I'm going to bring the Automas version of this up because we're going to have some cards we're going to have to look at eventually. This is some player 8 stuff that will come up. I'm assuming that the bots will make one of these actions that will need this, so I'm going to keep it here. I'm also going to keep the bot cam. I'm not going to keep zooming into it. I'm going to keep it here. So we're just going to look for the color as the cards flip, which should be visible, and then we'll go from there. All right, so the U.S. is going to go. They're going to do a yellow action. So the U.S. is going to do a yellow action of invest. And again, we're going to try to do this properly. So the U.S. is going to try to invest in a country. So we're going to flip over the auto influence deck, and the U.S. is going to choose East Asia Pacific. Does the U.S. have East Asia Pacific country? Yes, it has Japan right there. So therefore, the U.S. is going to invest in Japan. It's going to spend $15. So the U.S. is going to go down from $35 down to $20. And then we're going to put a FDI marker there. And then the U.S. is going to gain 1 influence of blue into East Asia Pacific. And we're going to have to choose a high-low situation. So we're going to flip over a card. The U.S. is going to put it low, so they're going to gain 4 victory points here. So the US is going to skyrocket up in the score here. So from 16 to 20, and that's it. So the US is done. We're moving over to China. China's going to do a yellow action, so it's going to do a trade. So we're going to move this cube over. That's it, because I'm going to forget otherwise. Oh. Yeah, see, I forgot to do the invest cube for America. That's why I do it at the beginning. All right, so remove the cube over for China, which is red, and we're going to do a trade action. So for trade action, I will bring it back over to the to the Automas board. For trade, what the Automas are going to do is they're going to look at every single symbol here. Now, there's two different types of symbols. There's symbol on the left-hand side, symbols on the left-hand side, symbols on the right-hand side. The symbols on the left-hand side here, those are places that the country can export to. The symbols on the right-hand side are things it can export into from that country. So for Pakistan, for instance, China can send Pakistan energy and tank. So one energy and one tank. It can sell those things to Pakistan. But for over here on the right-hand side, China can import a phone or a consumer good from Pakistan. So that's what that means. Now, for the bots, they'll never import things like that. They'll always import here with other players. We'll explain how that works here in a second. But what we're going to do for the Automas is that we're going to count all of the export symbols they have. So all the export, all the export symbols, not unique symbols, but just export symbols total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. And we're going to multiply that by 5, and we're going to give them that much money. So we're going to give China $25 essentially. So China's going to go from 20 to 45. And in addition to that, in this game, you can trade between the superpowers. You can trade between, China can trade to the US, I can trade to China, I can receive things from China, so on and so forth. So in order to simulate that here with the Automas, what we're going to do is we're going to flip over this card, and there's going to be, if you look here on this card, you see here the country flags over here on the left-hand side, and we see a trade on the right-hand side with another country flag there. We're going to check to see who China's going to trade with. So we're going to flip a card, and China's going to give whoever it has on the other side $10. So Russia's going to earn $10, and then China's going to earn 1 diplomacy. In this game, when you trade between yourself and another superpower, if you do the full amount, which really only applies to Russia, because for the US and for China, it's only 1 good, but when you trade the full amount, you will get 1 diplomacy flag. So as a result of that, we have to keep in mind the conversions up here. Whenever a country earns a diplomacy flag for the Automas, they're going to get just $5. So that goes a long way to say that China is going to earn $5, and Russia's going to earn $10. So we're going to go ahead and increment that. Now, if China had chosen me, let's say Russia was trading. If Russia had traded with me, I would get $10 flat. It doesn't matter what I get, what they trade for me. I mean, but I would have to tap or exhaust one of my trade surpluses over here, which I guess I'm calling a trade surplus. I don't know what the official name is for these, but these cards. Every time I produce phones or briefcases, I get to refresh all of these completely, even if I only produce like 1 phone or half a phone. 2 phones. I get to refresh all these because it's assumed that those are just set aside for export, but they're not a part of my main supply. If I run out of these, and let's say the countries want to trade with me, and I still have some phones here, I can remove them from my board. So say they only want 1, I can sell that phone from my board, but I have to reduce my personal domestic supply, if that makes sense. But these cards are here to kind of act as a little bit of a buffer. That makes a lot more sense in a multiplayer game. For solo, just know that you'll see me tap that every once in a while and then forget to refresh it. But I should have an unlimited number of phones for them to trade to me. Buy from me. Okay, continuing on with what we're talking about though. China is going to trade with Russia. So China is going to earn $5 extra. So it's going to go from $45 to $50. And Russia's going to earn $10, so it's going to go from $10 to $20. So that's it. China has finished its trade. And we moved this cube back over, so we're good. Now Russia's going to do a yellow action, so Russia's going to invest. I'm going to move the cube first. Like I said, the rules say move it afterwards, but I'm going to forget. So Russia's going to invest in a country. Russia's going to flip over the card, which is very fortuitous because it costs $15 to invest. Russia previously didn't have the money, but all of a sudden it has the money. Crazy how the bots stick together. Russia's going to try to invest in Central Asia. It has Armenia. Russia has Central Asian country. So it's going to spend $15. So from 20 down to 5. And we're going to put an FDI marker on Central Asia here for Russia. And Russia's going to get an influence cube into Russia's white. Russia's going to influence cube into Central Asia. We're going to have to do high-low. So we'll flip. And it's going to be high, so Russia's going to get 1 victory point. Okay, all right, well, we didn't need all those charts yet, but you'll see here that it explains all the actions, this little bottom card. It explains all the actions the Automas will take, and some of these actions you'll consult the cards up here, the Improve Relations Priority card and the Move/Build Base Priority. I thought someone was going to build a base by now, but no, they haven't. This is going to be something that's going to be present whenever the Automas go. I'll show this one. Whenever I'm going, I'll show this one instead, so you can see my view, and we can kind of see the board at the same time. So we'll kind of flip-flop between those two, but let's keep going. So we're back to my turn here. Finally, the human in the loop. And I have my next action. So China didn't really do anything. I was kind of expecting China to be a bully, be a meanie. But what I'm going to do though is I think I'm going to go ahead and engage in South Asia because I have Pakistan to reduce the cost. So whenever I engage in South Asia, I'm going to look at the cost here, which in this case is going to be 4. So it's going to cost me 4 flags. Now, I mentioned before that I can exhaust a country in that region to reduce the cost, so I will. So I'm exhausting Pakistan to reduce that cost from 4 to 3, from 4 to 1. And now I just have to pay 1 diplomacy flag, which thankfully I have exactly 1. So we're going to spend that 1. And now I get to put an influence cube in that region. And as a player, when you do a exchange, so I'm going to choose low because I want some more points. So I'm going to, oh, actually, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to go up here. So that means that this is going to score. Do I want to do that? And you know what? I don't think I want it. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna invest early because the goal is to try to take this away from China, because China gets 1 billion points by itself if I don't engage over here. And again, nobody really engages in South Asia except for China, so it just leads to like a whole bunch of free points for China, and they end up running away with the game. So I'm gonna put it in the permanent spot. This is gonna score, but I need to start putting cubes down here too, so I can try to take advantage of some of these big victory points that are just sitting there. I'm gonna earn 1 victory point. And when I say this is going to score, because all the permanent influence is filled out, that means that we're going to check this during our scoring phases to figure out who gets what victory points. Right now, I'm in the running to get 2 victory points because I'm tied with the neutral player. So I need some more cubes up here to try to beat China and hopefully get 8 points instead of China. So I got my 1 victory point. In addition to that, when a player engages, now the Automas never do this, which is why I always forget about it for myself too. But when a player engages, I get to put a handshake there as a deal marker. That deal marker is very powerful. Do not let it fool you. It is super strong. As the EU, as somebody who plays the EU and has only played the EU, it is super strong, and I need to remember its strength. What it does is essentially during a certain part of the game, I can choose to return on investment. I can remove that marker from the board, and I will earn $5 for every allied country I have in that region, whether they're exhausted or not. So just $5 flat. So if I get a bunch of South Asian countries and I exhaust that during the appropriate time, I can get a bunch of money back, which is really great. Now it does remove that token from the board. Now alternatively, this also has a secondary purpose, which is extremely important, especially for Europe and especially for the Middle East, which is if I had, let's put it over here for a second. Let's say that Russia put 2 tanks here, hypothetically. It didn't, but let's say it did, hypothetically. Let's assume this is the board state for a second. What's gonna happen here is that Russia's posing 2 threats. Every tank is 1 threat. Russia's not in a military stance. Military stance is essentially, oh, you can't see what I was pointing to. Russia is not in a military stance, in a military focus, so these are just 1 tanks instead of 2 tanks. When it's in a military focus, it's gonna, all of its threat from tanks is gonna be +1. So Russia's not in a military focus, it is in a domestic focus, so therefore, these are just 1 tanks. So what that means is that Russia's currently posing 2 threats to both me, the EU, and the United States, because these are our spheres of influence. Notice that China doesn't care. China has no cares about what's happening here because China has no influence here. If Russia put a tank over here, then China would care, but Russia didn't. In our hypothetical example, they put it there. Now in this case, this means that Russia's posing 2 threat. At a certain point, we're gonna check for threat at the end of the round. And if Russia's posing more threat than my defense, then I will lose 2 victory points flat. And that doesn't matter how many people are there, it doesn't matter how many tanks. If Russia had 7 tanks here and I had no defense, I will lose 2 victory points. If Russia had 7 tanks here and I had 4 tanks here and neither one of us were in a military stance, I would lose 2 victory points because Russia has more threat than I do. So I'm explaining that as exhaustively as I can now so you can kind of understand my decision making going forward. But what the handshakes do, they're really strong. What I can do is instead of removing these for return on investments, I can choose to keep it there on the board. And then when it comes time to check for threat, I can exhaust this handshake to get +2 defense for every member country I have for that region for that side. Now defense does not count as threat to the enemy, it counts as defense. But in this case, we look at my area down here. If we look at my area down here, we'll notice that I have for where we're at, Middle East, I have Jordan. So I have one location. It doesn't matter what the hex value is, just one location. I have one member country that's an ally for me right now. Well, for the rest of the game. So therefore, if I exhaust this, I'm going to get 2 defense. Now, if I had 3 member countries from Middle East, North Africa, I would get 6 defense. And that means that it gets it gets a lot more powerful the more allies I have. And that's going to be my primary way of defending against the aggression coming from Russia and, well, just Russia, really. So I need to make sure that I remember that, because I always forget that when I played, or I've forgotten that in the past when I played, and I keep reading the rule book, say, oh yeah, it's right there, it says it right there in plain lights. So I got to keep that in mind. So putting my handshake over here doesn't really do much to threaten China, because I mean, this is not going to threaten China. All this means is that I can maybe earn some money from this if I get some more member countries from South Asia to join me. So I might leave that there, I might not, but I also need to keep that there on the board for one of my scoring conditions anyway, so we'll see. So I just wanted to explain what the handshakes do. Again, the Automas, they do not get handshakes when they engage. For the players, I get handshakes when I engage. I gotta remember that, because I always forgot, because they didn't get handshakes, so I didn't play handshakes, so it was a whole thing. All right, now that I've exhaustively explained that for no reason, a lot of detail, we're all done with my turn. Now we're going on to action 3 here for the US. And to clarify, the reason why I'm redoing this entire playthrough, because I did another playthrough yesterday, is because I kept forgetting to put handshakes for myself, and it caused me a lot of problems. It really just made the game harder for me, but it altered my focus of the game, and it caused me to have some issues. So technically I wasn't playing correctly because I didn't put my handshake, and also it caused me some more problems, so I'm redoing the entire playthrough because of that. Mostly because of that. All right, now let's go ahead and continue. So America's going, so we got to switch over to the AI board. So America's going to flip. America's going to do a yellow action, so America's going to trade. And America's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll bring the camera over here so you can double check yourself, but 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So America's going to get $30. Oh, there you go. So America's going to get $30 there. And America's going to trade with somebody. So America's going to go from $20 to $50. Oh, and I haven't mentioned this before because I felt like it's pretty obvious, but I'm using counters instead of money because it's less messy for the bots. So that's why I'm doing the counters instead of money. I assume that's obvious, but I just wanted to call it out. The counters don't come with the game. They're aftermarket stuff. Anyway, so America has earned $30 from his trade. 30, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 30. And we're going to flip this to see who they trade with. And America trades with China, of course. Nobody ever trades with me. Everybody just leaves me out here just flapping in the wind. America's going to get $5 for getting a diplomacy flag for trading with another country, and China's going to get $10 for getting traded with, or traded to. So that's it. So China's going from 50 to 60. America went from $50 to $55, and now China's going to go. Now we're on the green, so China is red, and we're doing it green. So China's going to do an engage action. Engage. Oh, hey, we get to finally. No, we still don't get to look at our. Darn. I'm trying to like get improved relations and a move base build, but nobody's doing base builds, which I guess is fine. But anyway, China's going to engage, so we're going to flip over this card, and China's going to try to engage in Europe. China does not have any European allies right now, so it is not going to do that. So we're going to flip another card. China's going to try to engage in East Asia Pacific. China does have a East Asia Pacific card. It has Laos, so therefore China's going to engage over here in East Asia Pacific. And we are going to have to spend 5. So engaging, the way it works is essentially we draw the auto card that I did, and then we spend 5 less for each allied country that they have for the region. So they have 1, so they're going to go from 5 to 4, and then we're going to spend $5 if they're in a $5 less if they're in a domestic focus. They're not. Sorry, diplomatic focus. They're in a domestic focus, so they're not in a diplomatic focus. So China's going to spend, instead of 5 flags, it's going to spend 4 flags. And then we do our conversion of 4 flags is going to be $20 for China. So we're going to spend $20 from China's coffers. So they're going to go from $60 down to 40. All right. And we're going to add an influence from the red side. And we got to figure out high, low. So we're going to flip our card. They're going to go low. So China's going to earn 3 victory points. 1, 2, 3. Good. All done. Well, not good for me, but good for them. I'm happy for you. Now Russia's going to do a yellow action, so Russia's going to trade. So Russia's going to trade. Russia has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Russia's going to get $25. So they're going to go from $5 to 30. And Russia's going to trade with somebody. Hopefully they trade with me. I would like to have a trade, please. Yeah, let's go, Russia. Woo! Oh, wow, what a sentence. Thank you, Russia. Thank you for your kind patronage. So I'm going to earn $10 from Russia. I haven't spent any money anyway, but I like having money. And Russia's going to earn $5 for doing the trade because it's getting a diplomacy flag. Now, for me, if I trade with any of the other countries over here, I'm going to get a diplomacy flag. I'm not going to get $5. I kind of I feel some kind of way about that. But all right, whatever. It's fine. See if I care. Narrator, he cares deeply. All right, so we're all done. We're moving over to me, the player. So let's see. I got 4 more cards off of my hand. I got trade, build a base, and get a growth card. I was eyeing one of those growth cards earlier because it can increase my productions, which can be pretty strong. I also could get the one that's going to let me unexhaust a country, which is very useful when I'm spending a lot of countries to kind of buy cards and do some other stuff. So I am torn if I want to get the growth card. Oh my gosh. I need a diplomacy flag to get the growth card that's going to allow me to, all right, well, I guess I'm doing a trade then. Wow, that sucks. Can I build a base? No, I can't really. All right, so we're going to do a trade. Now, for a human, well, when humans do trades, we got to follow rules, which is very unfortunate. One thing I want to keep in mind is that I want to try to increase my prosperity. I'll be doing that at a certain point in the game. So I need to have 2 consumer goods left. I need to have 2 phones left. So as a result of that, I don't want to spend all of my phones here. These briefcases are also important for trying to get my growth cards done. So I don't want to just throw all of them away. But I will say for the player, here's my player aid. If I am to export briefcases, I get $15. If I'm to export a tank, I get $20. If I'm to export energy or raw materials, I'm going to get $5 for each one. So there's an incentive for me to try to export some of these goods. So I want to try and choose wisely what I'm exporting because I don't want to hose myself, but I also like money. So in addition to that, for me as a player, I'm limited with my imports and exports by my trade deals card. So I'm allowed to export 2 different goods, not 2 total, but 2 different goods. So I can export 3 phones. I can sell all 3 of these phones, assuming I have 3 people to sell them to. I can sell all 4 of these briefcases, assuming I have 4 people to sell them to or export them to. And I can do up to 2 different goods. And I can import 2 different goods at the EU. Now for Russia, for the US, and for China, they have different numbers. So I think the US has 3-3. I think China has 2-3, and Russia has 3-2. Don't quote me on that. But that's going to impact what I decide. Now, when I import or export, is going to the amount that I can do is going to be dependent on who I have allied with me. So right now, these are my options to sell to, and I can also import from the U.S. or I can import from Russia or I can import from China or any combination of the 2. If I decide to import from a superpower, from the U.S., from Russia, or China, I will earn 1 diplomacy flag. Even if I import it from the U.S. and Russia, I get 1 diplomacy flag total. But if I import and export only from my allied countries, I get no extra diplomacy flags. So it's beneficial for me to import from one of these 2 if I can, but I don't have to. But with that said, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to do what I did last time because it worked out really well for me. Is I'm going to import oil energy and raw materials from Russia. Because those to import, there's an import cost here that's different from the export cost. Oh, you can't see that. I'm sorry. There we go. There's an import cost that's different from the export cost. So if I import, every energy I import is going to be $3 per, and every raw material I import is going to be $3 per. But for exporting, it's going to be different costs. One thing that's important to know is you cannot import, I cannot import energy and then export energy in the same trade action. I can do it next turn if I wanted to, but I can't do it at the same time. So I have to choose wisely my options. So I'm choosing to import from Russia 3 oil and 3 raw materials. So it's going to cost me $18 total between those 2. And then I'm probably going to sell 1 phone and a tank. I'm going to sell a tank to Canada because I think Canada lets me sell a tank. So I'm going to export a tank so I can get $20 for that. So I'm going to grab my 20. So I got my $20. I'm going to export, so I was going to do phones and briefcases, but I lied. I'm just going to do a briefcase because I can export one. I can export a business to Norway, so I will. So I'm going to export one business to Norway. That's going to give me $15. And those are my two different type of goods that I've exported. And now for imports, for the allied countries, I have to focus on this side. So I can import from Canada. I can import in energy, just one. But the rest of my energy and raw materials are going to come from Russia. So Russia's about to earn $18 from me. And I'm going to get a diplomacy flag for it because I'm trading with a superpower. But Russia's going to earn $18 from me. So take that how you will. So Canada has consumed that tank. And the briefcase, I've already got that. I got my money for it. Now I'm going to spend the money. Let me zoom back out. Now I'm going to spend the money accordingly to get the thing. So I wanted 3 energy. So that's going to cost me $9. Well, $20 to get $2 back. Because it's going to be, sorry, $18 total. So I spend the 20, get 2 back. And Russia's going to earn 18 from me. So they're going to get, what is this math? Hold on. 35 plus 18. That's 53, right? Did I do math right? So 1 second. Let's do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then another 10. Yeah, I was right. 53. Woo, look at me doing math. Mental math. Heck yeah, let's go. All right, Russia earned that much money. I get a diplomacy flag. And I'm also going to import 1 oil from Canada, so I need to spend $3. And I've imported a total of 4 energy and 3 raw materials. So I go from 1 to 5 on energy, and I go from 1 to 4 on raw materials. Now the reason why I'm doing that now is because I'm going to need a lot of raw materials and a lot of energy to try to make phones and make briefcases in the future. And my hope is that I can try to leverage the surplus that I'm getting now for later rounds to do stuff later. I don't know if it's going to come back to bite me in the butt later because I gave Russia some extra money, but for the most part, the automatons, the Automas, they always have a lot of money anyway, so I don't worry about that too much. I'm just more so concerned about what do I have on my board. Do I have 8? No, I have 3. Okay. I was like, ain't no way I got 8 food already. Okay, so we're all done. My action's done. I did a trade, so we're finished here for the player. So let's go ahead and go back over to the Automas, flipping over the next card, the last card here for this round for America. They're going to growth again? Really? Okay, they got $55, so they can afford it, which is unfortunate for me because they're going to get a lot of points from that. I don't appreciate that. America has 2 options. It's going to choose, it can do level 2. So collaboration with allies or knowledge transfer. I want knowledge transfer. But collaboration with allies is going to cost them, this one's going to cost them 25, this one's going to cost them 25. So they're both the same cost. Let's bring up our conversion chart right there. So the US can pay $25. It's an A-B situation. So while the bot doesn't care, I care because there are 3 of these on the left for level 1. There's 3 of these on the right for level 1. And there's 2 of these and 2 of these, 2 of those and 2 of those, 2 of those and 2 of those, and 1 of these and 1 of these. So while the AI may not care, I care which one it takes. But they're just going to make this painful for me. So we got an A-B situation. So we're going to choose A or B. It's going to be A. I'm kind of okay with that. They're going to spend $25. So the US is going to go from 55 to 30. And they spent the money. And now I'm going to give them the victory points. They get 3 plus 1, so they get 4. So 4 victory points here for the USA. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, all good. That's the USA. They're done. Now we're moving over to, oh man, you too, China. You too, China. China's also going to do a growth card. I need y'all to stop growing. I need y'all to chill. I need y'all to build bases. Nobody's building bases. They're going to build bases next round because they only have a certain number of cards and they'll go through their entire deck. The US and China, and actually Russia has a lot of build base cards. So they're going to do a lot of red stuff next round. And I'm not looking forward to that because they're about to get their double cubes too. It's going to be rude. So China's going to grab a level 1. We have an A-B situation. China has $40, so it can afford both. So we'll flip. And China's going to do B. Okay. So China's going to spend $20 for that. And China's going to earn 2 victory points. 1 for this and 1 for the round. So 2 victory points for China. And we got to spend the money. China has $40. It goes down to 20. All right, all done. So now we go over to Russia, and Russia's going to do a green action. Man, we're about to have a really rude next action, or next round, aren't we? Okay, so Russia's doing a green. They're going to do an engage. So who is Russia engaging with? Russia's going to engage with, that's going to be Africa. Why? They don't have a country in Africa, so Russia's not going to engage in Africa. Never mind. Russia's going to engage in Europe. They have a country in Europe, so they're going to engage in Europe. They're going to spend 5 flags. They reduce that by 1 to 4, so Russia's going to spend $20. So they're going to go from 5, they're going to go from, 53 down to 33. And apologies for the AC sound in the background, but it is hot outside, so it's going to be running all day. It is currently 94 degrees. I'm here on the East Coast of North Carolina, so hopefully you'll forgive the background noise that's always there. Okay, so high-low situation. Let's see where they're going to go. Of course, they're going to go low. They're going to take the 5 points and run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All done. So now the Automas are all done. Now it's on to me with my last action. I'm considering. Considering doing a superpower. Strategic asset, I mean. Considering it. I don't know if it's a good idea. I'm not going to just jump into it. But I'm considering it. Because I want to, well, hold on, I have a build a base. Where's my cards? Oh, there they go. I say, do I not have cards? Do you not have phones? I can get a growth card, which means I can go all out on my phase of buying growth cards or buying a research card, doing research. I am torn between all the options available here. So I got build a base, trade, or get a growth card, or do production of 3 resource types. I have an idea. If I do production of 3 resource types, I can get a lot of phones and a lot of briefcases. So I can get a lot of consumer goods and a lot of business, but it will kind of weaken me for next round. I'm gonna need to go diplomatic next round because I'm definitely gonna have a lot of green cards in my hand, which is gonna be a lot of improve relations and engage and all that fun stuff. If I use an executive order now to get another country in South Asia, that's gonna make it much easier for me to break into South Asia later, you know? Because I really want to go in and just like disrupt China with South Asia. I also want to kind of get a foothold in Central Asia too, because if I can get a foothold in Central Asia, that would be nice because I can kind of get involved in that fight. Because Russia and China end up fighting a lot in Central Asia, and they end up getting a lot of points between the two of them. I think Russia usually dominates that area, and China just kind of exists, just meddles. But with next round, I didn't see any build bases for this round, so next round is probably going to be a number of build bases, or the round after. So I'm a little bit afraid of a lot of build bases, a lot of tanks showing up. So I kind of want to get more engagements done to protect myself. And I also need to get a better foothold in Africa because one of my requirements is to have the most influence in Middle East and North Africa, and I also need to have at least 3 influence in Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. Oh no, I'm sorry. I need to have more influence in each other player in Africa. So yeah, so I need to have more influence in each other player in Africa. So, oh, I can't build a base in Africa. Okay, never mind. All right, sorry. For some reason, I thought I had the opportunity to build a base in Africa. I don't. I can build a base in an allied country. I can build a base in the Middle East, and that will put some pressure on. Ooh, no, shoot, darn it. I was like, I can build a base in South Asia. No, I can't. I don't have a place I can build a base. In order to build a base as a player, I should point this out. In order to build a base as a player, you gotta have a spot where you can build a base. So I can build a base in Canada, I can build a base in Norway, I can build a base in the EU member states, and I can build a base in Jordan. But I cannot build one in here, because it's not my symbol. That's the China symbol. So there's probably a country for me to build a base in South Asia, but it's not showing yet. So this is a difficult decision I'm making right now. I can go hardcore for the growth cards. All right, we're going to make the painful decision. We're going to go for the growth card. We are going to make the painful decision and go for the growth card. I say painful decision because I'd much rather build a base to try to like put some negative victory points onto Russia, or put some negative victory points onto, well, just Russia. I can't put a pressure on China right now. But I'll catch up eventually. You know, I'm not fooling with y'all. I'm not fooling with that. We're going to go ahead and look at our growth cards. So these are my options. I can choose this one or this one. Diplomatic initiative is going to make it easier for me to ready more countries, so I can get pretty aggressive when it comes to purchasing these research cards, because you can tap a country. I can tap one of these member countries that I have, allied countries, to get extra resource, extra value towards my research here. So that can allow me to get some pretty baller cards. I have to be very cautious of that though, because if I do that, then I'm going to run into a bit of a struggle with getting the rest of my cards, because one of the things to keep in mind is that when I buy a research card, it's going to go on top of my deck, which means that there might be some other valuable cards at the lower part of my deck that I might really want, but they don't show up because these cards keep taking their spot. So I got to be very cognizant of that. Ooh, produce a tank, then build a base in an allied country. Oh, okay. I need to build a base card. Oh, actually, I'm going to go last, so I shouldn't even pay attention to these. These might be all gone by the time my turn shows up, so never mind. I'm not going to read that. That is... I was going to say that is a consideration to try to grab this card, but it's probably going to be taken up by the time I get there. All right, so in that case, increase 2 of your productions by 1. I can increase my phone and diplomatic focus. Yeah, I'm gonna take the industrial development. So I did all that to get the extra flag for no reason. I'm gonna take this one though, industrial development. We're gonna grab that. It's gonna give us 1 victory point. So I get 1 point. And I'm gonna have the ability to increase 2 of my productions by 1 right now. Right meow. So 2 of my productions by 1. Let's see. What do I want to increase? I want to increase phones. And I need to check. I think somebody on Board Game Geek asked this question. But when you increase your productions based on industrial improvement, or industrial development, I don't think you get the immediate production of it. If you increase your production as a result of diplomatic focus, I think you get that immediate extra production. Here it is. Can I increase the same production twice? No. If I increase the production of a primary resource, do I immediately gain 1 of that resource? No. This only happens if you increase your production of your primary resources when choosing focus. Okay. Yeah, the rulebook has that specifically called out. Okay, so I'm increasing that, so I don't get to produce it right now, but it will be produced later, hopefully. I'll go back on the domestic focus. And if I increase my production of my flags now, that's going to reduce the amount of money I need to spend later. Is that a good idea? No. I'm going to do that anyway, so. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Like, I don't feel the need to increase my production of energy or raw materials because Russia's right there, you know? Yes, I'm giving Russia $18 or $20, but I get to save one of my increase in productions. Increasing the production of my briefcases doesn't feel good because I usually don't need more than 4 at a time anyway. Usually don't need more, but sometimes I do. So the question is, on my next turn, am I going to go domestic focus again? If I go domestic focus again on my next turn, then that means I can do some cool stuff with the productions. But I'm more likely than not going to go diplomatic focus and try to do a lot of engages so I can get some handshakes on the board and then try to get that money back. So knowing that information, if I increase this now, that's going to save me $7 later. So I got my phone production increase, and I can do some extra production later on with some magic. And then for this one, I'm going to have this increased already. It's going to be a part of reducing the amount of money I need to spend next round. So I think this is what my plan is going to be. I'm going to stick with this. That's going to be my my action. So we're done with the round. So now we're going to move over to the main board, and we're going to complete the round. So moving on, we are finished with actions. So now we're going to move over to the research phase. Woo, research phase. All right, so for the research phase, what we're going to do is we're going to do something special. So I'm going to start here on my player board, since I already have my camera down here. I should have, where are my cards? There we go. I have 2 cards left. These 2 cards are going to give me resources. When I look here, I'm going to get $4 for this card, $3 for that card, and then I'm also going to get 3 research for that card, 1 research for that card, plus 2 research because of my board. I forgot that part too in my last playthrough, so I wanted to do it again because that's going to really impact my game. So it's going to give me 6 research right now. And in addition to this, research is used to buy these cards up here that we'll bring the camera to in a moment. But I can also decide to exhaust any of my allied countries here to give me their hex value worth of research. So I have 6, but I have a possible of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have a possible, was that 13? If I add that together, if I want to exhaust everybody. Now I have to be very mindful of that because normally in games that I've played in the past, I've gone for the diplomatic initiative card, which allowed me to unexhaust 1 extra country, which means I could be a little bit more aggressive with spending all my countries. But if I'm going to go diplomatic focus next round, I get to only ready 5 countries, which means that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can't be super aggressive with exhausting everybody. I have to be very cautious and very picky with who I decide to exhaust. And also Pakistan is exhausted, which kind of sucks because Pakistan's a 3, but I needed it earlier so I can get my influence earlier in South Asia. So we'll see if that comes back to benefit me later. But for now, we have what we have and we did what we did. All right, so let's go back over to the bots because we need to do theirs. So for them, I'm just going to collapse their discard here, and I'm going to flip 2 cards from the top of their deck. Like so. And 1 second. Okay, so we're back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them their money, and I'm going to convert any resources if I need to convert. Looks like I don't need to. But I'm going to give them their money that they earned, and they're going to get their research. And they're going to have +2 as well because they're also in a diplomatic or domestic focus. Always mix that word up. So the US is going to gain $7, so from 30 to 37. China is going to gain $6, so from 20 to 26. And Russia is going to gain $8, so from 33 up to 41. 41. Okay, and now we're going to get into the research. So research for the US, the Automas, they don't get to tap their countries to kind of get extra value. So to supplement that, to augment that, for every country that they have, for every 3 countries that they have as allies, they get +1 research. So for the US, they're going to start with 4. They're going to get +2 because they're in a domestic focus. And they're also going to get +1 because they have 1 multiple of 3 in there. So they're going to go from 4 to 6 +1 to 7. So they're going to be at 7 on their focus, on their research. Moving over to China, China has 2 + 2, so 4 + 1, so 5. So China's going to be at 5. And then finally, we have Russia. Russia's at 2 + 2 for their domestic focus, so 4, and then +1, so 5. All right, so we got all of our research values all calculated. I'm going to leave that like it is now. Actually, I'm just going to collapse this now. And that's it. So now we're going to go over into, 1 second. There we go. Huh, that's really weird. All right, let me switch mics here for a second. 1 moment, I'll be right back. Okay, all right, we're back. Oh man, it's so weird. Still hearing it. All right. Oh, is that the fan? Maybe it's the fan. Turn the fan off. Is that better? Huh. It's like a staticky sound. I don't really know where it's coming from. All right, we'll turn the fan back on. What's hot in here? All right, let me see. Is it this? It's gotta be, yeah. Huh. All right, how about that? How about that? Wait, what's happening? Oh, there we go. Whoa, whoa, that's loud. I'm sorry. There we go. That was very strange. Sorry, just doing some microphone things, and apparently, the microphone things I'm doing are causing a lot of chaos. All right, we're back. I think we're back. I think we're fine. We're reasonable. It's reasonable. Okay, we're finished with our research stuff. Sorry for the change in audio levels. All of a sudden, there was some weird stuff going on with the microphone, and I don't know where it's coming from. I think it's coming from here, but I can't troubleshoot that yet because I'm in the middle of streaming. So we'll let future me worry about that. Current me is going to go ahead and continue. So apologies for the slight change in audio, volume, and quality. But what we're going to do is we're going to do our research. So we're going to do in player order. So let's bring our camera to the right spot, and we're going to do our research. Starting off with Americas. So America has 7 research. What the Automas are going to do is they're going to try to buy the most expensive thing that's available. So the US can buy a diplomatic trip. If you're playing in hard mode, this is important. If you're playing in hard mode, if they have double symbols, that means something. I'm playing normal mode, so that doesn't mean anything to me. It just means it's a green card. So we're going to go there. If there's multiple different colors, we're going to choose the color of the where the cube is. So in this case, it's going to be green for normal mode. And if there's multiple colors and none of them have a cube, then we choose based on the country's market priority. So what I mean, that's gonna make more sense if it ever shows up. But for right now, just know the US is gonna choose this card because it's the most expensive, and it's gonna put it right on top of its deck, like so, like that. And it will play that as the first card next round. And we'll talk about what happens after it does that later. But for right now, the US is done. They finished, they spent all their dollars. Next up is going to be China. China's going to buy the most expensive thing it can buy. There are 1, 2, 3 matches for 5. If there's a tie between some cards, we're going to go back over here. We're going to choose market order or market priority here. So China's going to buy a yellow card before it buys a red card, before it buys a green card, before it buys a blue card. And if there's still a tie between all of them, what it's going to do is it's going to choose the one closest to the deck, the newest one here. So China's going to buy this one for 5 and put it on top of his deck, like so. And now Russia has 5, so Russia's going to purchase purchase a card. So Russia can purchase this one or this one. There's a tie, they're both the same, so it's gonna choose this one. Now, if the Automa had any resource left over, let's assume Russia had, let's assume Russia had 8. If Russia had 8 instead, it will buy the most expensive card, and if anything it had left over, if we couldn't buy, or actually, we can use, no, we have to use 8. We have to use 8 because we need to have leftover. If Russia had 8 and it bought this card, it would take this card, add it to the top of his deck like it did before. And if it had anything left over, even if it had enough to buy another card, what it would do is it will spend 1 research to burn the card at the end for every remaining research point it had. So in this case, nobody had any leftovers, so it didn't matter. But that's what happened. So the Automas are only ever going to buy 1 card, but they're going to use the rest of the research to burn cards from the stack. Now for a normal player, which is me, I now get to do my turn since everybody's done. What's going to happen is I can spend 2 research to clear the last 3 cards, and then I can continue spending research to do more stuff. So that's what I can do as a normal player. The Automas, like I said, they play differently because they're cheaty jerks. That's why. But that's how that works. So for me, I have 6 research available. And I also have all my member countries here that I can exhaust. I keep saying tap, but that I can exhaust if I really want to. I don't know if I need to. Let's see what we got. So I really want to do, improve and engage. Oh, yeah. This is good. Because if I improve and engage, I can get back into South Asia and kind of really mess around with that. I can even go into Africa with that and kind of mess around with that too, because I need to have the most influence in Africa and the Middle East. Now, new agenda is nice too. Draw 3 cards, and then you can discard 2 cards to play another card. Oh, sorry. I want to be more specific with this. I think somebody, hold on, let me look this up on Board Game Geek because maybe there's a specific answer. But my understanding of that card, of draw 2 cards, and then it says you can discard 2 cards to play another card. I think you have to. I don't think it's a can, it's a you must. The rulebook does not have it. All right, let's see BGG, new agenda. Okay. 1 second. Oh, my phone. You betrayed me. Wow, nobody's asked a question. Really? Okay. Sorry, I'm checking on Board Game Geek to double check to see if new agenda. Why is this in my way? See if new agenda has been talked about. I don't know if it has. Because if I can just keep the 3 cards and not play a card, that'd be pretty cool. Okay, here we go. We got new agenda. I know the rules say you can only play 4 cards per turn, but with cards such as explore alternatives, initiating reconstruction, a new agenda that allow you to immediately play another card, can you play more than 4 cards in a turn? Yes, the idea basically is that you have 4 turns where you can play 1 card at a time, 1 card each for free. But if that card says you can play another card, you can do so. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that card specifically, that sounds too strong. All right, yeah, that card specifically is not a draw 3 cards and then you can ignore the bottom half. I feel like that would be broken AF. Maybe it is what it is. I'm not gonna play it that way because I feel like the Automas, they're cheaty enough. I don't need to cheat to win. I can play by the rules. All right, here we go. Improve relations with the country on your board, spending 1 less flag. You can reset one of your temporary influence cubes in that country's region. That could be really good late game. So I might decide to get that one. So I want diplomatic trip, and I want build embassy, build new embassy. I feel like these 2 are going to be great cards. Again, I really do want to try to get some bases out and get some tanks out, so I can maybe put some pressure on China, because I feel like that's going to be integral to my strategy. But I'm gonna hope that U.S. is going to do it. I also have built base cards that are left in my deck, so I could get some base building later on. But remember, I'm a handshake guy. I'm the EU, just a small guy over here. So I need to be very focused and honed in on what I need to do, which is engagement. I need to engage. This one's ready an allied country, then invest in that country without exhausting it. Ooh, that's nice too. Can I get all 3? If I can get all 3, I will. So 7, 10, 14. I need to spend 14. That means I have 6, so I need 8 more. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't have enough. All right, never mind. Would be cool though. Would be cool. All right, we're gonna go for a diplomatic trip and build new embassy. Like I said, we're gonna lean in hardcore to our engagement. Actually, let me buy that card first. Well, hold on. Let me buy this card first for 3. So I got 3 research spent. Ooh, diplomatic de-escalation is nice too. Engage in a region. You can spend 1 additional flag to return 1 tank from another player on that board. That's nice for reducing the tanks that are gonna show up eventually. Oh man. All right, so I'm gonna take this one. So it's gonna be I spent 3 already, so it's a 7. So I need to spend. So that's I had 3 left, so I need to spend 4. So 2, 4, and wait, did I do math right? Give me a second. Sorry, 7 plus 3 is 10. I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah, we're good. So I got 3 left. I'm not going to spend the last 3. Unfortunately, I'm 1 short. Diplomatic de-escalation is such a great card, though. I decided against it. All right, successful negotiations is also a nice one. Ready an allied country. You can then search your country stack on the. Yeah, that's a nice card too. So we'll see if I can get maybe those later. But for now, I want to stick with what I got. We're going to try to focus on our engagement strap. And hopefully that engagement is going to get us into a good state. So we're going to be at the end of the everything there. So let's go move back over to our main board and continue. We're done with the research phase. Add auto influence only happens in a 2-3 player game. This is a 4-player game. The Automas count as players for this game. So we're going to skip that part. All right, so aftermath, return on investments. I have no return on investments. Oh, actually I lied. I could pull this back and get $5. I will. Why not? So I'm going to get $5. The handshakes are limited. So I'm going to get $5 for myself. Oops. There we go. I earned $5 by pulling my handshake back because I only have one country in that region. So it's going to give me a little bit of extra money in my coffers. I currently have $54. Cool. And return on investments for the Automas, they're going to get $5 for every FDIC marker. So everybody's getting $5 by the looks of it. So the US is going to get $5. So 37 to 43, 42. China is going to go from 26 to 31. And Russia is going to go from 41 to 46. So they got their investment returns. Now we're going to increase prosperity. So here we'll go for a player first. So for increased prosperity, I'm going to need to spend phones equal to my current level here. So this is going to be 2. So I'm going to spend 1, 2 consumer goods to go up. And I'm going to earn 2 victory points and $10. So nice on the money here. And 2 victory points for me. That's not me. So 2 victory points for me. I'm way back here. 1, 2. Don't worry, I'm going to catch up. I'm a late game guy. All right, so I'm all done with my prosperity stuff. Going back over to the Automas. The Automas, they're going to check their board here. So for the USA, they're going to try to spend $10 to get their first step of prosperity. They will. They have $42, so they'll spend it. So from $42 to 32, they're going to earn 2 victory points for the USA. And then next up is going to be China. I'll just announce it. China's going to spend $15 for theirs. I don't know. Oh, wait, why is it already there? Sorry. Yeah, no, they don't have their stuff already. Sorry. China's going to spend $15 to go for theirs. So they're going to go from, yeah, I'll bring it back out here because apparently I had this left over from earlier. So they don't start with any prosperity. I just want to clarify. They're not supposed to start with prosperity, so that's not correct. They don't have any prosperity yet. So my apologies if you saw that setup and you thought that you're supposed to put that. That's not true. I guess I'll put a comment for that. But China has $31. It's going to spend $15, so it's going to go down from 31 to 16. And it's going to get 3 victory points. 1, 2, 3. And Russia is going to spend $15 to go up 3 victory points as well. So from 45 to 31. Don't worry, guys. I'm playing late game strat. I'm playing long game. This may not look like it, but I'm not that far behind. I say I'm well far behind. Keep in mind, they started with 13 points. I started with 6. I feel like it's an outrage. It's an outrage. This is an outrage, Kyle. All right, so they're all done with that. So prosperity has been done. Now we're going to resolve threat. Now resolving threat, there's no tanks on the board, so no threat, so we're all done with that. And if there were tanks on the board, people would lose points, but none had happened. Scoring, we don't score right now. We're scoring round 3. So we are going to move to the next round. Where at the top of the round, the bots are going to gain their cubes. So for gaining cubes, the bots are going to place their cubes in certain spots. So for the US, the first time they gain their action cube, they're going to put theirs on build base. China's going to put their invest, and Russia's going to put theirs on build base. So that means that the US and Russia are going to do build base, and China's going to do invest. So look at that, more cubes all of a sudden. They got more aggressive with their particular strats. They're leaning in. And with all those growth cards we saw in the first round, this is going to get pretty rough here. So I'm going to have to try to figure out the best moves for myself to try to maneuver in this nonsense, in this new world. Speaking of new world, we are going to go move to the next round. We're going to go through the preparation phase. Our first time doing a preparation phase. So starting with me here, I'm going to do preparation phase. I'm going to draw cards. So I get to draw 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, we got some improve, and growth. Oh man, this is gonna be great. invest. Oh, yeah, we're going to do some cool stuff here, hopefully. All right, so we got our cards. Now we get to reveal country cards. Revealing country cards is essentially taking the card on the left and moving to the right. Just kind of cycling through the countries here. I need an EU base, please, in China. Sorry, South Asia. There we go, all done. And next we're going to determine turn order. So by victory point count, USA's first, then Russia, then China, then the EU. Okay, we're all done. And now we're going to produce primary resources. So I'm gonna move over to me. Produce primary resources, so I get 1 energy, I get 1 raw material, and I get 3 food. And from there, we are going to choose our focus. So my focus is gonna be diplomatic. Oh, actually, I can stay domestic focus, hold on. No, I need diplomatic focus, I need more flags. I got a lot of green cards in my hand, and I got a lot of improved relations. So I need green here. So I'm gonna do diplomatic focus. I'm allowed to ready 5 countries. So I can do 1, 2, 3. So they're all ready now. And then I can spend $7 to increase my production. No need, I'm already maxed out. And I can spend $3 to produce flags, $3 per flag. Then I can produce up to 5. So I'm gonna spend $15 to get 5 flags. So we go from 1 to 6. And engage costs 2 less for me. Sadly, I only have 1 engage card, but I can change that. All right, so I'm all done with my chosen diplomatic focus. Now we're gonna do the Automas. So for the Automas, we're gonna choose their focus. For choosing their focus, what I need to do is I need to flip this card to figure out what focus we're gonna choose. It's gonna be here in the middle, and that's gonna change their focus. They're also gonna earn money and possibly have a special action if they choose a diplomacy focus. So starting with the USA, USA is gonna do military focus. Moving on over to Russia. Russia's gonna go domestic focus, so they're gonna stay where they are. And then China, shuffle these. Okay, China's gonna get a military focus. Don't like that. All right, now they're gonna earn money based on what focus they chose. So for domestic focus, we're gonna get, Russia's gonna get $10 times the round number. So Russia's gonna earn $20. So from 31 to 50. Sorry, 31 to, 31 to 51, right, I said that right. The US and China are gonna earn $3 per round. So they're gonna earn $6 a piece. So the US is gonna go from 32 to 38. And China is going to go from 16 to 22. All right, all done. So that's all their focuses. Now the bonuses are that Russia's going to get +2 to his research, like we saw earlier, and the US and China are going to get +1 threat to their tanks that they place out, and they're going to have 1 natural defense in all the regions where they have focus. Where they have a sphere of influence, interest. So that's all done. We're moving on. The USA is going to go first, so we're going to start with them. We're going to flip over their card. Again, the camera, it seems like it's positioned in the wrong spot, but I don't want to adjust it, so I'm just going to leave it where it's at. Just going to shuffle these guys a little bit. All right, so the USA is going to go first. They're going to flip over their first card. It's going to be the green card. Now, oh, actually, I do need to bring over to the Automa camera. So for the Automas, they're going to play their research card. Now, the way this is going to work is they're going to play their research card. Then they're going to do the action there based on the color that's showing, and they're going to throw the card out of the game. And then they're going to flip another card, so they're going to play 2 actions, and then they're going to be done. And they're going to play 1 action like normal from there. So the reason why I'm pointing all that out is because the Automas are going to basically get a cheaty double action from this point going forward for the first turn every round from after round 1. So it's going to be something I have to make sure I contend with, because they're going to be able to get double actions and make a lot of movements. It's mostly to kind of show that they can't really take advantage of the cards, and they can't really take advantage of changing board states, so it just gives them a bonus action. So the Automas technically get 5 extra actions instead of 24 actions throughout the course of the game. They get 29 actions, which I think is broken, but that's just me. Of course it's broken. I mean, I still keep pace with them because, you know, I'm good. I like to think so. Anyway, so America's going to choose that card here first. We're going to bring our Automa board up here. That's not the right button. I didn't press that. I did press that. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Okay. All right, so the Automa board is there. So America's doing green, so they're going to do an engage action. So America's going to try to engage in... America's going to try to engage in Europe. They do have a European country. They have Iceland. So America is going to do an engage in Iceland. So they're going to... Oops, that was loud. America's going to do an engage in Iceland. They flipped. They're going to reduce the cost of engagement by 1. They're not in a diplomatic focus. They're in a military focus, but they are going to put a queue up here. So they're going to reduce this from 5 to 4, and they are going to pay $20. So we're going to go from $38 to $18. And they're going to put a cube there. And we'll check to see high-low based on the round. Round 2, they're going to go high. So 1 victory point for the US. Okay. All right, that's done. Now we're going to burn this card out of the game. And the US is going to play another card. And they're going to do their first action for the round. They're going to go for a base, build base. So they're going to do a red action. This is where the nonsense starts. Because when they build bases, everybody's going to respond. But the USA is going to do a build base. And now we're going to consult, finally, this red card over here. Very unusual the first round we didn't have build bases. But we're going to engage, or we're going to do a build base priority, which is that top red card. So what we're going to do is USA is going to consult the priority card to determine the region. And in this case, the United States is not under threat in any region. They also do not have anywhere where they can put multiple people under threat. I mean, they can put, excuse me, anywhere in their sphere of influence, they can put multiple people under threat. So they have 2 spots here. Actually, 1, 2, 3 are their zones of influence where they can put bases right now and put things. So they're going to focus between, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm sorry. So they can focus on one of these 3, or they'll probably choose 2. Yeah, they cannot build a base in Mexico right now. Actually, do they care? I don't think they care. Huh, I need to check that. Can Automas build, do they need a country they can build a base in before they can start jumping bases? Huh. All right. I'm trying to check to see if the Automa is able to build a base in a spot where it can't build a base. So start with the first point and continue down until you do a thing. If the Automa has no allied countries in a region that allow a military base to be built on them, or it can't build a base in the region, do not take the, okay. So they have to have a base, okay, got it. All right, that makes it make more sense. So they cannot build, so ironically, the US cannot build a base in Americas right now. But they can build a base in Europe, they can build a base in the Middle East, and they can, or Middle East, North Africa, and they can build a base in the East Asia Pacific. So as a result, they have 3 decisions. They have 3 spots. So we're going to choose between those 3. We got a 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to look at the bottom right-hand side here. We're going to punch in a little bit. Look at the bottom right-hand side to see if it's a 1, 2, or 3. And it's going to be a 3, so they're going to build a base over here in East Asia Pacific, which is great for me. That means that they're going to cause some ruckus with China, which is exactly what I need them to do. Please cause a ruckus with China. That's great. That's amazing. Sorry, my TV just turned back on. It's weird. All right, so we are going to do that. We're going to spend $10 to build a base in East Asia Pacific, which is going to be in Japan here for the US. And we are going to, we're going to spend $10. They have $18. They're going to go down to 8. And we're going to send a USA tank over to China. Or sorry, East Asia Pacific, right there. And we also need to give them an influence cube. So we're going to choose high-low. And the USA is going to choose high. So they're going to go for 1 point. All right, putting a lot of pressure over there. Looks good. I need to get some influence over there too, but I'm working on it. All right, now this is done. We're going to move over to the next player, which is Russia. Russia's second. So Russia's going to play their card. They're going to do a blue action. So Russia's going to do a blue action. So they're going to do a growth. Russia has $51. It's going to go for a level 2 growth card. So it's going to go left to right. I think you can afford either one. So therefore, we're going to flip A-B situation. Hopefully it chooses A. B, not A. It chose A. How rude. I wanted that. Collaboration with allies. Once per round, you can exhaust one of your allies to look at the number of cards from the top of your deck equal to the country's hex value. Draw one of these cards and leave the rest on top in any order. Boo. All right, well, Russia bought that for $25. So 10 plus 5. 20 plus 5. I'm sorry. So $25 is what Russia spent. So it's going to go down from 51 to 26. And Russia's going to score 3 plus 2, so 5 victory points. I need y'all to stop scoring points, please. Again, my strategy is a late game strat, but I don't know. I'm getting a little nervous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still way back there. I also haven't had a turn yet. So Russia's going to burn this card. And we're now going to play their first card. Oh, they're going to growth again. I don't think I can afford it. Russia's going to try to growth. It's going to try to go for a level 3 growth. So let's do a conversion here. Russia has $26. Yeah, I can't afford either of these. This is $40 and this is $45. So therefore, Russia is not going to do that. Whenever the Automa can't do a growth card, what it's going to do instead is it's going to just gain $30. So Russia's going to go from $26 to $56. And that's it. Russia's done. Now China's last of the Automas. So China's going to do a growth as well. Man, I need y'all to chill. All right, China's going to do a growth of level 2. So everybody has level 2 card. China's going to get the one that's left up there. That is so aggravating. China's going to get knowledge transfer. They're going to have $25 spent. China has enough money for it, yes. Oh no, China doesn't. Haha. Yes, even better. China has $22, not 25. So China is going to instead gain $30. So it's going to go from 22 to 52. Okay, all right, I'm happy for you. So that card is going to get burned out of the game. And now we flip over China's card. China's going to do a yellow action, so we are going to check. That's not what I pressed. China's going to do a yellow action, so China is going to move their cube from here to there. They're going to do an invest, which is what China loves doing. They're going to invest in a country. Which country are they investing in? They're going to invest in Central Asia. So Central Asia, they have Tajikistan, so they're going to invest in that one. So they're going to spend $15. So from 52 down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 37. I knew that. I'll just make sure you knew. And they're going to put a FDIC marker on Tajikistan. And we are going to put an influence cube for China in Central Asia. So we're going to choose high-low. China's going to choose high, so they're going to go for 1 victory point. So that means that this is going to score. So I might want to get involved. Oh, that's Russia. I'm sorry. So I might want to get involved in there because that could be some easy points. All right. Speaking of me, it is now my turn. Finally, I'm a real boy. I can finally have a turn. Thanks, game. So for me, man, I got a lot of things to consider. I can improve relations and engage in that country's region. So I think I want to do that. I want to do the improve relations and engage. I originally wanted to try to get more in South Asia, but given how Central Asia, is that included in my scoring condition? Hold on. So I need to have 2 allied countries from 4 regions. All right, so far I only have 1 of those done. I only have 1 of 4, so that's going to take me a while. Have more allied countries than each other player. I think I already have that right now so far. Have at least 1 engagement token on the board. I can get that back soon. And the other one is have the most influence in Middle East, North Africa, and have more influence in each other player in Africa, and have 3 influence in total in the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. So I kind of want to get involved in Central Asia, but like I don't have an incentive right now. So I think East Asia Pacific, I can get an influence over there too. But if I get one in South Asia, because it's going to be just 3 in total, right? So I can kind of focus on South Asia and Americas, maybe? Because I can build a base in Americas too. It's not going to threaten the US, but it'll give me some influence. I am torn. I think I want to get involved in, I think I want to get more involved in South Asia. I can do the Americas too, but again, I'm more like looking. Well, I can get Brazil. Brazil's going to be a 3. That's a 3 to gain that one, and I can exhaust Canada to get Brazil. Just a simple improve relations and then engage in that country's region. Oh man, this is tricky. Ooh, there's a second Nigeria. Oh, okay. I have a huge move I can do then. Okay, all right. I didn't realize that the second Nigeria was out here. So I have Nigeria already. I think this is going to be a reasonable move. This is going to give me double cubes in Africa if I do it this way. So I'm going to play the diplomatic trip, improve relations with a country you can, and then you can then engage in that country's region. So we're going to play that. We're going to improve relations with Nigeria, which is a country we already have. And oh man, Burkina Faso is now. Oh, I can get that one. Heck yeah. I wish I could do a double. So whenever you get a country you already have, sorry, I got to pay the flags. It's going to cost me 2 flags. Okay, and whenever you get a country you already have, if it's not exhausted, it's going to cover that card up. It's going to refresh and everything. But if it's not exhausted, then it's going to give you 1 influence in that region automatically. So I get 1 extra influence in the region. So I'm going to get 1 influence in Africa. I'm going to put it up here. I'm going to put it down here in the bottom. So I'm going to get 3 points. Actually, yeah, I'll take the 3 points. So 1, 2, 3, perfect. And then I get to engage in this region, which is going to give me another thing there. So I'm going to engage in this region. This is a 3. I get to reduce engagements by 2. So that's going to be a 1. So I spend 1 flag. And I get to put another influence down. And I get to put a handshake. So I'm going to put this here on the 2. Well, I'll put it on the 1. I don't want to be too greedy. I want to get a few points, but not that many. So I'm going to get 1. All right, and I get to put a handshake down, which means that I can get myself some bonuses. So I might want to focus on Africa, because remember, I need to have the most influence in Africa. Yeah, have more influence than each other player in Africa. So right now I got half the spots, so I need to get a few more down there, and I'll be good. All right, secure my future. So we're all done. Now we're going to move over to the bots. So for the bots, we're going to have coming up first is going to be the USA. So USA, we're going to flip their card, and they're going to do a green. So USA is going to do an improve relations. And USA is going to improve relations. We're going to flip a card. They're going to improve relations with whatever we flip. Not reducing any costs. So USA is going to improve relations with Africa. Cool. I'm happy for you. So USA is going to choose based on the improved relations board. They're going to choose one of its starting countries. So Burkina Faso or Ethiopia. Neither one of those is starting for the USA. Then they're going to choose the country that they can build a base. Neither one. Then they're going to choose the country with the highest value, which is going to be, thankfully, Ethiopia, because I want Burkina Faso. I can build a base there. So Ethiopia is what they're going to take. They're going to pay for the value based on money. So they're going to pay 10. Oh, USA can't afford it. Oh, no. Oh, no. In the event they can't afford it, they're going to choose the one that they can afford. Shoot. Darn it. Come on, USA. You took my Burkina Faso. How dare you? All right, they're going to take Burkina Faso. I could build a base there, but whatever. So USA is going to buy that because they can afford it. I hate it here, right? So they're going to spend $5. Man, that's so rude. Why can't you be broker? Jerks. Have more money. Get better. Get good. Things I say to myself. All right. So that is unfortunately what they're going to do. And let me double check the rules. I don't want to believe it. Again, they just stepped on my toes. They knew what I wanted. They knew what I wanted. And they just said, nope, I can't afford it. So I'm going to take the one I can afford. Blah, 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 blah. Jerks. They can't even build a base there. You can't even build a base here. You don't even go here. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. All right, next up is going to be Russia. Russia's going to flip. They're going to build a base. So Russia is the white cube. They're going to build a base. They got $56. They can do it. They're going to build a base where they're currently under threat. They're not under threat, so therefore they're going to follow the same decision before. Oh, I lied. They can put the most people under threat here in these two locations. So they're going to choose A, B situation. So they're going to go for either Europe or Middle East, North Africa. So we're going to flip the decision, and they're going to choose B. So they're going to choose Middle East. Darn it! I need to have stuff in Middle East, so I don't like them jumping in here. Yes. Oh, sorry. Hello, blue-eyed demon. I'm playing on normal mode. I'm not playing on hard mode. Yeah. No, my blood doesn't want to boil that much. Hard mode is oof. I don't want to think about it. I'm playing on normal mode because I had one game where I almost won. I haven't won yet. We're gonna see if we can change that today, though. But we were here. So Russia's putting a tank there. They're gonna spend $10. So from 56 to 46, and put a base over here in Syria, and put a tank right there in the Middle East. And they also get an influence. So we're gonna do high-low check. So we're gonna check to see if they put it high-low, and they're gonna put it high. So they're gonna get 1 victory point for Russia. And I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Keep looking at the score and feeling bad. There's my last game that I had, I think by round 2, I was in the lead because I went pretty aggressive with getting points otherwise with tanks. But again, the strategy I'm trying now is for more of a late game strategy, which means I'm going to try to get my influence up, which doesn't get me points immediately, but 7 victory points is going to be a lot. So it's going to help me catch up in the scoring phases, which means I have to suffer right now. I have to watch them have fun while I'm over here stewing. So anyway, China, they're going to do a yellow action. So China is going to move and do an invest. China has $37 they can afford it, so therefore we're going to flip because they need to spend 15. And China is East Asia Pacific. So East Asia Pacific, they do have Laos, so they're going to spend $15. So they're going to go from 37 to 22. Okay. All right, there's our little thing. And they're going to get 1 influence into East Asia Pacific for China, which is red. And they got high-low, so they're going to choose low. They're going to go for 2 points. 1, 2. All right, all done. Now we're back over to me, finally. Man, thought I would never come back to my turn. Took so long with their nonsense. So over to me, I am standing here because I've been sitting this whole time, so I want to stand. Now, I can get a growth card, which would be knowledge transfer, which is once per round, I can draw cards equal to your highest hex number among your ready ally countries, then discard that many cards. So it kind of gives me like a card cycle. That could be really good to grab, and then it'll prepare me for more stuff in the future. I also think I need to do a trade. Oh, I don't have a trade. Oh, heck no. Shoot. Okay, I might need to use this card for produce then. Because I need to have enough phones so I can increase my prosperity. That gives me money and points. And I am relying on those money and points to try to keep me in the game as well. So maybe I don't want to do a growth. So I'll hold on to that for a second. Oh, I also have these cards. No, that's fine. I don't need to worry about that. But Russia just jumped into the Middle East, which is really frustrating. So that means I need to get something going in the Middle East. So I can do military reinforcements, gain 1 tank, and then move up to 2 tanks. That's going to give me a free tank, and it's going to cost me $10 to move 2 tanks into the Middle East, even if I have no base there. It's my sphere of interest. Still costs $5 to move tanks. So I can do that, military reinforcements, to counter the threat that Russia's posing. But Russia's not in a military stance. Okay, actually, this is better. Yeah, so that'll give me 2 threat to pose to Russia, which puts pressure on Russia, which means that Russia might put another tank, which means it might race their next build base on building in the Middle East. Oh, actually, I don't want that, because then they're going to build another. They're going to get more influence there. Ugh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Jeez. Huh. Yeah, I think using my growth strategy card to produce is definitely what I'm doing. I'm going to do that eventually. So I'm going to do that before this round is over, because then I can get the phones, and I can get some more flags, and I can also get some more briefcases, and I can trade those later. The hard question is, do I want to improve relations and reset a cube? I don't really have anywhere to reset a cube to take advantage of that. It lets me reset a cube and improve relations, but that's about it. Oh, I spend one less as well. I need 2 in each spot still, so I got still 1 in the in Africa. I need, was it 2? Where's it at? Have at least 2 allied countries from 4 regions. So I currently have 1 set, and I have no other sets. Have the most influence in Middle East and North Africa, so I have to have the most. So I could go fighting for that. I can invest in a Middle East country. I can invest in Nigeria, and they'll give me an influence, and they'll give me the most, so I can kind of keep fighting back for that. It also gives me no, it does not give me a handshake to invest. I need to do engage to get a handshake. I can put tanks. I can use NATO to put some tanks if I need to, so I don't need to worry about that too much. Oh man, I also need to wear my flag. Okay, you know what? All right, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and do this card here to produce 3 resource types. So we're going to produce 3 resource types because I'm running low on flags. I need to produce 3 resource types, so I'm going to produce flags for $15. So 5 flags for $15. So from 3 to 8, so that should set me for the rest of the, hopefully this round and next round. Then I'm going to also produce phones. So I'm going to get 4 phones. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to cost me 4 raw materials. So from 5 to 1, and 4 energy. So from 6 to 2. And then I'm going to produce, see, flags and phones. And I can produce 1 briefcase. Oh no, 2 briefcases. Okay, yeah, I'll do 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. There we go. All right. So that kind of sets me up for future rounds. It doesn't do anything for me immediately, which means my points are going to suffer. But it means that I have more flags to be more flexible for diplomatic things. I also have my phones ready for the next production or for next prosperity phase, and I also have my briefcases later for either selling to other people to export or to get my next technology card, my next growth card. So. Very lackluster turn, but I'm trying to invest in the future. Every time I play when I want to do things now to benefit now, I end up having a hard game. So I'm trying to all right, let me go for the long game. Let me see if that works. We're trying something new here. Okay, so now it's over to the Automas. So for their 3rd turn, the USA is going to go first. They're going to build a base. So the USA is going to be under threat here. And the USA is going to build a base there, which I love because they have military stance, which means that they are going to mess up Russia, and I'm happy. That means that Russia might respond by building another tank there, which kind of sucks, but at least the USA is putting pressure on them. So I want USA to put pressure on them. USA is also putting pressure over China here, so USA is actually helping me out. They're getting some points. I don't like that, but at least they're fighting some of the battles that I want them to fight. So the Automas are doing the Automa thing. So the USA is going to build a base, and they're broke. Stop being broke. Oh my gosh. Okay, USA can't afford it. Never mind. Jeez. They had $3. What? Can I just give you $10? Can I just give them $10? Hey, USA, here's a loan. All right, well, the USA is not going to do what I wanted them to do. So dumb. All right, the USA can't afford to build a base. So if it can't afford to build a base, it will trade instead. That's so lukewarm. It's conspiracy, I tell you. Conspiracy. All right, so the USA is going to trade. Oh, sorry. Let me bring our view back up to here. So the USA is going to trade. They have no cubes in trade, but they're still going to trade. So they're going to just get a free trade without moving any cubes. But they're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're going to get $35. So they're going to have 38. So from 3 to 38. I'm so mad at this. I'm so mad at the US took the country I wanted, and then they didn't even. Why'd you take Burkina Faso? Why? You took the country I wanted, and then you just floundered over. Ugh, man, what a disappointment. Come on, USA. Stop being realistic. All right, so let me flip over our next card. Russia's going to, of course, build a base. All right, yeah, whatever. All right, Russia's building a base. Russia is the white cube. And they're going to build a base. They're not under threat anywhere. They can add threat here, here, or here. Oh, to the most players. So they're choosing between these two. Is it the most players? Let me check. A region or zone of interest where they will put at least one player under threat. Oh, it says at least. Okay, never mind. I misread that earlier, but I paid the consequences for that. So Russia's going to expand its choice from just these two to 1, 2, 3. I thought it said the most players under threat. It says at least one player under threat. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, no, I lied. So there's a second bullet point there. So the first bullet point, so the main bullet point is where they'll put at least one person under threat. And then if there's multiple regions, then a region where there's a player has more tanks. And then if there's still a tie, then where it will put the most players under threat. Okay, so I was right. So here and here. All right, so Russia's going to choose between there and there again. Like the jerks they are. We're going to A-B it. So A is Europe, B is Middle East. And they chose A, so they're going to build a base in Europe. They're going to build a base in Belarus. And they're going to spend $10 for that. See, USA, why can't you be like Russia? Come on now. Is it because I gave Russia $18? Is that what happened? Is that why you're forsaking me, USA? You're mad I traded with the Russia? They're going to get an influence cube as well. And we're going to go high-low. So Russia's going to go low round 2, so they're going to get 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. I need my cards to start carding because I'm falling behind by a lot here. Again, Russia's running away with it. China's going to do it too once we get to the end game. So, all right, so that's all done. Speaking of China, these jerks. Oh, they're going to build a base too. They're going to build a base over here in East Asia Pacific. They're in a military stance with the USA, so they're going to build one in East Asia Pacific. No need to look at everything else because they're under threat there. So China is going to build a base in Laos. They're going to spend $10, so from 22 down to 12. And they're going to move 1 tank here, and they're going to get 1 influence as well. So high-low situation. They're both 1 point, but still, China's going to go high. For permanent influence. 1 point for China. Okay, all done. Now we're on to my turn. I'm so mad at the US. So mad. Like, I don't think I can be madder. So I might need to play this stupid card to get a tank and move it. I'm really mad at this. I can't express how mad I am at this. All right, so I'm going to do military reinforcements. Sorry. I'm going to play military reinforcements. I'm going to gain 1 tank. And then I'm going to move 2 tanks. I got to spend $10 to move 2 tanks, but I'm going to move 2 tanks. I can move it into the Middle East, or I can move it into Europe. Because I need more influence than anybody else in the Middle East, I'm going to move into Europe because I need to protect myself in Europe. Oh, what is this? I don't know what that was supposed to do. I'm assuming that was supposed to be at the top. Oh man, that sucks. All right. Oh, did I never? I don't think I ever decided, did I? Did I decide? No, I did. They got 4 points. Yeah, they went to the bottom. Right? Right? For Russia? Did they? Huh. They've invested and they built a base. I'm assuming they went low because they were at 30 and they got 4 extra points, so they went low. Okay. So I'm moving 2 tanks into Europe so I can try to defend against Russia. So I'm putting pressure on Russia. Russia might build another tank, build another base there, which kind of sucks. Actually, Russia's going to move a tank there. It's not going to build a base. So knowing that information, actually, I want to put this over into here. Yeah, I want to put it over there. I don't have any way to kind of make a deal. I might have to burn my executive order because if I can get a handshake, actually, Yeah, no, I would rather get an engagement marker up here. So I'm going to try to get an engagement marker up here. I'm going to burn my executive order as my next turn. And I'm going to do an engagement marker up into the Europe. And that's going to allow me to get the protection I need and also give me a cube up there. I thought about doing it down here. Well, if I do in the Middle East, because I need more cubes in the Middle East. Okay, fine. All right, I'm moving my 2 tanks over into Europe. It still costs the same amount of money, but I'm going to do a engage. I'm going to spin my executive order to get the engage that I need to engage in the Middle East, and that's going to allow me to put in a handshake down here, and it's also going to allow me to get an influence up here. I originally thought about doing it here for Europe because I can get more money by spending the engagement token, but if I'm going to use that engagement token for defense, and I'm not using it for money, so I'm going to use it for Middle East, it's going to give me the cube I need and move on and progress things. So, okay, so I know what my next turn is going to be. We're going to move over to the bots, though, starting off with the USA. So USA, they're going to do a green action. So for them, they're going to do an engage. So where are they engaging? USA is going to engage in Europe. Hey, USA is going to engage in Europe. They are going to reduce that cost by 1. They have $38, so they're going to go from 5 down to 4 because we're paying this cost here. So they're going from 5 down to 4, and they're going to spend $20. So from 38 to 18. And they're going to get a cube. High or low? Gotta shuffle this to find out. The next exciting episode of Is CulBlu Gonna Lose? And if so, by how much? The stress. Stress. All right, there we go. So high, low, they're gonna go high. So we're gonna go for 1. Okay. So USA is done. Now we're gonna go for Russia. And they are going to do a green action. Russia's going to improve relations. So let's improve relations. Who are they improve relations with? We're gonna flip a country. And Russia's gonna improve relations with East Asia Pacific. Wow, that's outside of their sphere, isn't it? Ooh, interesting. Look at them go. I'm happy for you. They can build a base nowhere, so they're going to go for the place with the highest. They're going to go for South Korea, which is a place that U.S. can build a base. I kind of thought about getting South Korea, but I didn't want it. So they're going to spend $15 for it. And we go from 36 down to 21. All right, and we moved all their cubes. Yeah, they only have 1. Okay, let me make sure I did that right. Okay, yep, we're all good. So now we go into China. China's last. China's going to do a growth. China has $12. It can't afford it because it needs to get a level 2 growth, and the growth cards are going to cost $25. So China's going to get magically $30. So from 12 to 42. All right, and now we're going into the player side. So for the player side, I said I was going to do executive order, and I will. So I'm going to discard. Improve relations and do my executive order, and I'm going to use that executive order to engage, and I'm going to engage in the Middle East, North Africa. So engaging in the Middle East, North Africa is going to cost me 6. I get to reduce my engagement cost by 2, so it goes down to 4, and I could exhaust Jordan to reduce that by 1 again. Should I? Yeah, I think I will. So we're going to reduce that to 3. So it's going to cost me 3 flags. So it's going to go from 8 diplomacy down to 5 diplomacy. And because I want to preserve my diplomacy, because next round I want to try to go domestic or military. I might go military so I can try to push back on Russia. But that's going to give me a cube in this area and a handshake, which is what I wanted, because a handshake is going to be for defense. And that's going to give me 2 defense, which is all I need, because Russia has 1 tank. And I'm going to be able to exhaust that for 2 defense. All right, so I get a cube. Where's my cube? And I'm going to put it down here for 5 points. So I'm going to catch up. So from 14 up to 19. And I'm done. And that's it. So we're all done. I got a handshake over here in Africa. I got a handshake over here in the Middle East. I think my handshake in Africa, I'm going to exhaust so I can... I might leave it. It gives me defense for later. I think I'll leave this one here for a while. I don't think anybody's going to put a tank in Africa, but just in case they do. But I'm definitely going to have to exhaust the handshake here to stop Russia's pressure from threatening me. I'm also threatening Russia, which is great, so they're going to lose 2 points because of that. And Russia's going to cause the U.S. to lose 2 points, which is even better. Russia's going to cause the U.S. to lose 2 points here, but not me. It's going to be a great situation. Oh, actually, I lied. The U.S. has 1 defense here. I lied. And the U.S. has 1 defense here. So the U.S. is actually not threatened by Russia, because the U.S. is in a military stance. They got one defense in all their zones of interest. Okay, so never mind. No point loss for the U.S., but it will be point loss for Russia, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Cool, well done. All right, so we're at the end. We're going to do our research phase. So let's go ahead and move over to the Automas so we can see how they go. Notice that they only have 2 cards left in their deck, which is great. That means that what we're going to do is we are going to flip over these 2 cards. We're going to give them their rewards and their research values. And then after we do that, we're going to shuffle their deck now, put it down here, and then we're going to do a research phase and like put their cards on top of the deck. So that's how we're going to do that. So let's start off with the USA. I was going to go from top to bottom, not going to pay attention to turn order. So USA is going to earn $8, so from 18 to 26. 26? Yeah, 26. China is going to gain $8 extra, so it's going to go from 42 to 50. And then Russia's going to go from 21 to 7, or sorry, 20. It's going to get $7 extra, so it's going to go from 21 to 28. And I'll change our music here. Sure, that works. Okay, that's all done. So now we're going to go ahead and get our research added up for everybody. So the Russia is in a domestic focus, so I'll do them first. Russia's in a domestic focus, they're going to get 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1. So 4 plus 1, so 5 plus 2, so 7. They're going to get 7. And then for China, they're going to get 2 plus 1, so 3. Wow, not much. And then for the USA, USA is going to go for 2 plus 1, so 3 as well. Wow, they're pretty low on the research, so might be able to do something with that. All right, everybody's going before I am, which is a little frustrating. So whatever, see if I care. See if I care. Okay, he cares deeply. Okay, so we're going to go over to the upper area, which is camera 2. There we go. Well, it's camera 3, or this position, but it didn't matter. So we are going to start with the USA. They go first. So the USA is going to go first. So they have 3 research to spend. They're going to buy the most expensive thing they can. And if they can't afford anything, which is interesting. What happens if they can't afford anything? Well, that's never happened before. Interesting. I mean, I'm not complaining they can't afford anything. Do they not get double actions? The Automa will always get the card from the market with the highest cost it is able to afford. If it's a tie between 2 cards, it's going to do the thing. If it's still a tie, it's going to do the thing. If the Automa has any left over, it won't get any additional cards. Instead, it'll spend 1 to burn a card. The Automa gets... the card the Automa gets goes on top of the deck. I don't think it's ever happened before that the Automa couldn't afford anything. Did I add it right? I had it right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. USA has only got 3. The Automa will always get the card from the market with the highest cost it is able to afford. If tied between 2 or more cards with the same cost, consult the market priority. If there's still a tie, it takes a card with a tie. It can't afford any though. It doesn't say. Wow, that's wild. So it has a section here for playing cards from the market. Oh man. Am I going to have a chance? Is this my chance? At the beginning of every round, after the first, the top card of the Automa's deck should be the card that I got from the market from the previous round. If the card features more than one type of symbol, then the Automa performs the action that corresponds to the thing. What? Man, it doesn't say. It literally doesn't say. Has this never come up? Oh my gosh, I gotta check Board Game Geek. Oh no. I mean, I'm glad for them to not, I'm happy for them to not do anything, but this is like a question for the ages here. What happens if the Automa can't afford? It only has 3 research. Oh, let me check our cheat sheet. The cheat sheet might have it. So draw 2 cards. If there's any other icon, convert it. Gain the research points on the left side. The Automa will always buy the most expensive card it can. If there's a tie, follow the priority. If there's a tie, take the thing. For each remaining card, it does a thing. Wow, there's really not a rule for this? I mean, I'll take it as reprieve. I'll take it as relief. But okay, all right. Let's go back. Let's go back and double check and make sure I'm not going crazy here. So the Automa is going to get 1 for every 3 countries it has. So the U.S. has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The U.S. is in a military stance, and the cards it has left are 1 and 1. So it has 3, right? 1, 2, 3. I'm not going crazy, right? I'm not going crazy. And now China has 1, 2, and only has 1 extra, so 3. And Russia has 7. Russia's fine. Russia can afford whatever it wants. But if we go back over here to the board, we have 4, 4, 4, 4. Yeah, it can't afford anything. I don't think this has ever happened. And the fact that it happened twice is one of those is like, oh man, interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna make a call and say the Automa doesn't get it just has to get good. I feel like the call might be to let them add another card, but I feel like I don't want them. I don't want them having 2 actions. That's broken. It's just annoying, and it gives me a chance. It benefits me greatly if they don't. All right, I'll ask in the Board Game Geek forum. Give me a quick second. Automa can't afford research any card. Wins next. Playing 3-player game 4. Both the USA and the China Automas have 3 research total. All of markets cards are 4 research or higher. What happens to the Automas? Do they not purchase? Does this mean that they don't get bonus action for starts of next round? I'm all for the answer being yep, but I haven't had this happen before, so wanted to check. Also, rulebook doesn't say. Okay, so we asked our question. We'll see if somebody gets on that and answers that. I'm going to play it as too bad, get good. But US is going to still spend this 1 to burn cards, so we're going to burn 1, 2, 3. So we're going to burn 1 first. Maybe I can afford a 2. I don't know if 2s even exist. I think 3 is the cheapest it gets here. And then 2. And 3. Wow. So it looks like China's going to be doing the same thing unless the 3 shows up. Nope, no 3s. All right, so China's going to do the same thing. Actually, no, Russia goes first. So the USA is done. They didn't get any cards. Whew. I don't feel bad for them. I do not feel bad for them. They can get wrecked. I have a great amount of respect for my adversaries, but also get good, bro. It's what I shall say about. But it's mostly because yeah, I've been getting beat up on enough. Take that. All right, so Russia's going to be able to afford a card though. Russia has 7, so it's going to buy the most expensive it can. There's a tie with these two. They're both the same, so it's going to buy the one furthest to the left or closest to the deck. So it's going to, oh, I forgot to shuffle their cards. Here we go. So card shuffled, added to the top of the deck. Now China is going to be last. China has 3. China can afford that card. Hey, look at that. China got a bailout from Russia. All right, so the USA is the only one who suffered from that. That's so unfortunate. I mean, again, I don't feel super bad. I feel a little bad, but just not super bad. The USA can go kick rocks. Okay, so that's all done. Now I finally get to do my purchase. Before I do, let me check this here. Interesting. Okay, cool. That's good to know. All right, going back to our chat here. Oh, sorry. I see a chat here from Blue Eye Demon. It says, "Doesn't the USA spend points to discard row cards that have leftover points?" Yes, it does. It does. I was just trying to figure out if it's ever going to buy a card. China got lucky. A 3 showed up. I was hoping a 3 wouldn't show up. That way, I'll have 2 Automas who didn't get bonus, but that didn't work out for me. So the USA is the only one who suffered. Which I'm okay with the USA suffering. That's fine. USA needs to suffer a little bit. We've been doing some weird nonsense. Real life stuff aside, let's go and jump into here. I have 6 purchasing power. So I will. What do I want to do? So I want to engage. I need more engagement. And diplomatic de-escalation survived. Well, I don't think it survived. I think another one came out. Let me see. Yeah, it didn't. Well, did it? Oh wow, it did survive. That's crazy. Yeah, diplomatic de-escalation survived. Holy crap. All right, I'm definitely getting that one. That's an omen. I gotta get diplomatic de-escalation. Diplomatic de-escalation lets me engage, put a handshake, and then I can spend a flag to throw somebody's tank out of there. So I can use that to kind of bully Russia and push back on China if I really want to get in there and just mess with China to help out the U.S. with winning the East Asia Pacific arena. So I'm gonna go for diplomatic de-escalation. It's gonna cost me 4. And if I can get a second one of those, that'd be great. Dominant power. Engage in a region, spending 1 flag less for each tank that you have in the region. It's not that great. Ensure peace in the region. Engage in the region, spending 1 flag less for each allied country that you have in the same region. Ooh, that's really good for me. I might want that one. Successful negotiations, ready an allied country, and then you can search the deck to choose one of the countries to improve relations with it, shuffle the rest, and flip to, yeah, okay. That could be good too. I think I have 2 left, right? So I have 2 left plus my countries here. I also have Pakistan is untapped or unexhausted, so that's going to give me the ability to possibly buy more cards. I need to do a bunch more engage. I need to engage more because we're about to get to a scoring step, and I want my scoring cards to actually score for me. So I need a lot of engages, or invest, or build a base. Building a base is nice, but I don't think it's necessary. It might trigger an arms race, and I don't think I'm ready for that. I can try to go for a military focus for the next round to kind of make my tanks more threatening, and also do the diplomatic stuff. But if I'm going to engage a bunch, I need to stay in a diplomatic focus. So I'm torn because I want to get the build base. I want to get my tanks. I want to do the tank thing too. I want to get my tanks on the board and like, look at me posing and posturing. But engaging is where I should be, and engaging is what I should do. Again, discipline. It requires discipline. I've run into issues of not being disciplined when I play these games. So I'm going to stay disciplined. I'm going to stay with the engagements. So I'm going to take one of these engagements. This one gives me 1 flag less for each tank I have in the region, which can help me out right now with Europe. I don't think I'm going to be getting a ton of tanks. I might move around those tanks a little bit, but otherwise, ensure peace in the region. That could be strong, especially since we're going to be collecting a lot of countries anyway. And then successful negotiations could be good to kind of pick and choose what country I want. I can actually use successful negotiations to get South Asia to get a base over there, and maybe give myself more of an opportunity to cause China some heartache. Because again, I know I keep saying China this, China that, China this, China that. My reason for saying this, every time I played the game, China has gotten to a point by the end of like round 4, round 5, where China's score is just all the way across the board, and we're like just barely breaking 50, 60, 70, and China's at like 100 already. So I really want to put more pressure on China. So far, China hasn't really been exploding yet, but I think this is the time to put my hand in China's cookie jar and kind of cause them some disruption. So as a result of that, I'm really kind of hell-bent on causing China some issues, even though Russia is currently running away with it. So Russia is currently in the lead over there, and USA's kind of been in the middle for every single game I played, solo and also with other players. Actually, I take it back. When I play with other players, USA won, but that's not the point. The point is, I need to put more pressure on China now, because China scores a lot of its points from investing in its countries, and I can't stop I can't stop China from investing in countries. But the reason why China gets a lot of points from investing in countries is because it ends up with a lot of influence on the board. So I need to try to get in their way now, which is why I'm trying to spend time doing this. I'm trying to spend time doing that. I'm trying to spend time getting my influence cubes on the board. It's not as entertaining. It's not as exciting as seeing tanks march around the board. You see handshakes and like, what is that going to do? You're going to threaten me with some sign language. But the reality of it is that for the EU, I need to focus on engagements. So in order to do that, I'm going to focus on engagements, but I also want to try to cause China some heartache in South Asia. So I think I want to take the successful negotiations card, which is going to allow me to ready a country, and then it's going to allow me to kind of pull any country of my choice. So kind of give that one-time superpower, and I can hopefully get that card to shuffle back in or show back up, and I can do it again later. So that is a reasonable one. An alternative to all that, and I thought about it for a split second, was boost production. It allows me to increase the production, produce it if able, and then I can play another card. The drawback of that is that my research phase is going to be very lackluster if I do that, so I don't think I'm going to do that. But successful negotiations and ensure peace in the region, these are two cards that I think are going to be my go-tos. I want to try to get double engage, and maybe I can still get both. I can get all three, so this one for 12. Can I even afford that? We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I can just barely afford it. But I have to tap every country, which means that, man, if I do tap every country, hold on. See, if I stay in diplomatic focus and I refresh 5, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, I can actually do that, because this lets me ready a country and then do the thing. Okay, yeah. So I'll angle towards that. But I'm going to gain this one first, because successful negotiation is still going to be good for me to grab. So I'm spending 4, so this is 2, and I'm exhausting Nigeria. Okay, let's see, steady partnership. Invest in an allied country. You can choose a country even if you have already invested in it. You can only do that once. I don't really want that. I don't need to invest in any of my countries here based on my scoring conditions, so I'm okay with not investing in them. It's too late for me to invest and get a payback anyway. So the next one I was going to do was going to be ensure peace in the region. Before I do, key economic partner. Ready an allied country, then invest in that country without exhausting it. That's almost as good as doing an engage. I don't know. Okay, I feel like this card for sure. I'm taking this one for sure. So let me go and grab this one so I don't jinx myself out of it. So spin 4, so 3, and Norway. It's 1. And now the question is, do I go for dominant power for another engage? I mean, I only have 4 actions, and I'm buying 4 cards, so clearly I'm playing these 4 cards. But do I keep my countries untapped? So 1, 2, 3, 4 are tapped, are exhausted, and then 2 are not exhausted? Or do I go ahead and get the key economic partner? It's going to cost me money, but I get to invest in a country without exhausting, which means I can do more stuff with it. And it lets me ready a country at the same time. Whereas this one allows me to engage in a region, spending 1 flag less for each tank that I have. It lets me get a handshake back in Europe if I want to get a handshake back in Europe or into Europe. I don't know. It's kind of good either way. I feel like either card is pretty good. I feel a little bit better about dominant power than I do about key economic partner, because key economic partner costs. Oh, actually, hold on. How many flags do I have? I'm gonna get 5 more, so I'm gonna have 10 flags. I think I should have enough flags to pay for everything. So what I was going to say was that maybe I need to go for this to spend money instead of spending flags. But if I'm going to have a lot of flags anyway, I'm going to have 10 flags by the end of the round. Oh, sorry, but by the time I start doing round 3, then I think I can afford to go for dominant power. I mean, investing gives me a little bit of money back, and I can invest in a tiny country. I can invest in like Norway or something, and it'll give me $2 per round. So it'll give me what is that? We have 2, 4, 6, 8. It'll give me $8 back out of the 10 I spent, which is not the best return. EU member states is another option, but it's going to cost me 15, and I'm going to get 4. So 1, 2. I'm going to get 16 back. I don't know. Investing doesn't feel good. Investing never feels good. It's cheaper than spending flags for engaging for sure, but it just doesn't feel good. Okay, all right, we're gonna take the investing one. I know I said it doesn't feel good, but let's just give it a shot. I don't know. We're gonna spend 4, so 2, 4. All right, so we're all exhausted. We have no more resources to spend. Everybody has purchased all their cards. I think I've set my fate here. We'll see if this actually pays out and see if this actually pans out into a good way or any good way. We're going to go back to our main board because we have more things to do. We're done with our research phase. Return on investments. So the automatons, whatever you want to call them. The USA is going to get $5. So from 26 to 31. China is going to get 15. So from 50 to 65. And then Russia is going to gain 5. So from 28 to 33. Okay, all done. We are all finished. All right, so now we're gonna figure out the, Next we gotta do prosperity. So prosperity track, the USA can't afford it, China can't afford it, and Russia can afford it. So let me go ahead and spend their money and I'll move their markers. So let me do this first. So Russia's gonna spend $20, so from 31 to 13. China is going to spend $20, so from 65 to 45. And America is going to spend $15, so from 31 to 16. All right, and America is going to get 3 points. China is going to get 4. Russia is going to get 4. So let's go ahead and add those points up here on the board. So America is going to get 3. 1, 2, 3. China is going to get 4. 4, and Russia is going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, and then for me, as the player over here, I also have my prosperity track to increase. I have enough phones, I have enough consumer goods, so we're going to do 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to go up a level. I'm going to get 4 victory points and $15, which I will probably need. 4 VP. So from 19 to 23. Okay, so we're all established. That's all done. We've done our prosperity. So now we resolve threat. These are going to be fun. So Russia is actually under threat by me. Haha, take that, Russia. I don't threaten the USA, but Russia does threaten the USA. So Russia's going to lose 2 points, and Russia's going to cause. So I'm going to cause Russia to lose 2 points, and Russia's going to cause the US to lose 2 points. I lied. Never mind. USA is in a military stance, so therefore USA has 1 defense here. Russia's not in a military stance, so only has 1 threat here, so therefore Russia doesn't do anything to the USA. Shoot. All right, but anyway, I caused Russia to lose 2 points. That's all I care about. Okay, so over here for the Middle East and North Africa, so Russia's threatening me by 1, and I have 0 defense. I'm going to exhaust this, and that's going to give me 2 defense for every member country I have, which is just 1 in the Middle East. It's Jordan. And that's going to give me 2 defense, so therefore nothing happens here. I could have returned this on investment. Nah, I'll leave it. I need to have one on the board anyway. Over here in the East Asia Pacific, China and America are both in a military stance, so they cancel each other out, so nothing happens there. So Russia lost 2 points because of me. Haha, take that, Russia. All right, and that's it. So we're done with the threat. No scoring happens yet, so we move on to round 3. Oh, okay. Move on to round 3. All right, round 3. Starting off at the top of the round, first thing we need to do is we need to draw our cards. So I need to draw 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, exactly. My executive order has been burnt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Look at that. Look at all that green. Look at that green. We're going to be doing improving, engaging, readying, improving, engaging. I have 3 engage cards and 2 improve cards and 1 ready. Or sorry, 1 ready and invest. So we're going to have a reasonable turn. This is going to be fun. Especially for the scoring round. I'm going to get some influence on the board. My goal is to try to get Africa up and then try to get Middle East scored. And then everything else is going to be a crapshoot. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. All right, moving on. I drew my cards. Next, we're going to reveal country cards. Argentina, UAE, Angola, Bangladesh, Singapore. Hey, I can build a base there. Bosnia, and Kazakhstan. All right. So new countries have been revealed. Next up, we're going to determine turn order. I am dead last, so not happy about that. But Russia's first. Wow. And then the USA is second, and China's third. And now we move on to produce primary resources for me. So I get to produce primary resources, so I get 1 energy and 1 material, and I get 3 food. 1, 2, 3. And I get to choose my focus. Diplomatic. I gotta say diplomatic. I'm gonna say diplomatic here. I get to refresh 5 countries, ready 5 countries. We're gonna ready. Let's see. Who am I gonna invest in? I think I want to invest in Jordan. So we're going to, so because of that, because if I, hold on, this is ready and then invest. Which one? Ready, an allied country. Then you can search that thing. You can search through the deck. This one's ready and then invest in a country without exhausting it. Do I need to have, I need to have 2 in each region. Oh my gosh, this is going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. I don't have any growth cards either. And I spent my thing already. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. All right, we're gonna stay here. We're gonna ready everything except for Jordan. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, alternatively, if I leave Nigeria unreadied, I could ready Nigeria. Do I need? Hold on. What do I need? What do I need? Let me check. So my goal cards here. My goal cards are telling me what I need to focus on. So my goal card says have more allied countries than other players. I got that already. Have at least 2 allied countries in each. Have at least 2 allied countries each from 4 regions. So we're just doing the left side here because we're about to be around 3 scoring. I have 1. I only have 1. I need a lot of allies. I need to, oh my gosh, I need to improve a lot of relations. Holy crap. I am so far behind on that. No. I might not be able to make that goal. This sucks. Oh no, you know, it's not that I don't care, but this one's only 5 points. I think I care more about this. This is 9 points. So let me focus on this one. Have the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa. I have 2. So I have the most so far, but I need to work on that. Have more influence than each other player in Africa. I have that so far. Have at least 3 influence in the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. I got 1 in East and South Asia, so I need to get some more influence in America or South Asia or East Asia Pacific. East Asia Pacific is not scoring right now, but it probably will by the time we're done with this. So South Asia is scoring, so I can try to jump in there. So this is gonna hurt. So I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to pick a path. I'm not gonna be able to do both of these, all of these both. I can get the engagement marker on the board. I already got that in Africa, and I already have more countries than other people, so I can get 3 points. I want to get 5, but I might have to call that middle one a wash. And then for this card, have the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa. It's going to take me a little bit to kind of maintain that. It's not scoring right now, which is a benefit, but it's also kind of a drawback. So I can try to get some cubes on the board to help that out. This one's have more influence than any other player in Africa, each other player in Africa. I have that already. And this one is have at least 3 influence in the places. So the limiter here is how many actions will I have? I only have 4 actions. And of those 4 actions, I can get 1 influence from here. I can get 1 influence from here. I can get another influence from here. And I can get another influence from here. Just looking at the symbolism here on the card, which shows a little cube. So I have 4 ways to get influence. And that's 4 actions total. So 4 ways to get influence, 4 actions, and these actions aren't always beneficial depending on what they're doing overall. I think none of these will gain me any extra countries, which kind of sucks. But again, if I'm focusing on this, I need 2 more influence in South Asia, East Asia Pacific, or Americas to get this one true. And I need to get more influence in Middle East. So I need to put 2 influence in Middle East. I need to put 2 influence into East Asia and Americas or South Asia. So what I'm saying is I got my work cut out for me. So these are the 4 cards I have to play. I want to play this card, but I don't think I can, which sucks. Because I was kind of banking on this card doing something. I mean, I guess I got this card instead to kind of replace this card, because this card does not give me any influence, but it gives me another country, which could help me towards the other goal. But the other goal, again, is only going to be 3 extra points, which is still not nothing. It's like a huge amount of points. So it gives me 2 extra points. But I think I really want to go for that 9-pointer. So these are my 2 cards I'm not playing then, which means I'm going to have 5 research. I'm going to have 1 extra diplomacy and $3. So that could help me pivot later. And we can try to figure out what order I'm going to play these cards in, depending on what happens. And I might need to pull NATO, depending on what stance Russia takes. Because if Russia takes a military stance, that might put me at threat. So yeah, all right. I'm just kind of playing out my turn here to try to, again, discipline. I need to focus on discipline. So I need to be disciplined here. I need to be a disciplined country runner. Oh, wrong button. I'm sorry. All right. So as a result, we have all that settled. Everything's all good. And yeah, okay. I'm glad I walked through all that with you. So that's my stuff. My stance is going to be diplomatic focus. We can produce flags. So we're going to spend $15 to produce flags. And we're going to get 5 flags. And engagement costs 2 less. Now we're going over to the Automas. The Automas, we need to set them up. So for the Automas, we are going to go here. And we need to change our focus. So starting off with, we determined tournament? Yeah, we did. Starting off with Russia. Russia is going to go into a military focus. Shoot. All right, well, that's what I did. That's what I hope they didn't do. Well, heck. Okay, USA is going to go into a diplomatic focus. Come on, USA. I need you to stay military. Always doing something silly. And then China is going to go into a diplomatic focus. Shoot. All right, so 2 diplomatic focuses here for the bots. We're going to give them their money. China and the USA are going to get $5 per round. Is it $5 per round? Let me check. Yeah, China and the USA are going to get $5 per round, so $15 per round. So $15 for now. So $15 for the USA. They're going to go from 16 to, oh man, does it have this 31? Lots of math in this game, crazy. And China's going to go 15 as well, so they're going to go to from 45 to 60. Okay, and Russia is going to get $3 per round, so Russia's going to get $9, so from 13 to 22. All right. So that's all their money. That's all their stuff. Diplomatic focus is going to give them a special action. They're going to be able to grab a country outside of their sphere of influence, which I kind of hate. So they as in China and America. So diplomatic focus is going to have them improve relations, only choosing countries outside of its sphere of influence. So it's going to choose a country outside of spheres of influence. We're going to start with USA. So USA is going to choose, nope, America's in a sphere. Europe is in a sphere. Europe is in a sphere. Central Asia is not in a sphere. So therefore, America is going to choose to improve relations with one of these countries. There's a tie between Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. How you pronounce that? My apologies for butchering it. So therefore, they're going to choose the one that's the highest hex. There's a tie. They're going to choose a place they can build a base. There's a tie, neither one. So they're going to choose the one on the left. So Kazakhstan is what the USA is going to buddy up with. And they're going to spend 10. Oh, they're going to spend 5 less. Wait, do they spend 5 less now? Oh, no. Improve relations, they don't get a discount for that. That's only when they do engage. So, yeah, they spend 10. They got to spend 2 flags. So, all right, there we go. USA's done. Now, for China, China is going to choose. Oops. Central Asia is in a sphere of influence. Africa is not in its... Oh, come on. Leave me alone. Go away. Rude. All right, so they're going to choose South Africa. Oh, no, they can build a base here. So was it first is build a base? Yeah, they can build a base in Africa and Angola. So they're going to get Angola for 10. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, I lied. They're going to choose South Africa because South Africa is one of China's starting countries. So China is going to choose a starting country before a place where it can build a base. So it's going to choose this one, South Africa. So it's going to spend 3. It's going to spend 15. So from 60 down to 45 again. Okay, and that's all done. So that's their special action that they get because they're rude. All right, now we go into the actual actions for the round. Starting off with action number 1 for Russia. Russia's going to go first. We have a Automa card, or we have a research card. It's going to do a blue action. Russia has $22. It's going to go for a level 3. I don't think it can afford one. We'll double check though. Russia's going to go for a level 3. It can't afford it. That's going to be, bring our conversion chart back up. It's going to be $10 per briefcase and $5 per flag. So it's going to be $40 and it's going to be $45. Russia has $22. It can't afford it. Therefore, Russia just gets $30. So it's going to go from 22 to 52. And that card gets burned out of the game. And then we go back. And Russia's going to flip a card and it's going to do a yellow action. So yellow action for Russia is going to be, Russia is white, it's going to do an invest. So it's going to invest in a country. It is going to invest in Europe. It has Belarus, so it can invest there. It's going to invest in Belarus. It's going to spend $15. So from 52, making my math hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 37. There we go. I knew that. And it spent $15, so we're going to put a FDI marker on it. And they're going to get an influence in Europe, which I don't appreciate. I don't think I need to win this area up here, do I? I kind of want to, but all right, we're going to flip. And they're going to go round 3 high. They're going to go for 1 point. Okay, so Russia is done. All right, so now, Russia's done, correct. So now we're going to go over to the USA. They didn't get a bonus card, so they're scrubs. They just get 1 action. Ha, take that. Oh, they're building a base. Hey, you better be building a base in a good spot. Come on now. You let me down last time, USA. Don't let me down this time. So USA is currently not under threat here. USA is currently under threat in Europe. So USA will build actually they're in threat in both of these places. So there's a 50-50, there's a high-low situation. So we have an A-B situation, So A-B. So we're going to go for A or B. Can USA build? They can build a base in either spot. Yeah, they can. Okay, so we're going to go A or B. So they're going to choose B. So USA is going to build a base here. So they're going to build a base in the Middle East, North Africa, which means they're going to get influence, which means that they're going to be tied with me, which means I'm annoyed at that. So we're going to spend $10 for the USA from $21 to $11. We're going to build a base here in Iraq. And we're going to put a USA tank over there. And we're going to choose high-low here for the influence, round 3. They're going to go high, so 1. Remember, I need the most, so the USA has caused me problems now. All right. And then finally, we're over to China. China has a research card, so it's going to do a red action. China's going to build a base somewhere. So it is going to do a build a base. And China's going to build a base. It's not under threat anywhere. So it can cause problems here or there or there. Actually, no, I lied. Here or here. So these are 2 spots that can cause problems. So therefore, China has a 50-50. Nobody has more tanks than it does. And it's going to flip a card A-B situation. So A-B. And it's going to choose B. So it's going to build a base here. Thank you. Oh, no, don't do that. Oh, honey, what are you doing? Okay, so China's going to build a base there. They're going to build a base in Laos. So that's the second base. That's the max they can build right now. They can build that for 10. So from 45 to 35. And then we get a red tank that rolls on up in here. We get an influence here for China as well. And we're going to do high-low. And they're going to choose high for 1 point. Right. Okay, now I get to do my turn. We already kind of got it figured out what I'm going to do. I just don't know what order I'm going to do it in. So, I really want to improve my relations with South Asian country and then search for a country. Like I feel like that's what I want to do. Ready an ally country, which is going to be, oh, I guess Middle East is where I need to focus, huh? Yeah, Middle East is where I need to focus if I'm going to do all that. Okay, so engage in a region. If I have tanks there, I can reduce the cost. I can't move tanks right now. Ugh. I can use NATO to get some more tanks into the Middle East, but it's going to cause Russia to build more bases there. Whoa. Oh, I can add a cube onto the permanent side. Oh, that NATO card is actually pretty strong. I'm going to hold on to that. That's going to give me another cube, which I was not counting on. So, oh, sorry, you can't see my screen. There we go. So, I mean, NATO would give me a free cube. So if I engage in Middle East, North Africa right now, then can I ready and engage? Because I'm going to need a handshake one way or another. You know? So I think engage. Invest is nice, but invest is not what I want to do. I want to engage. So... Oh man, this is challenging. And Middle East is also expensive. I forgot about that part. I spend 2 less because of my diplomatic focus. So I think I'm going to engage in a region, spending 1 flag less for each allied country I have in the same region. I feel like I should save that. I feel like I should save it, but we're going to go for it. I mean, the alternative is I can improve relations. I can improve writing a country and improve relations by getting another Middle East country, because I do need to get double countries. Don't die before the end of this. I think we've already established I can't get that, so we're ignoring that. Never mind. Again, focus, discipline. There we go. Having the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa is more important. Having more influence in Africa, already have it. I think it might be hard for the bots to catch up, but they could. And then have at least 3 influence in South Asia, East Asia, Pacific. Yeah, okay, so I need to do... Shoot. I needed the US to not go here. This is difficult. All right, we're going to ensure peace in the region. We're going to engage in the region and spend 1 less flag for each allied country I have from the same region. We're going to go for the Middle East. We're going to spend 1 less flag, so we're spending 5 flags. We get to reduce it by 2 as well because we're in a diplomatic focus, so from 5 down to 3. So we're spending 3 flags, 1, 2, 3. So that is done, and that's going to give me an influence and a handshake, which is I need that for defense, and I need the influence for influence. Russia is currently doing tank stuff, and I don't appreciate that. If I could get a country and engage at the same time, that would have been great, but that's not what I have here. All right, so I get an influence cube as well, and I want to choose the 4 points. Oh, actually, no, I lied. I want to go up here. I want to get the 1 point, because then I can put my extra cube here for NATO if I need to. So 1, and I'm done. All right, so I'm done. I got my defense there. I can get another member country to kind of increase my power, increase my strength there if I need to. But yeah, we're on to the robots. The robots. So going on to the robots, starting off with Russia. Russia's going to do a trade. So Russia's going to trade. For Russia's trade, Russia is going to choose 1, 2, 3. Oh, geez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Russia's going to get $40. That's a lot. So from 37 to 77. Okay. And then going out into the board to figure out who Russia's going to trade with. Russia's going to trade with China. So Russia's going to get $5 extra. So they can go from 77 to 83, 82. And China's going to get $10. So from 35 to 45. And that's it. So Russia's done. Moving on next is going to be USA. USA is going to do a green action. USA is going to do improve relations. So USA is going to improve relations. I think it's going to flip. Is that right? Improve relations is going to check. Yeah, they're just going to gain a country. And they're going to prioritize countries that match their own. So we'll see where they're going to focus first to figure out what might be ideal. I don't think anything's ideal, honestly, because none of their allied countries exists right now. All right, so the USA is going to flip. And the USA is going to go in the Americas. So the USA is going to choose between Argentina and Venezuela. They cannot build a base at either spot. And both are tied, so they're going to choose the leftmost one. So they're going to choose Argentina. And they're going to spend 10 for that. So USA now has two countries in the Americas. And they're going to spend 10. USA has $11. So they have $1 now. Wow, cutting it close. USA is done. Now China's going to go. China's going to flip. China's building another base. Okay, let them cook. China's built. Oh no, I lied. China's not building a base. China's moving some tanks. So China's going to move tanks to where it's currently under threat. Is not under threat. So therefore, it's going to just move tanks where it would normally. I think we have an A/B situation anyway. So A/B for China. China can move on to Central Asia or move on over here East Asia Pacific. China's winning the fights over here, and they're not threatened over there, and nobody's threatening them in South Asia. So therefore, China's going to try to move a tank. Sorry, what was I going to say? They're not building a base. They're just moving a tank. So they're spending $5. And we got an A-B situation, so A or B. And A, they're going to choose. They're going to build a tank up here, which is going to put some pressure on Russia, which I appreciate. Because Russia's in a military stance. I want them fighting. I want y'all to having at it. All right, so that's all done. Now we're on to me, the player. And then for me, the player, for we, the peeps. We the marshmallows. The peeps. I am trying to focus and redouble my effort on the Middle East. I need to get 2 more cubes. I need to get 2 more cubes over into South Asia. And I need to get, 2 more cubes out into either South Asia, East Asia Pacific, or Americas. If I get it in East Asia Pacific, it's going to score. And it's going to give me 2 points. If I get it over into the Americas, I could possibly get 7 points if I get both of them over there. So I think engaging in the Americas is kind of what I want to do. And I can also reduce my engagement cost to like basically 0, and I have a lot of flags left. So I want to do engage in Americas. It's going to make America not as happy, but it's going to give me a good bit of points, 7 points. Where I'm already going to score a good bit of points up here, but I have the NATO card to fall back on, so I don't want to burn that action yet. I want to see if Russia or anybody else is going to, or I want to see if the US puts another influence here, I got to play my NATO card so I can get my influence back up there. I'm not too worried about losing influence up here because that's not one of my scorecards, but I need to maintain control here, and I need to get my cues spread out on the board. I think everything else is already set in place. I have the most countries. Do I have the most countries? Oh, shoot, let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The USA has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, USA. Always cause me problems. USA, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, well, I need to gain another country. Dagnabbit. That's frustrating. That's agitating. I hate this. I hate this so much. They really don't want me to score points. They don't want me to score points. I don't understand. I'm just sitting here trying to play a game, enjoy my time, score points, win, and they're like, nah, fam. All right. Well, that means that I'm not going to be able to do something then. I'm not going to be able to do NATO because I need to gain another country. And the USA is, China's going to gain another country too, and I think they'll be tied as well. So I need to pull another country. So knowing that I need to pull another country anyway, I'm going to go ahead and play my ready and then gain a country thing. Jeez, I had plans. All right, so we're going to successful negotiations. We're going to ready an allied country. You can then search countries on the board for any one region, choose one of those countries, and improve relations with it. Shuffle the rest. So I'm going to ready Jordan. Just a little minor ready. Oh, actually. Hold on. Okay, I need to do this card so I can get another country. Yes, we established that. But what I can do is I can engage in a region. I can engage in South Asia because I need to get more cubes out there. And I can also engage in Americas too. There's nowhere I can build a base, but it will give me some more countries, and it can kind of build me towards that other goal of getting 2 in each region. But it'll get me something. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to engage in a region, just a basic engage, and I'm going to engage in. I can do the Americas or South Asia. Americas, I can engage, and I can reduce the cost by 2. In South Asia, I can engage and reduce the cost by 3. And then I can ready that country, and then get stuff. Because I can ready Jordan, but readying Jordan is not going to do a ton for me right now. It only gives me 1 research value. Not. I rather ready like a 3 card. So knowing that I need to gain another country anyway, if I engage in the Americas, because I need to get 2 more cubes over here, or I can get 1 more cube over there for some extra points. I don't think I'm going to beat China, unfortunately, but I can try to go for here. I hate that both China and America are in a diplomatic focus. Like, they've never, every time I play this game, the bot has always gone, the Automas have always gone domestic, military, military, domestic, domestic, military, domestic. They never went diplomatic. The one time I'm going to go like true EU diplomatic focus, they go diplomatic focus and just like hose me. The game is so stressed, which is great, but it's still so stressed. All right, my complaints aside, let's get this ball rolling. So the question is, do I want 4 points from here and a potential to steal 8 points from China, or do I want to go over here and give the US 4 points and give myself 7? I kind of want to go over here, but those are going to be temporary influence. This is permanent influence. East Asia Pacific, I given up on that. I'm not worried about that. That's pennies. That's too much going on over there. Yeah, y'all got too much going. I can get Singapore though. Hold on. I can get Singapore, which lets me build a base. No. Sorry, no. Focus. I need another country. So yeah, I think going for the U.S. or going for South Asia is the goal. 4 points now will catch me up and maybe get me to not be last. And I also get to challenge China for his points. I think this is my goal. So I'm gonna exhaust Pakistan. As much as I want to do this is maybe late game, but as much I think I need to do this more. I need to give China a run for his money. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna exhaust Pakistan. I'm gonna reduce my my cost by 2 for my thing, so I basically get to engage for free. And that is going to give me a cube into this area, which means I'm now competitive, and I will get 4 points on the board. So it's going to move me from 24 to 28. So I'm making my way downtown, walking fast, chasing past. All right, so that's been done. All because the U.S. got another silly country, flipping country. I'm trying not to curse here, but it's frustrating. All right, speaking of the USA, sorry, it's actually Russia first. All right, Russia's going to go. So now Russia's going to take their next turn. They're going to do a growth. Russia has $82, so they can afford it. They're going to go for a level 3. These guys are burning through these growth cards. I kind of hate this. This is a lot of points that they're getting too. So Russia's going to get a level 3 growth card. They can afford it. The conversion chart is going to be up here. So Russia's either spending $30 or $35. Nope, I said that wrong. $40 or $45. So now we're going to check A-B situation. So A or B. They're going to choose B, so they're going to spend the more money. So they're going to spend $45. So from 82, oh, I don't want to do that. Where's my phone? Okay, I can do that. Never mind. 82 minus 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 45? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 37. There we go. I think I did that right. All right, so they get 6 points plus the round number. So 6 points plus 3, they get 9 points. Ugh, rude. Russia does not need more points. Stop giving them points. This was the same before. Russia runs away with it if you don't bully them, and then China runs away with it if you don't bully them. All right, 9 points, 37 to 46. Goodness gracious. All right, I need to go tank mode. I think next round after the scoring, I need to start putting tanks on the board because USA is not doing it. China's not doing it. Somebody's got to do it. Handshakes are not going to win this game, unfortunately. They might win the late game though. So we'll see what this mid-game scoring is going to look like. It might look way better for me than I think. But I just feel so bad with Russia this far up, and I'm way back there. Russia's almost circling the board here, round in the corner, I mean. All right, Russia's done with their stupid turn. So now we're going to see USA. USA is going to do a green, so USA is going to do a engage. So they better not engage the Middle East, because I swear to God. Oh. Okay, East Asia Pacific, that's right. Engage over there. Stay away. They're going to engage in East Asia Pacific. The next card was actually Middle East, and that would have been so bad. But East Asia Pacific is where the USA is going to engage, so they're going to engage over here. They have $1. Ha! They can't afford it. Take that, scrubs. All right, so they're not going to engage. I think they're going to trade instead. Let me check. Yeah, they're going to trade instead. So the USA is going to trade, so they get a free ghost trade. Looking at their board, I think they have 7 symbols. I don't remember. So the USA has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And these are 2 different countries, right? Yeah, Mexico and Argentina. So they have 11. So they're going to get $55. So they're going to go from 1 to 56. There we go. All right, so they got $56. A little bit hard to see there, but it's $56. And the USA is now done. Cool. And last is China. So China going to flip their card. They're going to do a yellow action. So China is going to do a yellow action. That means that they're going to do a trade as well. Move all their cubes over. And for their trade for China, they got a lot of stuff too. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8. They got 8 symbols. So they're going to get $40. So they're going to go from 40 to 80. All right, that's all done. I finally got my turn back. And now, I think I was holding off on pulling the country because I wanted to exhaust Pakistan. So I'm going to go ahead and improve relations with a country. Actually, do I need to do that still? No, that's the wrong one. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and ready an allied country, and then I get to search the deck, and then I get to do the thing. Wait, hold on. Do I need to do that? Wait, 1 second. Yes, because hold on. Sorry, I'm getting lost in the sauce here. Right, I don't need to do that because we established. Sorry, the camera's in the wrong spot. We established that I'm not going to have I'm not going to have more countries than every other player. If I just give up on that, I can get my influence solidified. I can try to get more points. I think I panicked because I thought that was my 9-point scoring card. But I need to have the most influence in the Middle East, and I need to have more influence in each other player in Africa. I'm winning the Africa one. Then I also need to get more influence into the Americas or to South Asia or East Asia Pacific. South Asia is where I decided to fight. I'm going to go ahead and try to focus in like hardcore go in on South Asia, and then maybe the Middle East will hold. I think I have my defenses already set. This card again is 5 points max. 5 points is not nothing. But if I have to choose between 9 points or 5 points, I'm choosing the 9-pointer. This other one, though, I need to have 2 allied countries for each region. I need to have more allied countries in each other player. I need to have at least 1 engage on the token on the board. I'm getting some points from that one, but I'm more focused on making sure that this one stays true. So, knowing that information, what I'm going to do is, again, I have my NATO card to play to kind of get 1 extra influence over here to make sure the U.S. doesn't outdo me there. If the U.S. puts an influence in another influence and I end up losing that region or tying, and I'm going to lose those points. So what I could do is I could go ahead and play something to get my engagement here, and then give me that cube that I need, and then let this one stay. No, I need to have another cube. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking. What am I talking about? Ignore me. So I need to engage. I can ready and then invest, which is going to cost me money. I have not a lot of money left. Wow, I didn't realize I was that broke. Jeez, I'm over here just struggling for money. I don't have enough phones. Oh man, I'm not going to be able to improve my prosperity. That sucks so much. One problem at a time, y'all. One problem at a time. So I'm going to, fingers crossed, hold on to the Middle East. As in, I need the US to not put another cube there. Although, hold on. If I go ahead and put a cube here, then it wouldn't matter, would it? If I just put a cube here now, because I go last, so the US can only put 1 more cube there, right? So if I go ahead and put a cube here now, and then I can put a cube here later, that can give me 4 points now and then 3 points later. So 7 points. Actually, okay, yeah. I think I talked myself into it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do. We are going to do our invest. We're going to ready an allied country, which we're going to ready Jordan. And then we're going to invest in Jordan. We're going to spend $10. Oh, this is 30. Sorry, I thought these are 5s for some reason. I had more money than I thought I had. We're going to invest in Jordan. We're going to spend $10. We're going to put our first investment on the board. Look at us go. And we're going to invest in Jordan. And we spent our $10. And we're going to get an influence in that region, which is going to be in the Middle East. Normally when you invest, you exhaust the country. But this card allows me to ready an allied country, then invest in that country without exhausting it. But I get an influence, which is important, which is going to give me 4 extra points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. We'll see if I can catch up. And then my goal is to put another cube here. So I'm going to win Middle East. So I have the most here now. Nobody's going to beat me here in Africa. And I need 1 more influence cube in South Asia. So I will be able to get those 9 points I kept trying to fight for. I'm also going to be able to get some additional points. So I got a lot of points sitting on the board that are not showing yet. And we'll hope that that's enough to kind of pull me through and get me into the lead or something. So again, planning for the long game, staying disciplined. It doesn't feel good right now, but it will feel good later. Fingers crossed. Moving over to the bots, starting off with the USA. No, Russia. Russia is going to build a base, of course. Where they're going to build a base at. They're currently under no threat here. They're under no threat here because they have 2 and I have 2, so this is tied. They are currently under threat over here by China, by that 1 tank. So Russia's going to build a base into Central Asia. So good. I'm glad you 2 are fighting. You know, just let them fight. Let them fight. That's what I say. So China's going to go ahead, or not China. Russia's going to go ahead and build a base over here into where are they at? Russia's building a base in Argentina or Armenia. So Russia's building a base in Armenia. They're going to spend $10. They're going to go from 37 to 27. And they're going to put a tank up there. Bam. Look at them go. So now Russia's threatening China. So China's going to lose points. Russia's not going to lose any points because remember, Russia is in military stance, therefore, or military focus. So they have a 2. China has a 1. So maybe China will build a base and they'll try to counter that. Russia also gets an influence cube. It goes on the bottom. There's no need to flip card because there's only 1 spot left. They get 4 more points, which kind of sucks, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're at 50. Jeez, 50. That's crazy. All right. Next up is going to be USA for the last action here for this round. USA is going to draw a green, so USA is going to do an engage, which I was very fearful of. If they engage in the Middle East, oh, I think I know the next card is the Middle East. Okay, I'm glad I did what I did then. Yeah, the next card is Middle East because I accidentally flipped it over earlier. But they're going to go in the Middle East. So they're going to engage in the Middle East. They're in a diplomatic stance, so they reduce that by 1. So from 6 to 5, they have 1 country in that region. So from 5 to 4. So they're going to spend $20. They have $56, so they're going to go down to 36. Man, I'm so glad I did what I did then. Whew, USA was going to hose me. Can you believe that? Betrayed by my own country, my own ally. They're going to get 3 points here. 1, 2, 3. So the U.S. has engaged, and I'm glad I did what I did. This is long-term planning. It's finally paying off. We get to see the fruits of my labor here, the fruits of my suffering. I was in last, and I'm still in last. Actually, no, China's in last, but it might change here. But all I'm trying to say is that I started from the bottom. Now I'm slightly higher than the bottom. All right, China's going to invest. It did a yellow. China's going to invest, and it's going to invest. China's going to invest in East Asia Pacific, so it's going to fill in that last little spot. So China's going to get 1 more point. But they're going to invest in, where's China? China's going to invest in Laos. So they're going to spend $15. They can afford it. They're at $80. So they're going to go down to 65. Okay, and that's their maximum investment until they get another country there. But they get a cube here from red onto there for 1 point. Okay, all right. And now that's done, we get my turn. Woo! Guess what my turn is going to be? That's right, I'm going to go to South Asia and take China's points. It's been such a long journey. Excuse me. Gotta take a sip of water. 1 second. Oh, that was weird. It was like one of those weird tickles of the throat, where it's like yeah. Nothing went down the wrong pipe. It was just more of a, I don't know, the wind did a weird thing. Weirdness aside, we have diplomatic de-escalation, so we're gonna engage. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shoot. What I could have done. I didn't realize that was a thing. I could kick the tank out of. I could kick Russia's tank. Oh my gosh. Oh no. I forgot I had diplomatic de-escalation. This allows me to spin 1 extra flag to return another player's tank to their board. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. So I know. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see my board. My bad. I know we're watching me do a solo playthrough, and I'm playing by myself, and there's new information has been revealed in the sense of what the bots have done. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna say that I did diplomatic de-escalation last round, and I'm gonna do investment now, which is gonna cost me more money because Pakistan is more expensive. But I'm flipping those around because I want to kick Russia's tank out of the Middle East. Would that have caused Russia? Dang, I don't think I can do that either. Shoot. No, I can't, because Russia built a tank here because they were under threat here. They were not under threat here. If I kick Russia's tank out here, Russia is under threat here and here, and it's going to be an A-B situation. So the question is, do I want an A-B situation with Russia building a base in the Middle East, or do I want to just let Russia go and just have that tank up there? So all that goes along with to say that I'm not going to be able to benefit greatly from what I just did. It's my own fault. I should have planned better. Too much new information has been revealed. I can't undo the thing and cheat and stuff and blah. It's not really cheating. It's just like retconning. But so okay. All right. Whatever. I'll play honestly. Whatever. All right. So we're gonna do diplomatic de-escalation, and we're not gonna be able to kick any tanks out, which kind of sucks. I really wanted to kick a tank out. That'd have been so nice to kick Russia's tank out of Middle East, so I didn't have to kill my handshake. But we have a handshake in Africa. We're still fine. So we're gonna go ahead and do diplomatic de-escalation here in South Asia. We're going to engage in a region, and we are going to spend 4, and we can spend 1 additional flag to kick a tank out. There's no tanks to kick out, but we're going to spend 4 flags, so we're going to go from 7, we're going to spend 2 less, I'm sorry. So we're going to go from, we're spending 2 flags total, so from 7 down to 5. And we're putting a cube here, and we're getting some more points on the board, boys. 3 points. EU. Started from the bottom, now I'm slightly higher than the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Feeling very happy. Happy about how that played out. I'm a little bit bummed that I didn't get to kick Russia's tank out of there, but I can do that next time. Maybe the card will show up. I don't know. I'm about to shuffle my deck, so we'll see. Okay, so that's it. We're at the end of the round. We're going to go into our research phase and looking at the bots here. Let's get their cards out for the research. Collapse all this. And 1, 2. I'm proud of myself. I invested in a country and everything. Man, look at me go. Yeah, the USA heard me talking junk about it not being able to afford a card because it didn't have enough countries. So I got more countries than it did to like just bully me. Rude. All right, so giving everybody the resources here. The USA is going to gain $5. So we're going to go from 36 to 41. And then we're going to go for Russia. Oh, geez, this is going to get $10. That's crazy. All right, so 10 extra. Is this a base card? It is. Good Lord. Oh, it's China. I'm sorry, not Russia. $75. And then going to Russia. Russia's going to get $7 extra. So from 27 to 34. All right. That's everybody getting their money. Now let's go ahead and give them their trade stuff. So, oh, sorry, give me a second. Let me check the Board Game Geek forums to see what happens here. Let's see if anybody answered. Oh, I got an answer. Yep. USA had, China had similar situation. Sorry, they got +1/+1 from card flips, and then both had only 5 allied countries. Time, both in military focus. Yeah, that's such a weird thing. Sorry, I'm just responding to somebody here. I don't understand why the question is being asked of like, hey, did you check this and check? Yes, I checked this and checked that. Do you think I don't know how to play the game? I guess it's a valid question, but still, it's a little annoying. All right, going back over here though. All right, let's add up their values. So starting with the USA. USA is going to have 4 on their research, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're gonna get 2, so they're gonna get 6. So USA is gonna try to redeem itself and get 6 here. Nobody's in a domestic focus, so nobody's getting bonuses. Starting with China. China is at 3, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries. So it is going to get +1, so it's going to have 4. Maybe it can afford another card. And then finally, Russia is going to be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 5 countries, so +1, and it's going to be at 4 here, so 5. So that's all done. Now I gotta add up my stuff because I am the human in the loop. I keep saying that. I need to stop saying that. I hate it. I hate that phrase. I have 1 flag, $3, 1, 2, and 3, and I'm getting 5 research. Heck yeah. Okay, so we are established. Oh no. Oh, okay. Whew. Whew. I was gonna say, oh no, did I mess up? I messed up on my goal. I didn't mess up on my goals. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're fine. I'm not freaking out. You're freaking out. It's fine. Okay, so we're good. So we got our money. We got our flag. We got our research. We're at 5. Now we're gonna go over to the board to figure out who's getting what. So starting off with the Russia. Russia has 5, so Russia's gonna buy the most expensive thing it can. It has a tie between these two. Russia's gonna go for its order of cards, and its order of cards is gonna choose red before yellow, and yellow before green, and green before blue. So it's gonna go for red. So it's gonna choose the red card. So it's gonna spend 5, so it's now out of resources. Next up is going to be the USA. They have 6. So it's gonna buy the most expensive card it can. It's gonna buy that card at the end unless something shows up here. Oh, something showed up here. So it's gonna take this one instead. Again, they're both the same, and it's gonna take the one closest to the deck. So it's gonna take the brand new card. So USA is done. They have spent all 6, and now China has 4. So China can afford 1, 2, 3 cards. We're gonna check its order. Its priority order is gonna do yellows first. So therefore, it's gonna take the steady partnership, and it's out of research. And then finally, we're on to me. I got 5 on it. Sorry. LOL if you got the reference. So I got 5. I think I want to try to go military focus so I can kind of build some bases and put some pressure. I think my strategy so far is going to pan out, as in like I'm going to get a ton of points. I'm going to get 18 points on the board, and I'm losing 0. So me getting 18 points means I'm going to skyrocket from the current spot of 35 points to 53. Is that how math works? Yeah, 53. So I'll be skyrocketing in points. So if I stay steady with my strategy of trying to get the influence out on the board, I think I can pull it far enough to try to win the game. I'm not considering any points that Russia's getting. I'm not considering any points that China's getting. And looks like Russia's going to score 8 extra points. So Russia's still going to be in the lead, but I'll be right behind it. If I switch over to a military focus though, as in if I go from engaging and getting the cubes everywhere and kind of just maintain my engagement passively for the next 3 rounds and then kind of get tanks and put pressure on Russia, put pressure on China, I can cause them to lose a ton of points just by putting pressure on them, and also waste a lot of their military actions to, basically keep putting tanks and bases in places where they already have maximum, where they're already winning. So that goes a long way to say that I want to try to get red cards is what I'm trying to say. So if I want to try to get red cards, I can get this card, which is going to allow me to improve relations and then build a base in that country and then move up to 2 of my tanks into that region. Even if I don't have a base there, that's actually a really nice card. And I think I'm going to get that one sight unseen. So we're going to pay 7. So we're paying our 5 and we're going to exhaust Nigeria. So there we go. And I want more tank cards. I need more build base. I have a lot of green cards in my deck. I have a lot of engagements and improved relation cards because of how I've been doing my strategy so far. So knowing that, oh, I can get a growth card. Oh, produce 1 and get a growth card. Oh man, hold on. And this one lets me reset one of my influence. I don't think I need to do that yet. That's gonna be great for late game, but not right now. How much do I have left? I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 left. If I go military focus, yeah, I have 6 left. If I go military focus, I can only unexhaust 3 of these, and I need a way to like unexhaust them to ready them. Because I'm tempted to get this one to get the growth card because I'm only on growth level 1. If I get growth level 2, it allows me to discard some cards and then draw some cards. And then diplomatic opening is once per round. When I improve relations, I can do it again. That's the card I really want. I don't know, y'all. There's so many different paths for me. What if I go military focus on round 5 instead of doing military focus on round 4? That way it gives me like another round to maybe get better cards, and then on round 5 I can kind of put a lot of pressure. I mean, the sooner I go military focus and start causing China and Russia to lose points, the more points they're going to lose. That's the reason why I want to pivot now. But I think the engagement strategy is working out a lot. Because I'm causing points to be just racked up from my side. And while they might be scoring points during the game, I'm scoring points at the end of the game, and I'm going to get a ton of points. So, okay. I got to make a decision. The question is, do I exhaust these and then get like another card? And then maybe I can go for a diplomatic focus again and try to get more presence on the board and kind of get those cubes, get those spaces filled up and get that presence that I want. And if I do that, then I can get another engage card. I don't like either of these engage cards actually, so probably not either one. But I might be able to get the growth card because it lets me do 1 production and grow, which is nice. Double action for 1 thing, and it can give me the growth card to kind of get the path to finally getting diplomatic opening, so I can do double improve and maybe score the other scoring card later. Okay. I'm committing to this, and I'm going to stay diplomatic focus. I'm committing to this. I'm going to stay diplomatic focus, and then at the end of round 4, my goal is to pivot to go military hardcore until the end of the game. So that's my plan. We'll see if I have enough discipline to stick to it, but that's my plan. So I'm going to spend 5. So we're going to do Canada, EU member states, and Norway. Actually, let's do Jordan. No, let's do. I'm more likely to build a base in the Middle East, aren't I? Yeah, let's do Jordan. Norway. So that's going to be 5. And I get optimization program. So I'm going to go on top of my deck. And I'm all spent. We're going to stay diplomatic focus, like I said before. And we're going to end it there. Like I said, I didn't like either of these cards, which is why I didn't grab them. I mean, I know they give me engagements, but I don't like them. They're not that great. They're not great for where my tanks are, which are in Europe. I don't need Europe stuff. Okay, so we're all finished with that. Let's switch back over to our main board. And we are moving on to the auto influence, which we skipped because we're playing a 4-player game. Now, return on investments. I have a return on investments, and I want to stare at it. Look at this, guys. Be proud of me. You don't have to be proud of me. It's fine. I'm going to get $2 back. Hey, money in the bank. Oh, jeez. I can't even pick up the coins. There we go. Look at that. $2. If I have something I can only afford just barely, it'll be because I invested in a country. Although arguments can be made if I didn't invest in that country, I would have the $10. So take that how you will. So this is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we're at $29, which might matter if we're tied, but okay. So we're all done with that. Going back over to the board, we're gonna do prosperity. Oh, sorry, return on investments for the bots too, I'm sorry. USA is gonna get $5 extra. They haven't invested a lot in this game, which is a surprise. They're gonna get 46. China is going to get $20 because they have 4. So from 75 to 95. Wow, look at you. Think you're an operating system or something. And then Russia's gonna get 10. So from 34 to 44. And we are done with the return on investments. Oh, no, we're not. I gotta go to the board. So I want to pull this back. Oh, no, I don't. I lied. I want to leave that. That's gonna score me some more victory points. I could pull that back for money, but I'm gonna leave it. It's only gonna give me $5. I don't need that $5. I'd rather get the extra victory points that's about to give me. Okay, so we're done. Now we're gonna do resolve threat. So as far as threat's concerned, Russia's in a military stance. I have 2 tanks, 1 and 1 versus Russia's 2. I'm fine. Over here in the Middle East, North Africa, Russia is in a military stance. It has 2. America is not in a military stance. It has 1 tank, so therefore America is impacted. I am going to exhaust this, and that's going to give me 2 defense for every member country that I have, every allied country I have for here, for the Middle East, which is just 1. So I get 2 to Russia's 2. So therefore I'm fine, but the Americas are going to lose 2 points. Take that, America. That's what you get for not building bases where I needed you to build bases. So that's all done. Up here, China is not in a military stance. Russia is. Therefore, Russia is going to be causing China to lose 2 points. 1, 2. And then over here, America is not in a military stance. Neither is China. So China has more tanks. America's going to lose 2 points. 1, 2. Okay. Feels much better. Now we're getting ready to the fun part, the part that I'm going to have a chance. There's a lot of victory points to try to calculate here, so I'm gonna try to do this as properly as possible. I'm gonna get the rule book, and I'm gonna flip through this because last time I did scoring phase, I forgot to give them as in the Automas. Sorry, them over here. I forgot to give them their points for their specific factions. Because as an EU, I don't have any specific scoring like faction scoring, but for them, they do get faction scoring. And they score as a normal player would, as that's what the rulebook said. That's what I remember seeing. So we'll start with the specific faction scoring, the specific country superpower scoring. So the USA has an additional ability that applies during the step called Global Superpower. Oh, is this in game? No. Okay. USA is in each scoring step. Russia's in each scoring step, and China's at in-game. Okay, so USA is in each scoring step. In each scoring step, count the number of regions in which the USA has the most influence or is tied for the most. If that number is less than 4, the USA receives a corresponding penalty, which is great to hear out loud. So the USA has nope, 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 yep. So the USA has 1 region with the most influence, which is great to hear. And they're not tied anywhere. So the USA is going to lose some points. Yeah, let's go. They're going to lose 8 points. Actually, let me double check the rulebook because maybe this feels kind of mean. Let me check the diplomacy and dominance scoring because maybe I'll say something different. It says. Aftermath, return on investments, increase prosperity, resolve threats. Wow, you don't tell me? Really? All right, hold on. Let me continue thumbing through the rulebook, and I'm gonna check the player aid here in a second. But should it say? Where in the? What in the Helsinki? Wow, surprisingly not here. Adding influence, moving to a new round, playing cards from the market, deciding at random, trading with the Automa, decision, and combining Automas with executive orders, superpower, setup. Growth cards, ability cards, strategic asset cards. Yeah, wow. We're not doing much here, huh? All right, let's check my cheat sheet and see if it will save me. All right, so for my cheat sheet, we have here, it says scoring phase. The Automa follows all standard player rules when scoring, majority scoring. The Automa follows all standard rules when scoring. Oh, that was, yeah, okay. And objective scoring. Draw 2 objectives at random, do the check for round 3, they'll score for. Yeah. The Automa will score for every item that it passed on both cards. If the objective requires an Automa that doesn't use things like resources, we just assume that they got it. Faction scoring. The Automa follows all standard player rules when scoring. Okay, yeah, so faction scoring looks like they do. Okay, so I was right. Cool. Another reason why I re-recorded the video is because I forgot to do this in my previous playthrough. So here we're doing it now. So USA is losing 8 points. Ha! Take that, USA. They need a majority in 4 regions. They have a majority in 1. So therefore, USA is going to be a slacker and fall all the way back. I'm not last. You are. So I'm going to go from 32 to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Stay back there. Okay. So now Russia is going to earn, it says any scoring step for each region in Russia's zone of interest where Russia has the most tanks or is tied, having at least one and gains 2 points. So Russia's tied. Russia's tied. Russia does not have the most. So Russia gets 2, 4. Wow, why? Okay, well, I guess it makes sense why Russia's getting beat up before by having all these regions to fight. So I guess it makes sense to give them some points for tanks. So I get 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like that. I don't like that scoring. That scoring sucks. That's terrible. Okay, and China gets theirs at the end of the game, so we don't give China anything. The EU, I don't have any special scoring for factions, so therefore we're done with that. Oh, nope, I gotta continue through this rulebook. Hold on, because like I said, I'm checking it. I'm making sure I get everything here. I don't want to miss anything. It says during scoring, only regions that have all their permanent influence slots filled will score. Count each player's influence cubes. They all gain 1 VP per influence cube they have. What? I didn't know it was a part of the scoring. Holy crap. That's why I wanted to read it, because I've not been playing with that rule. Now I know. Let me read it again. During the scoring, only regions that have all their permanent influence slots filled get to score. For each such region, count each player's influence cubes. They all gain 1 victory point per influence cube they have. Then the player with the most influence cube there that gains the first majority bonus listed on the bottom corner. Player with the second most gets the second bonus, and so on and so forth. I'm glad I read the rule book. All right, it's crazy when you read the rules, you learn things, huh? So Africa's not scoring, which kind of sucks. I could have gotten another cube here. I thought about it, but I need to get over here. So we're gonna start up here in Europe. Oh no, this is not scoring. Hey, I like that. That's not scoring. Woo! Because if that would have scored, Russia gets way more points. And I was assuming Russia's going to get 9 points, and I'm glad they didn't. Take that, Russia. Take that, society. The downfall of the Congo. I don't know why I said the Congo. Okay, so over here in Central Asia, Russia's going to get 1, 2, 3, and China's going to get 1. So Russia's going to get 1, 2, 3. China's going to get 1. Got it. And now we're going to give the points here. So Russia's going to get 8. China's going to get 4. So Russia's going to get 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And China's going to get 1 or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, calm down there. Calm down there, China. I need you to chill. Okay, so we did that region. Now we're going to do Middle East, North Africa. This one is going to score. So I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Excuse me, China. Pardon me. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. And America's going to get 3. 1, 2, 3. And Russia's going to get 1. Boop. And then I am going to get 10 points. So I'm going to go from 39 to 49. America's going to get 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Russia's going to gain 4. That's a crime. That's a crime. That's got to be a hate crime. Sorry, let me stop. So 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't appreciate that. That's crazy. Why is Russia getting so many points for just 1 cube? All right, anyway, my frustration with that aside. Moving over to here, South Asia. South Asia, we have 1, 2, 3 points for me. So 1, 2, 3. And then China is going to gain 2. 1, 2. And then I'm going to gain 8. Take that, China. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And China's going to gain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And now over here, this is going to be a cluster, what you want to call it. So China's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. America's going to get 3. 1, 2, 3. And China's going to get 9. Oh no, I'm not second place. No. So, oh, no. Oh, they're not beating me. So let's just count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo! I'm second place. And America's going to get 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Man, that's crazy. I really didn't know about the whole you get 1 point per cube that you have there. That's actually really huge. That makes it more encouraging for me to engage, knowing that those points are there now. Now we got to do the rest of the scoring. So that's done. And then after regions are checked, VPs are awarded. Check the third. Oh no, we're not. Oh, we do check this now? No way. Stop it. Don't, get help. Stop it. I thought that was in game. That's now? Oh heck. All right. Well, we're about to get us a ton more points. I'm glad I'm reading through this. Like I said, I'm reading through it because I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss any points. I don't want anybody complaining about me not scoring points. I want to have a fair game, and if I win, great. If I lose, then I'll try better next time. All right, so we're going to get points for these three here. So whoever has the most money, China has $95. America has 46. I feel like, no, this is broken. I do not have the most money. So anyway, China's getting 4 points, I guess, or 5 points. I guess they need it. They're going to pass me, though. I don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who's next? I think America's next. 46 versus Russia's 44. So America's going to get 3 points, and Russia's going to get 1. 1, 2, 3, and Russia's getting 1. Boop. Okay, that's done. Now for tanks, whoever has the most tanks, China and Russia are tied. So China and Russia are tied. China has 3, Russia has 3. So they're going to go down to 1 or down to 3. So 3 points per. 1, 2, 3. And China. 1, 2, 3. And I am second place with my 2. Oh no, I'm tied with America. So we're going to go down 1 drop as well to 0. All right, well, I get nothing. That sucks. All right, most countries. This is where America's going to eat my lunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought I had 7. Oh my gosh, jeez. All right, I have 6. Whatever. Going over to the Automas, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So America's going to get 7 points, which is a lot of points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And China and Russia are going to get 0 because they're tied. So that's it. All right, so that's the rest of the scoring there. Again, I didn't realize that you need to score those as well. Whew, a lot of points I missed. Let me keep reading here because I'm learning stuff. Most money, most tanks, most allied countries. In the case of a tie in any of these 3 majorities, all tied players gain the points in the lower position. Note that a 2-player game, blah, blah, blah. Then in final scoring, step of the game, each player gains 2 victory points for each of their strategic assets they didn't use. Okay, that's not yet. So we're not there yet. All right. So that is all the scoring here for the base game. Now, as far as for the expansion, where I just had the rulebook. As far as for diplomacy and dominance, again, I'm going to blindly follow Mike's sheet here. No, that's not helping. Okay, never mind. Going to scoring for here. Yeah, we just scored the objective card. So I just need to. I'm not going to look through that. I understand the rest of the scoring. I hope. So we're going to look at the objectives cards. We're going to start here for. We're going to go for the Automas because they're going to be a little bit special. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer here in my camera. And where's the deck? There it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw 2 because remember I had 2 from the beginning of the game that I've been planning and trying to build towards this entire game. But for the Automas, we're going to draw 2 randomly, and then we're going to score. We're going to check and score the Automas on them, and then we're going to throw those cards away out of the game forever. And then when we get to final scoring, we're going to draw 2 new ones and do the same thing. So for Russia, we're going to draw 2 of these. So 2 of these bad boys. And if any of them say you have to be a player or something, then we're not going to do those ones unless it says if EU players in the game. All right, so this one's a reemergence of Russia. Can you read that? You can kind of read that. That's close. That's almost readable. That's legible, kind of. Have at least 2 influence in 3 regions is what Russia needs. So let's check. Does Russia have at least 2 influence in 3 regions? No. They have 2, or they have there, they do not have anywhere else. So no. Have more influence than all other players combined in Central Asia? Yes. Have more tanks than each other player in at least 2 regions? No, no, no. So no. So Russia only got 1 of these scoring conditions, so therefore they get 2 points. So 2 extra points to Russia. And then we toss this out of the game. And then next is going to be this one, Western Hegemony Challenger. This one have at least 8 influence on the main board. 3, 4, 5. Oh, math is hard. 3, 4, 8. Yes. So they got that first one. Have more influence in the USA or EU and Europe. Yes. And then have at least 2 influence in the Middle East. No. So they only got 2 objectives, so they got 4 points. So 4 extra points. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now Russia's done. So now we move on to the next one. We're going to move over to the USA. 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 All right, so 1, 2. And USA is going to have R&D Pioneer. So have at least 3 growth cards. No, they only have 2. Have at least 16 cards in your deck. We're going to assume that that's true, even though the Automa doesn't have that, so yes. Have at least 2 business. We're going to assume that that's true. Anytime there's a card requirement or a resource requirement, we're going to assume it's true for the bots. So yes, yes, no. So they get 2 of these, so they get 3 points. So USA is going to score 3. So 1, 2, 3. And then next is going to be Control the Seas. Have at least 3 tanks in total in Europe and Middle East, North Africa. No, they only got 1. So no. Have at least 2 tanks in total in East Asia Pacific and South Asia? No. Have at least 1 tank in total in Americas and Africa? Nope. So they get 0 points. They get a goose egg. They get nada. No points for you, USA. And now China. Oh, shoot. My country. My Canada. My cabbages. We increased prosperity, didn't we? Did we? No, we did not increase prosperity. All right, so we got more points on the board. Oh, no, we did. Yeah, we did. Did we? I don't remember doing that. No, we didn't. All right, hold on 1 second. We're gonna have to roll back some points in a second. Let me finish this part. We did not increase prosperity. I couldn't increase prosperity, but the bots could, which means that they're gonna have a few more points added to their score, and that might change the money situation a little bit. Okay. So over here, China has 2 of these. New Silk Road and Chinese Economic Miracle. So have at least 1 allied country from 6 regions for China. The answer is no. They only have 1, 2, 3, 4 regions, so no. Have more FDI tokens than each other player in at least 3 regions. China has more in Central Asia. No, it doesn't. China's tied. It says have more FDI tokens than each other player in at least 3 regions. Yeah, so China's tied in 1 region, so therefore it's not true for any region. So China's tied, Russia tied China. Words are hard. Russia tied China with FDI markers over here, so therefore they do not have more than other players in at least 3 regions, so they failed that one. So no and no. And then have at least $10 from FDI tokens in a single return on investment step. The answer is yes. That's a weird one. I don't know how we're supposed to read that one, but I'm gonna say yes for that one. We're gonna say yes for that one and give them 2 points. So China got 1 condition, so no, no, yes. So they got 2 points. Okay. And next up is going to be Economic Chinese Miracle. Have increased your prosperity 3 times. So China is going to be a yes on that. We're gonna fix that in a second, but China is a yes on that. They should be on 3 right now, not on 2. Have at least 2 phones. The answer is yes. Have at least $40. The answer is yes. So China got all of these, unfortunately. So 7 more points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right. Now we got to fix my blunder from earlier. So what I said earlier is I've skipped the prosperity step. So these they will have a little bit less money, so I might be able to get more points from the money side. So first, let me undo the points here. So China got 5 points for having the most money, and then America got 3 points, and Russia got 1. So I'm going to subtract Russia's 1. Sorry, I subtracted Russia's 1. I'm subtracting China's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm subtracting America's 3. 1, 2, 3. Because after they finish their prosperity jump, they actually might change the order here. I might actually have a chance. So America's going to spend $25 to increase its prosperity. So it's going to go from 46 down to 21. And America's going to go up 4 victory points. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Next up is going to be China. China's going to spend $30. So it's going to go from 95 to 65. And they're going to go up 5 victory points. So they're going to go from 69, nice, to 74. And then Russia is going to spend $30 to go up to the next step and gain 5 points. So they're going to go from $44 to $14. And they're going to get 5 victory points. So Russia's going to get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Russia's at 84 points. All right. So here's our board now. We're going to look at the money situation again. So we got to rescore this one. So I removed everybody's points, and I'm going to add it back in now. So China is at 65 points, and I'm second, which is great because I have $29. So, and US has third place with $21. So China's going to get 5 still. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am going to get 3. 1, 2, 3. And America's going to get 1. Okay. All right, that's all fixed. I can't increase my prosperity because I don't have enough phones, so that's all fine. Okay, now that we've done all that, let's go ahead and finally get back over to me. So we got to score my last little bit. This is where it might put me in second place. We'll see. So this one's going to be have more allied countries than each other player. No. Have at least 2 allied countries from 4 regions. No, I gave up on that, to be honest. So no. And have at least 1 engaged token on the main board. The answer is yes to that one. So I do have 1 engaged token on the board here in Africa. So that's going to give me 1 victory point. Hey, a point's a point. Now the next card is my bread and butter. Have the most influence in the Middle East, North Africa. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have more than everybody else, so therefore I got that one. Have more influence than each other player in Africa. Yep. Have at least 3 influence in total in the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. Yep, I got all 3 here in South Asia. So therefore I will get 9 victory points. So I go from 68 to 77. So not quite second place, but I'm up there. I'm up. All right, so that's all the points that were added on the board. Unfortunately, they got some really good scoring conditions, especially China ended up getting a good bit of points there, but this is where we're at here at the end of the scoring phase. So now we're going to move over to round 4. We're going to move up. Now we're done with scoring, and we're going to get some more cubes. Now the cube priority for everybody is going to be for the USA. They're going to put their cube in engage. All right, and China is going to put their cube in build a base, and Russia is going to put their cube in invest. Okay, so that's all. That's all that they wrote for that one. We're going to draw our cards here. So I got to draw my cards. I still have my strategic assets, so that could be 4 extra points at the end of the game if I play it right. But I might try to plan around using those. We'll see. But I got 1, 2, and then we shuffle. Oh, why is the camera so close? There we go. Got a giant stack of cards over here. I don't like that. It feels terrible. Got all these dag-nabbit cards. I'm trying to give it a nice little riffle shuffle here. Well, can you do a riffle shuffle with your sleeves? I can. It's not a good idea, though. Yeah, it's a terrible idea. All right, I don't know why I did that. Okay, so that's all done. I need to draw 4 more cards though. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I hope I got some good stuff. Let's see what I got. Improve relations, invest, engage in a region. These are all basic. Well, this one's not basic. But I got 3 of my upgrade cards, ready and invest. So that's kind of crummy. All right, well, I didn't get any tank. I wanted to go very tank heavy, but I got an engage, I got a build base, and I got a invest. I got 2 invest. So I might play a strategic asset this round just to kind of get some better choices, better options. Okay, so I drew my cards. Now we're going to reveal country cards. So revealing country cards, we're going to have Ecuador show up. We're going to have Iraq. We're going to have Sudan. We're going to have Nepal. I can build a base there. We have North Korea. Then we have Afghanistan. I can build a base there too. Ooh, I might get involved. And then Iceland. All right. So we got ourselves a number of things to worry about. Ooh. Okay, so next up is going to be determine turn order. So I get to go third. That's all I know. So Russia first, China second, America last, and EU third. Okay, so it's all settled. Next up is going to be produce your primary resources. I'm going to get 1 of these rocks, and I get 3 food. 1, 2, 3. I need to export these things. And now I get to choose my focus. So choose my focus. So I think I was going to go diplomatic again, so I can get my countries back, and then try to get a little bit more presence on the board. Knowing that I score 1 point for every cube on the board, I want to put as many cubes on the board now. Like, I'm super stoked about that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, all 5. I'm getting all 5. I'm staying diplomatic. Okay. I do need to try to get some more phones. So if I have a trade, I don't have a trade. I have invest and invest. I can get a trade. Oh, I have no way to get trade. Oh no. I can get a growth card. Yeah, I can get a growth card, which knowledge transfer will let me cycle through some cards. So I have an option to kind of shift things if I need to, but I'm not going to do the. I already my 5 countries. I'm not going to spend any money to do anything. I am going to get flags. I'm going to max out my flags, so I need to spend $12. So $12 well spent. And I get 4 flags. And engage costs 2 less. So we're gonna have a nice little engaging round. Now I do need to get more consumer goods. So I do want to try to focus on maybe getting that. So I want to do growth early so I can do knowledge transfer. That will allow me to cycle through some cards, and it also lets me produce. Oh, actually just produce 1 type and then grow. Okay, yeah, actually, no, we're good. I still want knowledge transfer though, because knowledge transfer will allow me to get it allows me to get some points, and then also it'll allow me to have the path to get to level 3 growth card. So just to bring our camera back up to what I was talking about, knowledge transfer is what I need. I need this growth card, and then I want to try to gain 1 of these next. So it gives me like a path forward, and I can try to be more aggressive around at the end of round 4, depending on what cards show up here and what order I end up being able to go in. So, well, I'm going to go 3rd, but that's not the point. All right, enough rambling. Let's get into the playing part. So we have everything set. Oh, we need to do these guys over here. So I need to shuffle, and we need to figure out where their focus is going to be. Did I move their focus last time? I'm pretty sure I did. I've been trying to be like super hardcore, like remember to change the focus, because every time I forgot last time, I just felt so bad. All right, so focus for starting with Russia is going to be diplomatic. Thank goodness they're not tanked anymore. They're going to get a free base. I don't like that. Or free country. I don't like that. Next up is going to be China. China's going diplomatic too. Oh gosh, I don't like this at all. Stop getting more countries than me. And next is going to be USA, domestic. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, USA. Be useless over there. All right, so for money-wise, USA is going to get $10 per round. So we're going to get $40 for the USA. So they're going to go from 21 to 61. China is going to get 5 times the round, so $20. So from 65 to 85. And then Russia is going to get the same. They're going to get $20. So from 14 to 34. Okay. And now China and Russia are going to have a special action. Oh, yeah, everybody did their purchase phase, right? Yeah, okay, we did everything, right? Let me check. Yeah, we did. Okay, I just want to double check. All right, so China and Russia are going to get a special purchase action because of they're in a diplomatic focus. So they're going to gain a country outside of their sphere of influence, outside of one of their marked areas. So we're going to start here first with Russia. Yeah, China, Russia. Yeah, Russia. So Russia's going to try to gain an America's place. Ooh, I like this. I like this. Yeah, do that. Do that. Do more of this. So they're going to try to gain a place in Americas. So they can't build a base in either spot. They're both the same cost. Therefore, Russia's going to choose the one on the left-hand side. So they're going to spend $10 to gain that one for Russia. So from 34 to 24. And then China is going to do the same thing. China is going to flip. And China is going to pull from the Middle East. I don't like them. I don't like them getting involved in the Middle East, but okay. China can build a base here in the UAE, so China's going to take this one. They're going to spend $10 for that. So $10, so from 85 to 75. All right, we're all done. Now we get to start our game proper. So round 4, starting off with Russia. Russia's going to flip their cards. They're going to do their double cheaty action nonsense. So Russia's going to flip their card. Let's get our bot overview. So Russia's doing a red. Russia's white. So Russia's going to move all their cubes from here to over there, and they're going to do a move. They're going to put a cube where they're in the most threat. They're going to put a tank where they're in the most threat. So Russia's currently under threat nowhere. So not under threat here, not under threat there. I lied. They're under threat here. So Russia's gonna move a tank here. They're gonna spend $5 to move a tank. So from 75 to 70. And Russia's gonna drive a tank up here in Europe. No influence added, just a tank. And that's it. So we're gonna throw this card out of the game. And then Russia's gonna play another card. And they're gonna do a growth. Russia has $24. It needs a level 4. It can't afford it, so it's gonna gain $30. We can double check though, just to make sure. Keep me honest here. So Russia's gonna try to get a level 4 card for the conversion chart we have up here. Russia needs $50, and Russia needs 55. Russia has 24. Therefore, Russia's gonna gain $30 because it can't afford it. And we are going to continue about our day. So 54. All right, next up, we got China. China is going to go. They're going to do a yellow action. So China is going to do a invest. China's red. And China is going to invest somewhere. China has $70, so it's going to invest in. China is going to invest in the Americas. They do not have an Americas, so they can't invest there. China is going to invest in the East Asia Pacific. They do have an East Asia Pacific, but they can't invest there because they're currently over-invested. So if we look at this, for the Automas, they can only do the number of countries that have in that column plus 1. So China only has 1 country, Laos, and they already have 2 investments, so they cannot do an extra investment. So they cannot do East Asia Pacific right now. If they get another country, they could. Next up is going to be Africa. China does have Africa, so therefore they can do Africa. So they're going to invest in Africa by spending 15. Oh, stop it. Get out of here. Go away. Ruining my fun times over here in Africa. All right, so from $70 down to 55, right? Is that how math works? Yeah, 55. 70 to 55. That's done. They spent their money. So now they are going to put an influence in Africa. There's a high-low situation, so we'll figure out where they're going to go. We're in round 4. So we'll flip a card. And the randomizer says that they're going to put it low. So they're going to grab 2 points. 1, 2. Okay. All right, and then we're going to burn this card out of the game. I got to place the marker, sorry. FTI marker right there. And now we're going to flip China's next card. And they're going to do a growth. They have $55. They should be able to afford it. They're only on level 2 though, so they don't have to really do much to afford it. So for them, they need to spend where's my conversion? 25. So $25. They'll spend $25 out of the 55. So from 55, subtracting 25, they're going down to 30. And they're going to gain this card, and they're going to gain the points equal to the round plus this. So 4 plus 4, 8 points. So China just gained 8 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're in the lead right now. We'll see if they hold it. That's all done. Now we're on to my turn. So I'm up. So for me, I have a number of cards. I think I want to do the growth card first because it lets me produce stuff. But I also I kind of want to get aggressive with the engage. Like if I do the growth card now, I can cycle through cards at the top of the round and kind of figure out what I might want to do, what options I have. So I think that's why I want to do that. So we're going to produce one resource type. We're going to produce phones, which is going to give us the ability to finally get our prosperity up another level. And that's going to cost me, I can produce two consumer goods. So, because I need energy, and I'll have 2 energy. So 1, 2. So 2 energy spent, 1, 2. And 2 of these raw materials spent, 1, 2. And that's my 1 production, and then I get to get a growth card. So I'm going to grab a growth card, and the growth card that I'm going to grab, moving our camera up, is going to be this here, knowledge transfer, the last one available, because I have to go to level 2. And we're going to spend 2 briefcases and 1 flag. So 2 briefcases and 1 diplomacy. Sorry for the camera moving back and forth. It's the only camera I have pointing over here. So we have 2, 1, 2, and 1, 1. And now, once per round, I can draw cards up to the highest hex amongst your ready to ally countries, then discard that many cards. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now, because I really want to see what other options I have. Like, I really wanted to do like a tank focus, but if I want to do engage, I want to kind of get some of my better engage cards and maybe get a trade somewhere. Like the ready and invest is not terrible. It's just not ideal for what I'm trying to do here. So we're going to go ahead and tap this. We're going to choose our 3. So we're going to be able to draw 3, and then we have to discard 3. So 1, 2, 3. And then, no build base, but I can get another growth. Can I afford it? Yes, I could afford it. It's 3 briefcases and 2 flags, or 3 briefcases and $15. I don't know. This one's engage, and oh, nice. Diplomatic de-escalation. That's what I want. I want this card. This is my card. I want this card for sure. And for getting a growth, I want that card. Moving my tanks around. I don't think I need to move my tanks around. I mean, it'll be. Ooh, I can build a base in South Asia and then move my tanks into South Asia. Oh no, I can do that with strategic partnership. Okay, never mind. I lied. I'm keeping that card. So I'm probably going to strategic partnership to improve relations with the country and then build a base in that country, or move up to 2 tanks to that country, even if you don't have a base there. So that'll allow me to kind of move my tanks. The problem is I'm going to need to do a deal or do engage in Europe, which I don't know if I really want to do that, because Russia has 2 tanks up there, and I need to protect myself against those, otherwise I'll end up losing some points. So I'm a little bit like hemming and hawing about it, but it's mostly just me trying to say I don't know if it's going to be worth me investing that. All right, I got to kill 3 of these. So this one, I mean, I get to gain a tank, which is not terrible. I only have 2 tanks in this entire game. I think I sold one and built one, or got one from this card last time. I can engage effectively, so this is a engage and kill a tank. This is improve and then build a base, which is basically give me a free cube. This is engage for 1 less. I think that's good. And I have to kill 3 cards so I can hold on to 1 more. I mean, ready and then invest is not terrible. It's just expensive. I think I'd rather build a base somewhere. So I'm gonna. Oh, I can ready. Oh man, that's an idea. If I combine these two, for improve relations with a country and then build a base on that country, or move up to 2 tanks, so I can improve. Oh, I need tanks. Oh shoot, I need to do tank production. Oh my gosh, this is frustrating. Okay, hold on. Shoot. They need more tanks now. If I get the growth card, I can have a way to improve relations twice, which is actually a really effective action. So I can improve relations twice with a country on the board, and then I can improve again somewhere else. And then I can also build a base in the country that I improve relations with this card, which I think is going to be Nepal, so I can put a lot of pressure on China in South Asia because I can get some tanks out. I need to build tanks though, so the hard part is that I think I need both. I need production. I need a trade. I have no trade in my hand, and I don't think I have a way to trade. It says exhaust the EU membership. EU member states to produce flags and tanks, then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. Okay, this is not terrible. Common foreign security policy might save me. NATO, it's not saving me as much. It can let me like kind of respond and react to Europe stuff, but yeah, spend 2 flags and $10 to place 2 tanks from the supply in either Europe, Middle East, North Africa, or Central Asia. Central Asia is not terrible. I can put pressure on both Russia and China, and that would be pretty nice. Even if you don't have a base there, that's actually really good. So, okay, I might spend NATO to like mess with Russia and China and Central Asia to kind of get them to waste their base building over there and instead of everywhere else. So, knowing that information, get a tank and then move 2 tanks. This produces a tank, so this lets me produce a tank essentially. If I build a base, I'm not going to have any tanks to move. That's the problem. And it's going to force me to have to engage in Europe, which I don't think I really want to do. So I still have to throw away 3 of these. It's hard, but okay. Clearly, I'm throwing away the invest in allied country. I don't need that card. That card's too basic for me. Improve relations with the country on board. I'm throwing that one away because I don't need that basic nonsense. So I got to throw 1 more away. I think I'm throwing away this basic one, soft power, because it's nice, but the rest of the cards are better. Okay, so I got my 5 cards. I did my thing. That gives me a new lease on life, and we're done with my turn. So I'm all finished, and we're over to the Automas. So let's go over to their overlay, and let's see who's next. Next up is going to be USA. They're going to take their first action. So weird not going last. They're going to do a growth. They have $61, so they should be able to afford it. They're going to get a level 3. So we're going to move our camera up to see that. And they need to get a level 3. There are 2 level 3s, so they're going to choose left and right. They can afford both. Get our conversion chart back up. This is $45 and $40. So left, right, they can afford both. A, B, I mean, A is left, B is right. They're going to choose B. Of course they're going to choose B. That's great, because that means I'm going to get the card I wanted anyway. This one is draw an additional card each round, including the last round. Including the round that you get this card. So that's cool. But tactical flexibility would have been nice, but honestly, I'd rather have diplomatic opening because it gives me the double thing. So we're going to spend, they're going to get 6 points plus 4, so 10 points for the USA. So they're going to actually catch up. They're going to go from 58 to 68. So they're closing the gap quite a bit by doing that. So well done. Proud of you. I don't mean that, but I'm proud of you. I just want to be positive here. So throwing this card out of the game. And then the USA, they're going to do their next card. And they're going to growth again. Oh, I didn't spend the money. Sorry, they spent how much? What was that? They should have spent $45. So they're going from 61. Oh, why are you giving me your hardest puzzles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was it 45? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 16? Yeah, 16 plus 45 is 61, right? All right, let me get the calculator. Let's get into that late part of the day here. I don't know where my phone is. Oh gosh, where's my phone? Oh, found it. Found it. Oh God. That's too much. 61 minus 45. Yeah, 16. Hey, look, I did math right. All right, so 16 is how much they have left. All right, so they're gonna do blue again though. So they can't afford it. They're going to get $30 straight. So we go from 16 to 46. All right, so America's done. Now we're moving over to Russia. Russia's first for their second action this round. They're going to do a green action. Russia is going to do a green action. Russia is going to be a red cube. They're going to move over, and they're going to do improve relations. They're getting more countries than I am. I don't like this. I don't appreciate this. This feels dirty. Why are they doing this to me? Oh man, give me 1 second. All right, sorry. Back to the focus here. Russia is doing an improve relations. So Russia's doing an improve relations, and they're gonna Russia, right? Yeah, Russia's doing improve relations. We're flipping, and Russia is going to do improve relations with Central Asia. So they have a place they can build a base. So they're gonna take this one, which is Kazakhstan. So they're going to improve relations with Central Asia right there. They're going to gain that right there on top of Armenia. And they're going to spend $5 for it. So I'm going to go from 54 to 49. Done. Next up is going to be China. Yes, I'm back to standing. China's going to do a green. So China's going to do engage. China's going to engage. They have $30. They can afford it. They're going to engage with East Asia Pacific. They can't. We established this already. Europe. They can't. They don't have a European country. South Asia. They can. They're going to engage with South Asia. They have Pakistan. So they're going to spend $15. So from 30 to 15. And they're going to put a little marker down there, and they're going to get influence. So China's going to put an influence right here. So you're going to get 2 points for China. 1, 2. Cool. All right. Well, I need to clearly put a cube there, and I maybe need to get my whole reset cube thing. So I think I have a plan. So my turn's actually up now. So now I'm glad I did what I did because I have some really good action. So I really want to do a second growth card so I can get the double and improve relations. So let's see if I can hold off. If I do the second growth, so if I do a second growth right now, that's going to give me the diplomatic opening. That's going to allow me to do improve relations twice, which I don't need to improve relations twice. It's just nice to do so. I can also build a base. Let's see. Will it cost me money? No, it wouldn't. One second. Okay, all right, sorry. So continuing on, I have diplomatic de-escalation, so I could kick Russia out of Europe. Getting that growth card is what I was talking about, but I mean, I could afford it. Diplomatic opening will get me double countries. I don't think I need it. Yeah, I don't think I need it. I don't think I need it right now. It would be nice, but given what I want to do, because I mean, getting that extra production would be nice too. So I don't know. All right, China, jerk. Let's see. I can build a base and also do the thing. So I think I was originally gonna consider doing diplomatic opening, but the growth card will give me a lot of points and it'll put me in better pole position. It'll give me 5 extra points, so I'll go from 77 plus 5. What's on 77 or 76? I don't remember. 77. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll put me there. 82. So it won't get me in victory yet. So maybe I'm not, maybe, I don't know. Putting tanks in South Asia, though, would put pressure on China to build bases there. And I want them to waste their time building bases there, so that way Russia can bully them over there. So I want China to have a hard time with this tank stuff. So I'm going to invest and do a new strategic partnership. I'm going to improve relations with a country on the board. Then if able, I'm going to build a base in that country or move up to 2 tanks to that country, even if you don't have, oh, right, that's why. Okay, I need tanks. I don't have any tanks. So that's my problem. Otherwise, I'm moving my tanks that exist. Okay, so can I even build tanks? Oh, jeez, I need trade. Why do I not have any trades? I need trades. All right, well, we're gonna do this. We're not gonna take that card we wanted. We're instead gonna do production. We're gonna produce 3 types of goods. Oh, this feels terrible. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I can only move 1 tank anyway into Nepal. Hold on, there's an alternative. It says improve relations with the country on the board, then if able, build a base in that country or move up to 2 tanks to that country even if you don't have a base there. So I can get Nepal and then just march my tanks from Europe over there and then try to engage in Europe to kind of kick a tank out and put a handshake down. And that gets Russia to chill the hell out. And I think that helps me. The benefit of building a base in South Asia is that I would be able to get another influence. And I kind of want to get another influence. That way China doesn't end up winning. It's hard because if I build a base and put some tanks into South Asia, it's going to, well, shoot. Hold on. When I build a base, I get to deploy tanks there. Is that right? It says build a base, exhaust the place, and wow, bars, and then spend $5 for the base and $5 for each moved tank. Then add 1 influence to that country's region. It says move a number of tanks up to that country's thing from your player board to that country's region. So it says from your player board to that country's region. So I'm deploying tanks to that region. So if I want to kind of do this in an efficient way, I need to have 2 tanks ready to go, and I don't have 2 tanks ready to go. So I'm pivoting slightly. Again, I'm trying to get into the military side of things, trying to get to the military base side of things. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do the correct thing, strategically correct thing of generating resources. Produce. And I'm going to produce 1 energy. This sucks. No, 1 material. I want to trade, but I have no trade cards. I'm going to produce. I'm maxed out on grain, so I'm going to produce 2 tanks. I can only do 2 tanks anyway. So I'm spending my 2 materials and spending 2 of my food. Okay, and I can produce 1 more thing. I can max my food back. Oh, I can produce flags. I'm gonna produce flags. I'll get 1 more flag. Spend $3 for that. So spend 5, get 2. All right, so we're done. A little bit anticlimactic, yes, but at least I have some stuff. If I can ever trade, I'm gonna have like a lot of money coming my way. But we did that so we can prepare for our next turn, which is to build a base in South Asia, get some tank pressure there, and that will allow us to kind of get China a little bit more in check. And then we can go back to Europe and then put a defense there. We don't need to, but we could if we needed to, and then engage somewhere else. So that gives me a little bit more flexibility, a little more latitude, but we're gonna move on from there. Next up is going to be USA, who's going last. So we're going to move over to our bot cam. And USA is going to do a yellow action. So USA is going to do a engage or invest. USA has $46, so they're going to invest in. They're going to invest in the Americas. They do have an Americas place, so they're going to spend $15. So from 46 to 31. And that's going to give them an influence in the Americas. And they're going to go high-low. We're in round 4. Oops. And they're going to go low, so they're going to go for the 4 points. Those jerks. Catching up. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like this closing distance nonsense. Okay, so that's done. Now we're going to go back to Russia. Russia's going to do a green action. So Russia's going to do an engage. And Russia's going to engage in... Russia's going to engage in Europe. They do have a country in Europe. Yes, they have Belarus, right? I was very confused. All right, so they're gonna spend the flags. They're gonna reduce it by 1. Russia's in a diplomatic focus, so they're gonna. Oh man, I don't know if I did the bonus for whoever else. I don't think anybody's invested in any really, huh? Is China? Yeah, China hasn't. Has China engaged? No, China has. Huh. Maybe China hasn't. No, China has. Did I do the wrong action for China then? Interesting. I feel like I might have invested with China when they should have engaged. Oof. 1 second. Yeah, so I might have invested with China when they should have done an engage instead, which is very incorrect. Yeah. Well, no, China has not invested. Oh, right, China burnt a card. Okay, so China did a growth, China did something, and then China did an engage. So if China did an engage, then it should have gotten a reduction. It should have got a $5 discount, but I don't think I paid it correctly. Or maybe I did. All right, at any rate, whatever, we're just gonna go with it. I'm gonna pay more attention as we go forward, So Russia's doing an engage. So Russia's going to be able to reduce that by 1. Russia's engaging in Europe. So Russia's gonna pay 5. We're gonna subtract it by 1 because of their focus, so 4. We're gonna also subtract it by 1 because they have 1 country, so 3. So Russia's gonna pay $15 to put a cube up there. We're gonna go from 49 to 34. And Russia's going to put a cube over in Europe. And high-low, we're going to figure out where they're going to go. Russia's going to go, we're in round 4. So Russia's going to go low. We're going to go for 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Cool. All right, so that's done. Now we're going to go over to China. China's going to do a green action again. They're going to go over here. They're going to improve relations. So China's going to improve relations. They're going to, let's see. Right, flipping a card. Improve relations. And they're going to try to improve relations in Central Asia. Yep, Central Asia. So China's going to try to go for a place where it can build a base. None of the places, so it's going to go for the highest one. So therefore, it's going to choose the one on the right-hand side. Oh, starting country is another option, but nope, none of those. So it's going to choose this one. And China's going to spend $10 for that. And it has enough money. So it goes from 15 down to 5. All right, so China's all done. Now we're over to me again. So now I can do my diabolical turn. I'm going to go ahead and do, for me, I'm going to go ahead and improve relations with a country on the board. Then, if able, build a base in that country and move up to 2 of your tanks to that country, even if you don't have a base there. And it says move, oh, it says up to. Shoot, wait. Does that override the base limit? Let me see. I think that overrides the base limit. So yeah, I'm gonna do it what the card says. I'm gonna do what the card says. I'm following instructions here. So I'm going to improve relations with Nepal. So I now have 2 places here, and Nepal is going to be added to my side. I'm going to just spin the flag, boop, and then from there I'm going to build a base. So I have to exhaust it, and then we're going to build a base. That's going to cost me 5, and I'm going to move 2 tanks. That's going to cost me 15 total into South Asia. And now I'm putting 2 threat on China, which is great because that means China's going to focus their tanks there. It would be nice if I can go to Central Asia, but this was... Oh, I could have gone to Central Asia. Oh, Afghanistan is there. Hold on. Do I want to go Afghanistan? What's my other scoring condition here? 1 second. Well, I've already revealed new information, which is Bhutan, so I guess technically it's too late. All right, never mind. But yeah, I could also still do that later. Maybe I'll try that next round. But for right now, we are all established on that. We've moved our 2 tanks. Again, I got to spend $15, so I only have 14. It doesn't say anything about not paying the money. Shoot. I'm short by $1. No, my investments. They failed me. Ugh. Well, heck. I'm moving 1 tank there anyway. Well, it looks like I really need a trade. I'm so sad trade hasn't shown up, but all right, 1 tank it is. So we're spending $10. I'm short by $1, which is unfortunate, but yeah, should plan better. All right, well, we are done. A little bit underwhelming. Could have done that last round instead of wasting a whole turn doing production. Is there a way to produce money? I guess during my production, I could have, instead of producing an extra flag, because I knew I was going to need $15 for it earlier, I could have produced something else. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to retcon that. We're going to say I produced food instead of the flag. So I did not produce a flag. I get my $3 back. That means I'm able to spend this. So I'm down to $2 total, but I got my tanks out. There. Be happy. All right. I'm allowed 1 retcon, right? I'm allowed 1 retcon for myself, for my own benefit. So now China has 2 tanks there. I'm happy. South Asia is going to be in control. Oh, I built a base, so I get an influence cube. Hey, that's more points. 1 point for me. Boop. Okay, now I'm happy. All right, we're good. So we're all done. Now we're moving over to USA. USA is going to build a base. So we're going to go back over to the Automa side. And USA is building a base. And USA is building a base, and therefore we will spend, well, they're under threat in East Asia Pacific, and they're under threat in Europe. There's a closer gap for them to not be under threat in East Asia Pacific, so they're going to deal with this one first. So they're going to put 1 tank here instead. All right, so we're going to build them 1 tank, can they build a base there? That would be Japan. Yes, they're going to spend $10, so from 31 to 21, and they're going to move a tank up there. Boom. And they're going to build a base over there in Japan. Bam. And then they're going to put an influence. They're going to well, they don't care about bumping themselves off when it comes to influence. When it comes to building base, I mean. They'd rather not, but they don't care. When it comes to engagement, they won't. They'll choose somewhere else. Okay, so that's all even. They're happy with that build base. Now we're going to Russia. Russia's going to flip. Russia's going to do a yellow action, so they're going to do a invest. So Russia's going to invest. Where are they investing? I got to flip a card. Well, can Russia? Yeah, Russia has $34. It's fine. Russia's going to invest in Central Asia. They do have countries in Central Asia, so they're going to invest in Central Asia. $15. So from from 34 to 19. No, yeah, 19. That's correct. All right, and we're gonna put that there. So it's going to give them 1 influence over here for Russia in Central Asia. We're going to get 3 points. 1, 2, 3. I need to bully Russia more, clearly. Clearly I need to bully Russia more. They need to be bullied. Okay. So Russia's done. China's next. So China is going to do a yellow action. So China is going to trade, which I would love to trade myself. I have no money. I'm broke as a joke over here. China's going to do a trade. So let's look at their trade side of things. China's going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So China's going to trade 12, so they're going to get $60. So they're going to go from $5 to $65. And then we're going to check to see who China's going to trade with. And China's going to trade with Russia, of course. So they're going to add $5, so from 65 to 70. They never trade with me. They'll trade with me one day. Nobody's traded with me this whole entire game. That's so rude. All right, so that's all done. Now everybody's happy. Russia went from $19 to $29. Now we're on to my turn, my last turn here for the round. I put pressure on China by putting tanks there. I can try to put more pressure because I can gain 1 tank and then try to beat Russia in the tank race here in Europe. I can also try to engage in a region to try to get some more points. China's here, so that's a little annoying, but I don't know. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. I can ready and then invest in an ally without exhausting it. I have no money to invest. I can't even move a tank. Actually, never mind. I'm out of money, so I can only engage in a region, which means I'm gonna have a lot. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm broke. I'm out of money. Oh, I can do a superpower. So exhaust the EU member states and produce flags and tanks, and then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. Spin 2. Man, I need something to give me money. I have $2. Oh, sorry. I have $2 left. I'm trying to rub my 2 coins together to get some prosperity, but I was like, please, sir, can I have a little prosperity? I'm going to get a little bit of money coming out from the end of the round. I think I kind of put everything on the table. I can generate a tank, but I can't move it because I need to spend $5 to move it, and I only have $2. So I can engage in a region, and oh, this is diplomatic de-escalation. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna engage in a region, and then I can spend 1 additional flag to kick out a tank. Actually, that's perfect. That's what I want to do. I want Russia to suffer a little bit. So we're going to spin this diplomatic de-escalation. I forgot about that card completely. Glad I looked at it. And that's going to allow me to engage in a region, and I'm going to engage in Europe. And for Europe, I can pay the full cost, or I can tap my countries. I think I'm going to pay the full cost. I get to reduce the cost by 2 because I'm in a diplomatic focus, so we're spending 3. And I will put my cube here at the bottom. So I'm getting 2 points there. Actually, I'm going to put my cube at the top. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to get 1 point. And, oh, I got to spin my flags. Sorry, spin 3 flags. So 1, 2, 3. I'm at 5 now. And I can spin 1 extra flag, so I will, to kick a tank out of Europe. There we go. So now Russia will be losing 2 victory points, and America will be losing 2 victory points. So I just want that point loss to happen. Oh, man. No, I need to engage over here in Middle East, don't I? Shoot. Okay, all right, I take it back. Hold on. I'm not engaging here in Europe. I need to engage in the Middle East. I need to remember that I need a max. I need the most here. So let me lose that 1 point. And I'm going to put it instead down here. So we're going here. We get our flags back. So we spent 3. 1, 2, 3, plus 1. So we're at 8. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. And this is a 6. It's way more expensive. So it's reduced by 2, so it's down to 4. So I spend 4 flags. I'm going to exhaust Jordan. And that's going to reduce it by 1. So it's from 4 down to 3. So then I'm going to spin 3 flags. So 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to put my influence cube down here instead. So I'm going to get 2 points, which is a little bit better. And then I'm going to spin 1 flag more to kick Russia's tank out of here. So this will force Russia to lose 4 points because it's losing 2 points. Oh, actually, just 2 points. Never mind. It's the same thing, except for you know, I don't put a tank. If I had a tank there, then Russia would lose 4 points, but I don't have a tank there, so it's fine. But it prevents me from losing points, which is what I want. So I'm causing China to lose points. Nothing's happening here. America's causing Russia to lose some points. Nothing's happening there. Nothing's happening there. So this is pretty fine. And the USA has one more turn, so the USA can actually put the pressure on. Oh no, they can't. Never mind. All right, we'll see what the USA is going to do. So I'm all done with my turn, though. I spent all my things. Now we're going to flip a card, and America is going to grab. Do a trade. Sorry, I don't know why I was spending so long getting stuck there. America's going to do a trade. So we're at blue. Oh, sorry, they're going to do a yellow action, but they're going to trade. So America's going to trade. So as a result, let's see what they have. America has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. So they're going to get 40. Oh, did I count that right? Yeah, 11. So they're going to get $55. So from 21 to 76. Okay, and then we're gonna flip back up here to see where America's gonna trade with. Hopefully it's me. No, it's not me. America's gonna trade with nobody. So no trades. And that's it, we're at the end of the round. So we're all tapped out. Now we're at the end of the round. So let's go ahead and move over to our research phase. Let's figure out what the bots are gonna get up to. They got 2 cards left. So we're gonna end up shuffling our deck here in a second. So they got the, that, and oh, China has too many cards. Oh no. Oh no, did I blunder? Oh man, I robbed China of an action, didn't I? Yep, I robbed China of an action. Oh no, I didn't. I think I didn't throw away this card earlier. That's my fault. Alright, China should have one more card played. I'm gonna play China one more card. Sounds like I gave him one less action, my bad. So China, I'm gonna give them this last action, which is to build a base. They're gonna build a base, unfortunately, in South Asia, where they're under the most threat. So that's unfortunate. Dang. I was hoping to get away from it. All right, so China, I was hoping to get away with it, I mean. So China's going to build a base. They're going to build a base over here in Pakistan. So they're building a base in Pakistan. They're going to spend $10. So they're going to go from 70 down to 60. And they're going to build a base and move a tank. And get an influence cube, which is going to give them 0 points here. But I'm glad I'm forcing China to do some tankage. They're going to knock my cube out, which is unfortunate. That means I have to go put that back in, put that cube back where it came from, or so help me. This would be a great time to get that card that lets me reset my cube. Okay, all right, so that's all done. Now China's caught up. Like I said, the reason why I did this is because I guess I didn't play an extra card, or I forgot to throw the card away or something, but I just wanted to make sure China's caught up on his actions it should have. So this is what the board state will look like now. That might have affected scoring earlier, and somebody might have called it out already in the comments, but there's me realizing that I blundered. Hey. All right, so America is going to get $6, so they're going to go from 76 to 82. Okay, China is going to get $5, so they're going to go from 60 to 65. And then Russia is going to get $3 plus 5 because we're going to have to convert that flag. Oh, there we go. $3 plus 5 because we're going to have to convert that flag up there. So it's going to be $5 each. So they're going to get $8. So they're going to go from 29 to 38, 37. Yeah, 37. Okay, now we're going to give everybody their research values. So America's going to get 2, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're going to get 2 plus 2, and they're in a diplomatic focus or domestic focus, so they're going to get 2 more. So they're going to get 6 total. Next up is China. China's going to get 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're going to get 2 extra. So they're going to get 7. Nope, that's not how math works. 6. And then Russia is at 3, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're also going to get 2 as well. And everybody's got 7 countries. I need y'all to chill. So 3 plus 2, 3 plus 2, so they're going to be at 5. And they're not in a, nobody else is in a domestic focus except for the US. So 6, 6, 5. In order for me, the actual player of the game, the hero of the day, if you will, I'm controlling the bot, so therefore if they win, I win, right? Right? I have $9 I'm going to get back. Sorry, $9 we're going to get back. So I will put in a 1 and take a 10. And then I got 4 research, plus my countries. Okay, and that's it. So we're all done. Now we are going to shuffle the bot's cards, so I don't forget to do that. I'm gonna get my cards out of the way. Let's shuffle the bot cards. Should be 12. I was gonna double check, make sure I didn't miss anybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 12 for the US, shuffle. All right, so shuffled. And now we're going for China. Let's see, count this as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, 12 for China. Oops. Okay. Then we're going to shuffle, count Russia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So shuffling Russia's cards. And there we go. All shuffled. Okay. So now that we're done with that, let's get over to our purchasing area. So we're going to do our research. So we're going to start with Russia. Russia first, then China, then me, then the US. So Russia first. Russia's going to have 5 to spin. Russia's going to buy the most expensive thing. There's a tie, a 5 here, a 5 there. So we're going to check their priority list. And their priority list is going to be red first, for sure. Yeah, red spread first. So they're going to take that red one. Which kind of sucks because I kind of wanted that one. But hey, I knew I was going to get it. Next up is going to be China. China has 6. So China's going to buy the most expensive thing it can. There's a 6 here, a 6 there. I think China's going to... I was going to take red. So China's going to take red over blue. So it's going to take this one. And then next up is me. Whoop, I didn't see that. Sorry, I did see that. It was green. I'll shuffle it. I will shuffle the deck. All right. So, initiate restructuring sounds not terrible. So it says draw a card, then you can trash a card from your hand or your discard pile to play another card. That's not terrible. If I got some good cards I want to cycle through, that could be pretty neat. Choose a region and reset one of your temporary influence there, then draw a card and play another card. Yeah, that's actually nice. I actually kind of want that one because that allows me to kind of stay competitive in South Asia and also push China's cube a little bit further since I'm putting military pressure on them. I don't see a lot of military cards, and I don't see a lot of knock somebody out cards. I want some more of those diplomatic de-escalation cards. So it says draw a card, trash and then play. No, I don't like that one. This one's not terrible. This one's not terrible. This one is a choose one resource production and then produce it and then play another card. The entropy is not the best. So I think this or this. Yeah, I think this one's better. So I'm gonna spend 5. So I gotta spend all this and I gotta tap a country. So I'm gonna exhaust Norway. Then I got some more purchasing power, so let me think. Man, a lot of these cards are kind of bad. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I wanted to try to go military focus if I could. That way I can put a lot more pressure on everybody where I have tanks at. and I can start building bases, but I don't have a lot of built base things. So I might be forced to stay diplomatic focused, which kind of sucks. I also need some trade. I don't have any trade cards. I haven't seen them. I mean, they have to be in my deck because I haven't seen them over here. Actually, was there a trade card over here? Nope, there was no trade cards in my hand. So I need some trade. None of these are those things. I can do initiate restructuring, which is going to allow me to kind of clear a card. Am I going to shuffle before the end of this game? Let's see. I'm going to draw 6 cards plus 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I will shuffle one more time. So initiate restructuring. It could be good to kind of clear out like one of these cards here from a discard, which I would probably kill maybe this basic improve relations to make sure I don't get it back. And it'll give me an opportunity to possibly get a better card. So I think this is a reasonable purchase. It's going to cost me though. It's going to cost me some countries, and I don't know if I want to spend those countries. So 4 cost me 4. I mean, dominant power is not terrible now that I have some tanks in South Asia. Like if you look at the board, dominant power, it says engage in a region, spending 1 less flag for each tank that you have in the region. Like that's gonna make South Asia just so easy for me to just keep spamming that, and then force China to keep spending a lot of resources to go over there. I want to keep those 8 points away from China, and I need 4 now. I need 4 influence in here, here, or here. So I can also just put 2 influence over here in the Americas and kind of get that to score, and then try to fight America for those points. Man, there's a lot of considerations here. Remember, the more cubes I have on the board, the more points I'm going to get too. So I want to have a lot of cubes if I can. And I think I just let Europe go. Like Russia's taking over Europe, and I'm just like, that's fine. I don't care. I'm going to go take over everything else. I'm going to go post-colonial order over here. So, keeping everything in mind, I think it's wise for me to grab initiate restructuring. That way I can kind of clear out some stuff. It's going to cost me some countries. And I'm going to stay in a diplomatic focus. I'm going to be able to increase my prosperity. I'm hopefully going to get a trade. That way I can kind of get some more resources going and kind of continue to fuel my my engine, if you will. But if I get dominant power, like I said, that's also a reasonable card. It can allow me kind of keep cycling stuff in South Asia. But I feel like I can already cycle stuff in South Asia with what I already have in my deck. So this card allows me to kind of trash a card. It's basically lets me draw a card and play another card. So this is a reasonable card to kind of clean up my deck a little bit. So I'm gonna go for this one. I'm gonna. I need to keep EU member states alive, don't I? That's fine. I can unexhaust them if I need to. So I'm gonna exhaust that and exhaust that. And we're keeping Canada open because I might build a base in Americas. So I'm all done. Committed. And now we go over to the last country, which is going to be, speaking of Americas, the Americas. So America's going to buy the most expensive one I can of 6. That's this one. So it's going to buy this one. And then, that's it. All right, so we've done research. Now we're moving on to return on investments. So return on investments here is going to be for America, $10. So from 82 to 92, they're racking up the dough. And then China is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So China's going to get $30. So from 65 to 95, wow. And then Russia is going to get 1, 2, 3, so $15. So from 37 to 52. Okay, and that's it. I need to return. I get a return on investment. Man, I'm not used to this. So I get a return on investment too. I get $2. Heck yeah. Money's money, okay? Money is money. Don't judge. All right. So now that's done, we're going to do prosperity, increase your prosperity. So we're going to move for America. America's going to spend $35. So from 92. Oh man. I can't do that math fast enough in my head. Calculator, save me. 92 minus 35. I'm sorry, I can't answer your call right now. 57. So 57. And America's going to go up 5 victory points. So 5 victory points for America. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And next up is going to be China. China's going to spend $40. So it's going to go from 95 to 55. And it's going to go up 8 points. Oh, that's crazy. 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Man, they're about to break 100. That's not great. It's not great. I'm way back here. I'm so far behind. All right, Russia is going to spend $40 to move to its next step. So from 52 down to 12. And they're going to get 7 victory points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 97. Okay, and then for me, I'm also going to go for my prosperity track. For me, I'm going to spend 4 of my consumer goods. All of them. And I'm going to go up 6 victory points and get $20, which I really desperately need. 6 victory points it is. So for me, I go from 80 to 86. And that's it. All right, so that was a prosperity. Now we resolve threat. This is where I was going to hopefully get some payback here from China. And that's really it, just from China. So over here in Europe, we're all tied. Nothing happens. Over here in the Middle East, me and the U.S., we don't cause problems to each other, but the U.S. causes a problem for Russia. So Russia's going to lose 2. 1, 2. Over here, they're tied. Over here, I have more tanks than China. Nobody's in a military stance, but I have 1 more threat than China does. So China loses 2. 1, 2. Feels good. And then over here, they're tied. Up there, they're tied. So that's it. All right. So all that happened was... Oh, I lied. Up here, America's going to lose 2 because of Russia. Haha. 1, 2. So there we go. All right. And that's it. That's all done. Now we move on to the scoring. No, we don't. We go to the next round, round 5. So we're going to draw cards here. So let me switch over to my cam and draw my luxurious 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And oh, look at that. Look, oh man, look at these handshakes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm going to handshake you. I got a trade. It's a simple trade, but it's a trade nonetheless. And I got some draw cards in trash, draw cards in play. So this is actually pretty good. I'm going to hold on to this. I'm not going to spend my knowledge transfer yet because I want to see what the first little bit of turns are going to give. And we're going to continue. So we continue, reveal new country cards. So we go Peru, Canada. Oh, there's Canada. And then Iran. And now we have Kenya. Oh, I can build a base there too. We have India. We have Australia. I can build a base there too. Oh man, we're getting places I can build bases. Switzerland. And, what is that? Turkey? Turkmenistan? Whatever that means. Is that Turkey? I don't know if it's Turkey. All right, so that's all the countries. That's all the countries revealed. Now we move on to determine turn order. So for turn order, it's going to be China, then Russia, then the EU, then the US. So I'm hanging in there. Again, in-game scoring is what I'm aiming for, and it doesn't feel good right now, but hopefully it'll pay off later. That's my goal. So the order has been determined. Now we're going to produce primary resources. So back over to me. I'm producing 1 energy, 1 raw material, producing 3 grains. So I'm maxed out, so I can't. And now I get to choose my focus. I think I have to focus on diplomatic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we're doing diplomatic focus. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries back. And I am going to generate 5 flags, so I'm going to spend $15. And we go from 4 to 9. And engage costs 2 less, so that's kind of the main benefit that I'm aiming for. So we got a lot of work to do to try and get our presence more known on the board, because we want Africa to score. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. We want Africa to score, so we need to get an influence up here. We want to kind of maintain our foothold over here in South Asia, so we got to keep fighting for that rotation of cubes. And if we can get America to score and kind of get 2 of our cubes here, we can make it pretty much a nightmare for US to hold on to that by itself. It's reasonable to try to go and meddle in Central Asia, but I feel like it might be a little bit too expensive. I mean, I can build a base out there in Afghanistan. And Europe, I'm just calling Europe a lost cause. As long as I got one cube there, you know, I get a point. As long as China, well, even if China shows up, I still get a point as long as nobody's tied. So, you know, a point is a point is a point. So, call it how you will. So, I got my work cut out for me, but let's go and get the bots all situated because we need to change their focus. So, starting off with China, China's focus is going to be military. I kind of hate that because that means that this is now even, and I hate that a lot. Next up, we're going to have Russia is going to be military. I kind of hate that too because that means that Europe is going to be harder. And now, come on, USA, you can be military too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. USA is military too. That's what I'm talking about. USA, USA. All right, so US is going to cause problems here. US is going to fight over there and fight over here. So this is good. This is good. As long as everybody's in the military stance, I'm happy because as the EU, I can go sneak in and do what I want to do. I need to get a handshake up here to protect myself from Russia's aggression. And unfortunately, China is now matching me with its defense plus its fury. If I can try to get something that increases my threat, that would be cool. But unfortunately, there's no such things out there. And also, I'm not in the game of tank production. Like I said, round 5 and 6, 5 I was going to try to be aggressive with building bases and getting tanks out. But honestly, this is the most aggressive that I think I really wanted to get. And I have a way to, I don't have a way to build a base. Yeah, no. I have a trade, which is great because I need to trade. I need some money. But yeah, other than that, we are in the state that we're in. They're gonna get $9, or they're gonna get 3 times around, so $15 a piece. So everybody's gonna get $15 on the bot side. So USA is gonna go from 57 over to 72. China is going to go from 55 over to 70. And then Russia is going to go from 12 to 27. All right, so that's all settled. Everybody's in a military stance for me. Well, this is awkward. I thought about going military focus, but I'd have been very sad because I can't really do anything military focus, and diplomatic focus is where I need to be. So we are reasonably happy with our decisions that we made. We're going to start here with China. China's going to go first. They're going to take their double action. So first action, they're going to do the red. So China with red, they're going to build a base, and they're going to try to build a base where they're currently under threat. They're not under threat anywhere. Everybody's all tied, so therefore China's going to try to find a spot. China's going to try to find a spot where it could put somebody at risk, the most people at risk, which is not really anywhere for China specifically. Actually, a region in its zone of interest. Okay, yeah, a region in its zone of interest where it can put the most people at risk, which is pretty much here or here. These are only 2 spots it's going to choose. So it's not really going to fight here for South Asia, which is beneficial for me. That means that they're not going to keep arms racing unless I put more tanks here. So if I put another tank and I put another tank, put 2 more tanks, I can make China waste his time over here. But I want China wasting his time over these 2 spots because I don't want them bumping my cubes out. Okay, so that said, China's is an AV situation between Central Asia and East Asia Pacific. Let me see. Can they build a base in either spot? So China cannot build a base in East Asia Pacific. So they're going to go choose Central Asia because East Asia Pacific, it can only build 2 bases there right now. So as a result of that, China is going to build a base over there where Russia's causing them problems. So China's going to spend $10. So from 70 to 60. And they're going to move a tank out there, and they're going to get an influence. And they're going to get 2 victory points for it. 1, 2. Okay. China's done. We're going to throw this card out of the game. Now we're going to draw another card. And China's doing yellow. So China is doing an invest. So China is going to invest in Central Asia. China can invest in Central Asia. So they're going to spend $15. So from 60 down to 45. And they're going to put a FDI token there. And they're going to gain an influence in Central Asia over here, so they're going to get 1 more victory point. So they're finally broke 100. We got our first person breaking 100. China has 0 points. Ha 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 ha. No, they have 100. Okay, and that's it. China is all done. Now we're going on next to Russia. Russia's going to flip their card. They're going to also build a base. Russia's under threat over here in this area. Russia is under threat over here in the Middle East, North Africa. If there's an event, if there's a situation where there's equal threats, multiple places where they're under threat, what they're going to choose is they're going to choose a place where they have they're going to choose a place where they have to do the least amount of work to not become under threat. So Russia's not under threat here. They are under threat here by 2 because everybody's in a military stance except for me, the yellow tanks. So that means that Russia is under threat here, but they have 1 defense in the region. So Russia's deficit is 1. And then up here, Russia is under threat here by China. So Russia has 1 tank, which is giving them 2 threat, and they have 1 defense because their spheres of influence are going to give them 1 defense when they are in military stance. And China is giving it 4 threat. So this is a 1 and a 1 is what I'm trying to say. So both of these are tied. So we have an A-B situation. We're going to do, we have an A-B situation. We have A here, B there. So we're going to flip a card to figure out what they're going to choose. It's not that they don't care either way. Actually, I care. I would rather them go Central Asia instead of going Middle East. If they go Middle East, then that's when we're going to start bumping cubes, and I don't like that. So, A, B, they chose A, hey. So they're going to build a base up here. They don't care about bumping themselves up from the building bases, right? So they're going to try to build a base in Central Asia. Can Russia build a base in Central Asia? Yes, they can. So they're going to spend $10. And Russia's going to spend $10, so from 27 to 17. And, wait a second. Sorry, Russia's not red. Darn it. Every time. Russia's white. There we go. Okay, got it. Man, every time. I slip up every time, and I caught it because I was like, wait a second. Why is there 2 Russian cubes there? I just did a build a base for them. All right, but they're still building a base here, so let's continue. They will build a base in Central Asia. They spent $10. They're going to move a tank over into that area. And they're going to add a cube, so they're going to bump themselves off and then add another cube. All right, and now that they're all settled, we're all done. No, we're not. We're going to throw this card out of the game because it's a research card. And then Russia's going to do a green action. So Russia's going to do Russia's white. Russia's going to do an improve relations. So Russia's going to improve relations. Man, I think in this entire playthrough, I might have mixed up Russia and China sometimes. And I apologize ahead of time. I'm causing myself my own problems. Russia's going to improve relations. They only have $17, so they should be in improve relations with anybody. So we're going to flip. And they're going to improve relations with Central Asia. Nope. South Asia. Oh, why are you coming over here? Stay over there. Go away. Russia's going to choose South Asia. So we're going to choose a spot they can build a base. There's none. We're going to choose a spot that has the highest symbol. That's going to be India. So Russia's going to choose India. Oh, actually, I lied. Russia would have chosen India anyway because that's one of their home countries. So as a result of that, we're going to gain this country. We're going to delete the existing old one. It's going to go out of the game. So that's what the bots do. And they have that one now. Russia's going to spend the $15 though. So we're going from 3 down to, we're going from $15. We're going from $17 down to 2 because it costs 15. All right, that's all done. Russia is happy. And what happens when you run out of stacks? I guess we just do that. Sure, I'm just going to do that. Okay, because there's always 2 countries showing. So Russia is done. So now we're over to me. I don't have cheaty turns, but I'm going to do a cheaty turn. Check me out, doing cheaty turns. It's about time. Oh, that's the wrong button. What happened? Oh, there we go. All right, so I have a few different things that I want to try to do. So I want to try to engage. This one's improve relations and reset. This one's improve relations and engage. This one's engage for 1 less for each allied country. So what I want to do is I want to first do initiate restructuring. I'm going to draw a card, and then I can trash a card to play another card. So I'm going to draw a card, and I drew trade, and then I'm going to trash a card from my hand or my discard pile. So I'm going to trash one from my discard pile, just this basic improve relations. I'm going to trash this one. Out of the game it goes, and then I'm going to be able to play another card. All right, so now that I've done that, I'm going to also just go ahead and reset one of my cubes. So we're going to choose a region and reset one of your temporary influence there, then draw a card and play another card. So again, I'm trying to get some entropy going, but I want to see some more options. So we're gonna choose from here. No. We're gonna choose from here. We can do it here or we can do it there. I think I would rather do it here. So we're gonna do it here. So I'm resetting one of my cubes. And that keeps me a little bit more in the running. That means if I build another base or put another influence there, that's gonna give me opportunity to bump off China and then get the majority back. And I get to draw a card and then play another card. So did I draw a card already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I did. So I get to draw a card and play a card. So I'm drawing a card and build a base in an allied country. Nice. So I gotta build a base. I cannot build a base in Nepal because I already have a base there. I would have to build a base in like the Middle East or something. And again, I'm not in a military stance, so I kind of want to do engages. So now that I'm done with all that, I have 2 trades in my hand, and I really need a trade from before. I don't have any growth cards, which I kind of wanted. So I'm going to go ahead and burn my knowledge transfer, which is once per round. I can draw cards up to the highest hexagon among my readied allied countries, which is going to be 3 for Pakistan. So I'm going to draw 3 cards. So 1, 2, 3. And hopefully one of these are growth. Okay, cool, we got a growth card. Now we got an engage and improve relations. I don't think I want either of these. These are just basic ones. I mean, 2 trades is also not great either. So I think I'd rather hold on to the 2 trades because that can get me out of a bind. A simple engage and a simple improve relations don't really help. Okay, now I can play another card. Oh, sorry, I need to throw away one more. Sorry. I guess I'll get rid of one of my trades. I want to hold on to my build a base because if I could possibly build a base in the Middle East. Do bases give defense? Let me see. I wonder if bases give defense. I don't know this. I mean, that would make sense to me if bases gave defense. I feel like they don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure bases don't give any defense. I'm just checking because like if it did, that'd be really cool. But no, that's not how this game works. Okay. All right, well, we're done with that. Now we need to continue. Oh, we still have to throw away 1 card. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. We have to throw away 1 card? We threw away 2. We drew 3, we gotta kill 3, or discard 3. Oh, I got an extra card because of something. Oh yeah. Okay. No, we're good. I gotta discard 1 more card though. All right, so I am going to discard probably one of the trades because like build a base in an allied country, it gives me the option. It also gives me 3 research, whereas a trade gives me 1 research. So I feel like if I'm gonna hold onto a card, I'm gonna hold onto one that gives me 3 more research, just in case I don't do it. All right, now we're done. Now we're ready. That's our second play there, and now we need to play a card finally. So I just basically want to cycle through my deck, cycle through some of my cards so I can get some more of my green stuff. I got to improve relations and then reset one of my cubes so I can reset another one of my cubes after improving relations. I kind of want to hold off on that. I want to kick China off of their spot first. So if I build a base, oh, I can't. Shoot. I don't have anywhere else to build a base. I need to improve relations with somewhere I can build a base then. I could build a base and reset my position for the Middle East. I feel like that might be better. So if I build a base in the Middle East and then I reset position, that's going to give me the opportunity to kind of have my cubes a little bit more in majority. And it gives me the opportunity to do some other stuff. So first things first though, I do need to get that production. I do need to get that growth card. Because I feel like that growth card is going to be key to my big strategies here. This is going to give me a double diplomacy or double improve relations. So bringing our camera up to where it needs to go. I'm going to grab this card, which is going to cost me 3 briefcases, which I have, and 2 flags, which I have. So 3 of those and 2 of those. So 3 of those, 2 of these, 1, 2. And I'm going to get 5 victory points, which I'm happy about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's going to be my move for now. Again, I wanted that growth card pretty badly, so I can just get that out of the way. And we are established. So this is once per round. When you're improving relations, you can improve again with another country, spending 1 flag more. So that is a pretty strong ability. So I'm all done with my turn. I spent a lot of cards, but you know, just kind of want to cycle through my deck. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with this strategy. Just incremental actions do add up. Now we're going over to the bots. We're going to continue USA. They're going to take their first double action here for their game, or for the round. And they're going to do a green action. They're going to do a growth. They have $72. They are going to go for a level 4 card. So, wow, they're moving on up. So level 4 card for them. They have left, right. Let's get the conversion table back up on the chart, on the screen. So we have 40 plus 10, so $50, and we have 40 plus 15, so we have 55. They can afford either one, so they're going to do A-B situation, A or B. The USA is going to choose B. Nice, I'll take it. So they're going to do operational edge. They're going to get 5 plus the round 5. They're going to get 10 points, and I think they've caught up with that. So they're going to go from 75 to 85. They're right on my tail. They're right on my tail. I don't like it. They're going to spend the money, 55 from 72. I'm not doing that math in my head. Getting towards the end, towards that part of the day, y'all. 17. So 17 is all spent. Oh, there we go. So the USA has spent the $17. So let's get this back over to our main view. That is it. So they're going to burn this card out of the game, and now we're going to flip another card. And they're going to do a green action. USA is going to do a green. They are the blue cube. They're going to do a engage. They have $17. They should be able to afford to engage. So we're going to flip. Actually, they might be able to afford the engage. I should say they should. So USA, they are going to go East Asia Pacific to try to engage there. They do have a country there, so engage there is a 5. They are not in a diplomatic stance, so it's going to cost them too much money. They can't afford it. Now, they could afford it in a different place. Let me see. If the engage will place a cube of temporary influence that knocks them off and blah, blah, blah. If it can't afford this action, it will trade instead. Interesting. So the USA could afford it if it went to a certain spot, but it didn't, so therefore it can't. Therefore, it's going to trade instead. So the USA is going to trade, and I think they're going to get, was it 44? They had 11? They get, for USA, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, 11. So they get $55. So they go from 17, did they just spend 55? They go right back to where they were before. Let me see my history here. Yeah, they just spent $55. They go back to 72. Right back up to 72. Almost as if nothing happened. Cheaty double actions, I tell you. All right, so the USA is done. Now we're going over to China. So China is going to take their action. So China's going to flip, and China's going to do a green action. So China is the red cube, and they're going to do an engage. They have $45. They should be able to afford it. We're going to shuffle our little pile here. Whoops, sorry. Give that a shuffle. Okay, and I'll change our music up here after this. I like these songs, but, you know, want a little change in scenery, you know? All right, China is going to try to engage in Americas. Wow. Okay, they do not have an Americas, so they cannot engage in Americas, but they thought about it. All right, that's cool. They're going to engage in East Asia Pacific. They will not, because they'll knock their cube off. So they're not going to engage in East Asia Pacific. Wait, do they have to have a country there? Yeah, if it doesn't have a country there, then continue to draw. Okay. They're going to engage in the Middle East. They do have a country in the Middle East, so they're going to show up here, those jerks. I'm kind of okay with that, because that gives me a little bit more of an action to do when I do the the, was it engage and flip a cube thing? Or improve relations and then reset a cube. So it gives me like a little bit of an action. Okay, so that's good. Good for me, I guess. Now we're gonna go back over to China though. China's gonna spend their $15. Oh no, not $15. Sorry. China's gonna spend 6. They're not in a diplomatic focus, so they're just gonna spend 6. They get to reduce it by 1 because they have a country there. So they're 5. So they're gonna spend $25. So from 45 to 20. And they're gonna put a cube here and get 1 victory point. $101. Look at them go. All right. So China's done. Now we're going to go over to Russia. Russia's going to go. They're going to do a build base action. Actually, no. Yeah, they're build base. Russia's white. So they're going to build a base. They have $2. I lied. They can't afford it. They cannot afford to build a base. They need at least 10. So therefore, Russia is going to do a trade instead. Yes. Yes, they're going to do a trade instead. So going over to here, Russia has how many? 1, 2. Excuse me, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12, they get $30 or $60. So from 2 to 62. All right, so they're all done. Oh, we got to figure out who they're trading with. Sorry. They're going to trade with. Come on, let it be me. Boo, it's never me. All right, they're going to trade with, oh, it is me. Hey, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at China. Yes. So they're going to give me $10. Cool, because I need it. And they're going to earn $5 for themselves. So 67. All right, now we're on to my turn. Finally, the moment we all been waiting for. My turn. So on to, buttons are hard. There we go. So I'm trying to keep my camera switching buttons ready to go. So we have a lot to take care of here. I think the call was for us to improve relations and reset cube because that's going to give us a little bit more stability over in the Middle East. And it's going to get us into the direction of pushing the U.S. out, which I'm not super worried about doing that immediately. Another option is for us to improve relations with South Asia and just kind of put some more pressure on China because we can reset a cube, get ourselves in a better spot, and then China's going to have a little bit of tough time trying to keep the lead. And just to bring the board back up here, we have 3 cubes here for me, but my cube here, if I reset it, I'll get to put it there. I get another region, another spot. I don't really need another region there, but it'll be nice to have. And then I can do a double improve relations because I have once you improve relations, I can improve relations again for 1 extra flag. The problem I'm going to run into though is I'm going to start running short. On resources. I only have 7 flags and engage is what I really want to do. Ooh, okay. All right, hold on, I have an idea. Hold on, let me cook. So we're going to do improve relations with the country on the board, spending 1 less. And then I can reset 1 of my temporary influences at country's spot. So I'm going to improve relations, spending 1 less. I can take Bangladesh instead of taking Bhutan. I'll take Bangladesh. I spend 1 flag instead of 2 flags. Now, hold on. Before I do, hold on. I haven't seen what showed up afterwards. Before I do, is there a better spot for me to go? Because I can get in East Asia Pacific, or ooh, I can get over here. I can get Canada. Getting the improved version of a location is not always great, because if I need more countries, like I have 2 here, 2 there, I can get 2 in the Americas and try to get a foothold in the Americas, or I can go back to Africa and try to get things kind of settled there and scored there. But the problem is that it resets my cube, and the reset my cube aspect is what I really want. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I'm fine. All right, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go ahead and take Bangladesh. I'm going to spend 1 because I get to reduce it by 1 flag. And we're taking Bangladesh, and I'm spending 1 flag total. And then I get to reset 1 of my cubes here. And then I'm going to spend diplomatic opening, which allows me to, once I improve relations, I can improve relations again with a Another country spending one more. It doesn't say another country where, so another country spending one more. Now the question is, where do I want to go? Because I can grab Canada, which would give me a free investment, free influence into Americas, which is one of the benefits of getting the same country. I can grab Australia. That doesn't do anything for me, but I could grab it. Yeah, I think Canada makes most sense. So I'm spending 4 flags, so from 6 to 2, and here's where my dilemma is, because I'm spending a lot of flags doing this action. I can reduce the cost by no, I want to. All right, here's what we're doing. We're exhausting Nepal to reduce the cost by 1 for taking Bangladesh. So we have 1 extra flag left, and then we're spending the max amount that we need. So we're spending 4. So hold on, let me rewind all that. Where was I? I was at 8. Was I 8? I don't know where I was. All right, I'm spending 1 less by exhausting Nepal, so I'm getting that 1 back. But we're getting Canada, so we spent our 4, and we're gonna get the influence cube, which we're gonna put at the top, because like I said, we want to trigger the scoring for this area, and it's also gonna help us maintain our control, because we need 4 cubes in all these regions anyway. So this will give us our 4th, and we get 1 victory point here for the EU, and we reset our cube. We did our things that we need to do. We're all set. We got that influence cube because we got a country that we already had that wasn't tapped, wasn't exhausted. So therefore we got the bonus of getting a free influence in that region. And we also got 2 locations because we grabbed this. We got to reset our cube because of the action card. So I think this is the action. I think this was the flow that I wanted. And then we can try to pivot if we need to. I have a reasonable amount of money now that Russia did a trade with me, and I might do a trade with Russia to get more resources so I can build more phones. Because if I can do a production, which I have 0 way to do so, let's see, can a trade save me? Let me see. I don't think trade can save me either. I need 5 phones. I can get 2, 3, 4 from China. I need 1 more phone. So I need a country that can give me 1 more phone. So if I'm going to improve relations with anybody, I'm going to try to grab a country that can give me 1 more phone. And I have improved relations with a country on the board, then I can engage in that country's region. So I have a way to do this. On the board, Switzerland can give me 2 phones. So Switzerland can give me 2 phones, and that's it. So Switzerland's the only option. And Switzerland costs 3, which I can grab I have 3 flags. So it's gonna be exactly what I got here. And I won't be able to engage in that country's region. Damn. I can engage for 2 less. Oh, I could engage in that country's region by spending Norway and EU member states. It'll leave me a little bit more vulnerable than I want to be here for some of the stuff I have. I can use okay, all right, I got some plans. I'm gonna go ahead and play the bot's turn though, so we can kind of keep it moving. We are happy with what we did. USA is gonna go. They're gonna flip. They're gonna build a bait. Nope. They're gonna move a tank out from the supply onto the board. So the USA is gonna spend $5 moving the tank, and they're gonna go from $72 down to $68. Nope. $67. And we're gonna move a tank, and they're gonna move a tank where they're under the most threat. Everybody's in a military stance except for me, so they're not under threat, not under threat, not under threat. They are under threat over here, so I'm gonna put a tank right there. Okay, cool. Glad we established that. So USA is all done. Now we're moving over to China. China's gonna do a growth. They have $20, they can't afford it. They gotta do a level 3. We'll double check just to make sure. I like to double check just to make sure I'm not like reading things too fast, because I do read too fast sometimes. So they need a level 3, and they need to spend the conversion chart up here. They need to spend $40. They have 20, so therefore they can't afford it. So China will gain $30. So from 20 to 50. All right, China's done. Now we're gonna go over to Russia. Russia's gonna do a green. Russia is, there we go. Russia's gonna do a green. So Russia's green is gonna be to engage. Russia has $67. They should be able to afford it. So they're going to engage in Europe. So Russia's gonna engage in Europe. Let me double check. there's going to engage in Europe. As engaging in Europe, they do have a European country. They have Belarus, so they're going to engage there. They get to reduce the cost by 1. They're not in diplomatic stance, so they're spending 4 flags. So they're going to spend $20. So from 67 down to 47, and they're going to add a cube. And we have a high-low situation. So late in the game, I know, it's so weird. So we're going to flip a card. We're in round 5. They're going to go low for 2 points. Running away from me. So rude. All right, so Russia's done. We're over to me now. I mentioned before that I kind of had a few things I was kind of bouncing around in the brain skull. One of the things I was going to do is improve relations with the country that engage, but I don't have enough to do both. It's pretty expensive. I could do common foreign and security policy, which is going to allow me to exhaust EU member states, produce flags and tanks, then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So that could be nice. The other one is NATO. NATO will allow me to add another cube, which I think I can save that for last. Actually, I'm holding to NATO for last round. I don't think I need it right now. But common foreign and security policy. If I hold on to both these cards, I get 4 extra points. So that could be cool. But I don't think I'm doing that. I think I'm going to spin these at some point. I can do a trade to kind of get my resources up. I won't be able to get enough phones, as we already established. But if I'm able to get a free produce, no way to get a free produce. Never mind. That's a moot point. Yeah. So prosperity increase is going to be a pipe dream, which is unfortunate because that's 9 points, and I want those 9 points. Now I gotta think. I gotta do a think. So I can get 2. Oh, that's what it was. If I improve relations with Switzerland and I get Switzerland, then I could do a trade, which will give me the phones that I need so I can get the 9 points later. It won't benefit me immediately, but it'll help me for the last round to kind of make sure that I'm able to stay competitive with my score. It'll also give me the ability to... I can't improve relations and engage. That's a problem. That's the problem. I need to improve relations and engage, and I only have 3 flags. If I improve relations and engage with Switzerland, Switzerland's over here in the EU, so my engagement is reduced by 2, and I can exhaust EU member states in Norway to give me the extra 3 that I need, so I can get it all done. It's going to be spending all my flags. It's not going to feel great. And then I can have a trade later, and that trade is going to allow me to get the phones that I need, assuming that I have the money, which I hope I have the money. I might have like infinite grain, so I guess I can spend the grain to kind of get the money. Okay, you know what? Fine, I convinced myself. We're going to do that. We're going to improve relations with a country on the board. So we're going to gain Switzerland. We're going to spend 3 flags. No, I lied. We're going to exhaust the EU member states in Norway to get that, and then we're going to engage. Interesting. So it's either exhaust Switzerland or exhaust those 2, huh? I think exhausting those 2 makes more sense, right? One second, let me think. So the problem that I have is that it would be nice to have these guys unexhausted so I can actually, use them for my research. But if I exhaust these 2, then I won't be able to use a common foreign security policy because I need to exhaust the EU member states in order to use it. So exhausting EU member states I think is off the table. I can't do that. I can exhaust Norway to reduce the cost from 3 down to 2. 1, 2. And then that means that when I engage in the region is reduced by 2 because of my stance. I have 1 flag. That means I have to exhaust Switzerland, which is not efficient. It kind of sucks. But that's the puzzle that I'm stuck in, so we're going to go with it. All right, so now we're going to engage in the region, and we're going to have to exhaust Switzerland, which I kind of want to save because it's a 3, but whatever. So it's going to be 3. So we're going down from 5 down to 2, and then we get to reduce it by 2 because of our stuff here. So because we only have 1 flag left, we're not going to have enough flags. So therefore, we are able to engage in the region, and we can trigger the scoring for it. I guess we should put the permanent influence, and then we can try to bump Russia out later. And we get to put a handshake there, which I think is really important because I forgot about that, but I do need to protect myself up here. So I was going to put that there. I'm going to get 1 victory point. And I'm going to be able to put a handshake, which I completely forgot about, to be honest. Because otherwise Russia's going to cause me to lose some points. And I can protect myself with that handshake. Or I can be greedy and get $15 and then lose 2 points. I don't know. I think I'd rather have the points right now. All right, so we are established, our action's done. We've done everything we need to do. We improved relations with Switzerland, and then we engaged in that country's region. So we made our presence known on the board. We reset ourselves over here. We got 2 handshakes on the board. We're protecting ourselves over here in the EU. I think we're good. Our last action is probably going to be to do a trade, so that way we can have our prosperity increased. We do have enough phone producing people. We need $50, and I don't think we have it, but we can sell our corn for $5 a piece, and we have 10 of it, so we can sell all of it for $50. So I think we have it. So yeah, we're gonna move on. All right, so next is gonna be USA. And the USA, they're going to do their action. So they're gonna do a green action for the USA. USA is gonna do an engage, and they have $67, so they should be able to engage wherever they want to go, and they're going to engage in the Middle East, which is rough. I was hoping they didn't do this, but they did it to me. So the US is going to cause me some problems by engaging in the US, or engaging in the Middle East. So engage in the Middle East, they're gonna reduce the cost by 1 for every country they have in that region. The US has 1 country in the Middle East, so therefore they pay, instead of paying 6, they pay 5. So they're gonna pay $25, 5 times 5, 25. So they're gonna go from 67 down to 42. Nope. Yep, 42. All right, so the USA has placed their thing, or have done their thing. Now they're going to place their cube here. They're going to bump me out, that jerk. And we're established. So now we need to go back and fight there because we need to have the most influence in that region. So if we put another cube, we're going to bump ourselves out. We need to hopefully get something to like reset our cube. Fingers crossed we can get that. But I might need to do the NATO because the US and put a permanent influence in there for free. So I might need to pivot from what I wanted to do, which is trade, to get my prosperity up, to give me more points, to try to maintain my control of the Middle East. I can also do NATO later. It doesn't stop me from doing NATO later. It's just I want to do it now because I'm mad. All right, we're done. USA is done. Going over to China. China's going to take their last action for the round. They're going to do a green action. So China, the red cube, they're going to do a grab a country. So China's going to grab a country. They are going to grab just anybody. China has $50, so they can afford it. China's going to grab a country from Africa. Ugh, stop coming to Africa. They're going to try to prioritize a place where they have a base using that top left card up there, that top left green card. They're going to try to prioritize a base they can build a place they can build a base. They can't. They're going to try to prioritize one of their starter countries. There's none. They're going to go for the higher value. They're going to go for Sudan. So they're going to pay 2 to grab Sudan. And they have 3 countries in Africa, and I don't like that because that's my domain. It's my region that I'm trying to jockey for position in. They're going to spend $10 total for it, so from 50 down to 40. And China's done. Russia's next. Russia's going to go. They're going to build a base. Russia's the white cube. So they're going to build a base where they're currently in danger, and Russia is not in danger anywhere. Oh no, I lied. Russia's in danger here. Ah, come on. Don't build a... Ugh, gosh, now I got a NATO. Now I have to NATO. Okay, now I have to NATO instead of doing what I wanted to do. Because, yeah, this sucks. This sucks. I had plans. I want to get my prosperity up, but I got to worry about these stupid tanks. You know what? I can lose the 2 points. That's fine. All right, let's finish doing what Russia's doing. Russia's building a base over here in the Middle East. If it can, unfortunately, build a base in the Middle East. It has Syria. So Russia's going to spend $10. It has 47, so it's going to go to 37. It's going to build a base in Syria, in the Middle East. Oh, it's not a base. And then it's going to move one of its tanks over here. And now it is no longer under threat. That jerk. And now it's going to gain an influence as well. So it's going to bump me out as well. I guess that makes my decision a lot easier. But I don't like the fact that I got bumped out again. No extra points though. Okay, well, That sucks. I can get another influence, which will knock the U.S. out and give me majority, which is great. But I just don't like the fact that people are just harsh in my mellow. Mellow in my heart? No, harsh in my mellow. There you go. I think that's the right phrase. So Russia's all done. Now we're over to me with my last action. I mentioned before that I need to NATO now. I don't need to NATO now. I need to NATO eventually though, or I need to get some more influence over there in Middle East. Because remember, one of my scoring conditions to get 9 points is I need to have the most influence in the Middle East, and I currently do not. The USA does, and Russia is causing some annoyances. So these are 3 cards I have left. I can engage in a region, spending 1 less flag. For each allied country I have in the same region. That could allow me to kind of get another cube rotated somewhere. I guess I can do that to get South Asia, to get another cube over there. I can also do it in the Americas, but in the Americas I would need to spend a lot to do so, and I don't know if it's worth doing that right this second. The other option is for me to trade, and I mentioned before that I wanted to try to do the common foreign and security policy. This allows me to, I have to exhaust the EU member states, which is why I kept it alive earlier. And I can produce flags and tanks. So tanks, I can produce 1 tank. And I can produce 5 flags. And then engage in a region or build a base on an allied country. I could build a base on an allied country. I have no tanks though. So building a base, I have to move at least 1 tank, so I can't really do the build base, but I can engage in a region, which can give me another handshake on the board, which would be nice. So I don't have the tanks to back it up. Oh, I'll produce 1 tank. Okay, so I'll be able to put 1 tank out, which means I can put pressure on. Ooh. I could do it here in South Asia. That would put 1 extra tank for me. And I'm not in military stance. China is. Oh no, China beat to defend. Shoot. Darn it. Sorry, China has +1 defense for all of its sphere of influence places. So China has 3 to my 2 right now. 1 is defense and then 2 is threat. So if I put another tank there, China doesn't care because China's still defended. Never mind. Oh man, I was so happy about that. I was like, I might be able to mess with them. I think next round, I probably need to go military focus next round. So I want to try to reduce the number of countries I'm exhausting because I'm only going to be able to refresh 3 and I have 3 already tapped. Okay, so keeping all that in mind, I need to be very strategical about what I'm doing. Okay. So EU member states is still pretty good because it lets me produce flags, then engage in a region or build a base on an allied country. Oh, I couldn't even do it in China anyway, or sorry, South Asia anyway, because I don't have any place I can build a base. I can do it in America. I don't think the U.S. would like that too much, but I could. I could also do it in Jordan, in the Middle East. But again, I don't think I need to do that right now. The stress. So part of this is just me trying to figure out what's the best move to make now to set myself up for later. I think trade is the best move I can possibly make right now. I would love to engage right now in a region. I would also love to exhaust this and do it, because if I spend the action now, I don't have to worry about it later, because I only have 5 actions left, assuming I don't get any extra like play bonus card stuff. So I only have 5 actions, this action plus 4 and more in the last round. So I want to try to maximize what I'm doing, and if I trade now, I get to increase my prosperity, I get more victory points. It will allow me to kind of set up for the next round to maybe get a growth level 4 card, because I need more briefcases. And it gives me more flexibility to kind of do stuff on the next round, depending on what cards show up. The drawback of that is that if I play NATO now, then I'm saving an action for the future. So next round I can focus only on what I'm trying to do. And then NATO will let me get the permanent influence extra in the Middle East, so I can hold on to that region for pretty much for good. I can try to pivot with NATO. Oh, I don't have enough flags. Never mind, I can't even play NATO. Never mind, ignore that card. I'm short by 1 flag. I don't know, y'all. I don't know what the best choice is. I feel like any choice I make is gonna be like the wrong choice, which I think it makes this fun. I mean, I'm having fun, but I'm not enjoying the moment. Okay. 1 flag left. I can engage in Europe for free. I can engage in South Asia for free. Engaging in South Asia for free will get me another cube and get me a handshake. Again, I don't need the handshake there. I need the handshake in the Middle East. Actually, yeah, yeah, okay. I need the handshake in the Middle East. So knowing that I need the handshake in the Middle East, I have one flag. I get to reduce it by 2. So I'm at from 6 to 4, and I have one flag. Jordan gives me 1. I can't even afford it. Can't even afford it. I would need to do exhaust EU memberships. Sorry, I need to do common foreign security policy. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. Trading. Okay, the other side of this. Sorry, I forgot about this. The other says if I do a trade will let me get the phones that I need, and it'll also let me set myself up for possibly having enough briefcases, possibly have enough business to get a level 4 card next round. And it'll save me the action of having to produce those resources again. And I can even go into a domestic focus, or I can even stay in a diplomatic focus to kind of redouble my effort to try and get more of my influence cubes on the board and try to be dominant that way, and not have to focus on trying to just produce stuff. So I think that's what I'm trying to say, is that that's the action I think I'm convincing myself to do. I really want to do all this other stuff, but I think that's the action that I'm convincing myself to do right now. So I am going to lose 2 points because of the Middle East, which sucks, but that's okay. It's okay. World peace can still be achieved, maybe. So we're going to do a trade. So we're going to bring our board up here, and with our trade, we're going to choose to trade with the regions here. We'll be able to get a lot of resources, get a lot of stuff. We can even go domestic focus. Going domestic focus the last round kind of sucks because it only gives me 2 research, which goes to waste. So that's kind of trash. So let's not do that. But we're going to trade though. We're going to sell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our grain. So we're going to sell 5 of it for $25 because it's $5 a piece. Yes. Yeah, $5 a piece. So $25. Oh, I was going to change the music. I forgot. All right, so I sold one type of good, and I can export another type of good. I think I want to export. I think I want to export. Well, I can't export anything really. I have nothing else to export. I can export more grain. Nobody wants it. All right, so I exported all I could export. Now I'm going to import, and this is where I need to buy my phones. So I can import 1 from China. That gives me another flag, which might help me later. So China's going to get $10 from me. I'm going to get China's $10. So it gets $50. It's going from 40 to 50. And then I am going to import phones from Switzerland. Where's Switzerland? Switzerland and Pakistan. So that's going to be 40. So I got 1 phone from China. And then I'm getting 20 here, 20 there. So that is going to be the rest of my money. Wow. I had exactly enough money, huh? That was terrifying. All right. Well, looks like that's all I'm doing. I thought I was going to do more, but 1, 2, 3, 4. I got just enough phones to make it through the day. Man, I didn't realize I had exactly enough money to do that. That's terrifying. All right. Well, no more trade for me. I also wanted to import. I guess I'll import a material. Which one do I need for phones? I need material for phones and tanks, so I also need energy for both too. I was gonna assume I don't need any more consumer goods, so I'm just gonna get an import for energy. I'm gonna spend $3, and I'm gonna pull that from Canada. All right, we're done. We are El Dono. So we're done. Everybody's happy. Everybody's done their things. Now, oh no, I lied. America's last. Sorry, I'm not used to being not last. America's gonna go with the last action. It's gonna do. It's gonna build a base. Rebuild a base at America. America's building a base and is currently under threat in no region. Oh, I lied. It's under threat in Europe. So America's gonna build a base in Europe. Can it do so? It can. It's gonna build a base in Iceland. It's gonna spend $10. It's gonna go from 42 to 32. So here's the logic if you were looking for it. So it's going to build a base in Iceland up here because it's under threat. It's not under threat there, not under threat there. It is under threat here. So America's going to build a base up there. It's gonna spin. It spent this $10. It's gonna put that there. It's gonna it's gonna get a cube. It's gonna bump off Russia. Excuse me. Thank you. That was rough. You know what? I should just. It's the same thing. There we go. Bye bye, Russia. All right, cool. So that is all done. I'm happy that America did that because now that means that Russia is going to be tied for points. Oh, no, it's not. But it's going to make it a little bit easier to kind of maneuver my way in there if I want to. I need to go over here and do this too to kind of get the US out of here and get my cubes up. But I don't need to do that now. Next round, I definitely need to do that. And I can also try to fit a little bit more up here in America. Try to get a few more points, and then try to fight China a little bit more over here for those points too. So I got a lot of fighting to do. I'm going to be trying to do a bunch of engages apparently. If I can get multiple actions, I'm going to do that. But let's go ahead and end the round here, because we are now done. And let's go ahead and figure out what we're doing next. We're going for research, so we're going to go over to the bots, and we're going to try to figure out what they're doing here. So again, vicious glares are going to be vicious, but we're going to flip 2 cards to figure out where they are going. And nobody's in a domestic focus, so nobody gets bonuses from that. But I think country-wise, let's go and count it out. Well, actually, let's go and add up everything to total. So America's going to gain $9. It's going to go from 32 to 41. China is going to gain $8, so it's going to go from 50 to 58. And then Russia is going to go up 3 plus 5. Oh, we got our conversion chart there already. Cool. So it's going to go up $8. So it's going to go from 37 to, what is that mathematically? I know what it is. It's 45. I'm going to add it up in my calculator anyway. All right, 37 plus 8. Yep, 45. Ooh, look at me. Math wizard here. There we go. And then next, we are adding up our other stuff. So for our research values, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries for Russia. So it's going to get 3 plus 2. So it's going to get 5. For China, we have 5, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they're going to get 2 as well. So they're going to get 7. So 5 plus 2, 7. And then finally, for the US, they're going to have 4, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're going to get 2 extra as well. So they're going to go from 3 to 5. All right, all done. So now we got to figure out what my values are. And my values are going to be, I get 1 flag, which I'm pretty happy about. I get $4, which I'm also pretty happy about, because I have $0 right now. Can't believe I had exactly enough money for something. That's crazy. All right, and I will get 6 research, plus all of my countries over there. So 6 research. Pardon the mess. There we go. All right, so 6 research has been gathered, and now we're going to go through our research phase. So bring our camera out to our research area. We are going to try to figure out who's getting what, starting with China. China has $7. It's going to get the most expensive thing you can get. This is the most expensive thing you can get as a 5, so it's going to get that, put it at the top of his deck. And it has $2 left, so it's going to burn 2 cards, even if it could afford something else. So it's going to burn those last 2. And now, so 2, 4, 6. All right. Next up is going to be Russia. Russia has 5, so Russia is going to get the most expensive thing it can. There's a tie, 4, 4, 4. It's going to choose red cards. It's going to choose red cards over yellow cards, so it's going to choose this red card. I really wanted to mess with Russia more this game, but I couldn't. It was so difficult. It was all near impossible to try to mess with China in this game, but I'm glad I did what I did. But am I going to go military focus? I don't know. We'll see what cards I end up getting. Speaking of which, it is my turn to purchase cards, and ooh, boost production, you say? That card could be nice. Yeah. That card is great. I want that card. Sight unseen, I want that card. Because it's going to allow me to get a production, and then I get to play a card. I mean, it's not going to be great for having like a... Well, it actually doesn't matter. There's no last research phase. So I want this card. Now, before I grab this card, let me check these other ones. This is nice. I can get it with the country. Improve relations with the country on the board, then invest in that country or trade. Ooh, that's good too. Trade, then invest in an allied country. That's nice too. Both of these are kind of good. Well, sorry, that one's not great. It's a trade, but this one's way better though. This one's nice if I have money. I need money. Because it allows me to invest in a country, which remember, investing in a country late game doesn't really feel good, but it gives me another influence cube on the board. And I can use that to kind of get stuff in America or get stuff in South Asia. So I think boost production is going to be the card I'm going to take for now. So I'm spending 6, spending all my research. And I have my countries to lean on at this point. Ooh, improved logistics is nice. Build a base in an allied country, and you can move up to 3 tanks to a region regardless of the country's hex value and without paying for the move cost. That's a great card, actually. That's a phenomenal card. I'm not going too heavy in building base, but I'm thinking about going military. It's going to cause me to tap some of these things, but if I go military, then I am kind of forsaking the fact that I wanted to do like an engage strat. But if I go military, I can do some cool stuff. I'm not going to be able to produce many tanks. Well, I can only produce 2 tanks anyway, so it's not like I can produce many to begin with. Man. This is going to reset one of my cubes, which keeps it safe. This is going to give me a base in spot, so I can kind of be annoying. Oh, I need to remember, I can't build a base in South Asia anyway. Never mind. Because I don't have a country I can do so. I only have 1 spot I can build a base there. I think it's the only one that's in the entire deck, to be honest. So yeah, that's actually not as great as I thought it was. I can build a base in America, but I don't need to put tanks there. I just want the influence. So if I just want the influence, and I think engaging is better. So I'm going to grab build new embassy. I'm going to grab build new embassy because improved logistics is great for moving tanks around for free. But first I need to have the tanks, which I don't, unless I go military focus, which I don't think I'm going to do. Second, I need to have a little bit more locations available. I can build bases, and the only spots I can build bases are in the EU. I can build one in the Middle East, which would be beneficial, and I can also do one in Canada. My original plan of pivoting towards military has kind of faltered because the cards didn't really support it based on what showed up here in the row. And one of the benefits of going military last that's the wrong camera. One of the benefits of going military in the last 2 rounds would have been to reduce the amount of points that Russia's getting, because I'm going to lose 2 points here, but reduce the number of points that China's going to get, that Russia's going to get, and trying to pull them back, trying to pull their score back, and try to do it for 2 rounds in a row so I can make them lose 8 points. The problem with that is that 1, I didn't do it, 2, I didn't do it, 3, I couldn't do it. So therefore, I'm not going to do it. So pivoting to the military strat is out of the question for me now. The drawback of going for the engagement strat is that I got to really rely on what cards show up in my deck, because there's no cards out here that guarantee I'm going to get engagement. And I got a card that's going to let me play another card and get some production, which is cool, because I can use that to my advantage and maybe make some tanks and try to make improved logistics work. But I don't know if I want to go military focus, because I kind of want all my countries untapped so I can have infinite reachability to do things. Although, wait a second. If I go for military focus, my tanks are more powerful. I'm going to cause the enemy to lose points, and I think I win tiebreakers. And in addition to that, when I do engagements, there's some other part I forgot. Yeah, I was gonna say something about when I do engagements. When I do engagements, I can reduce the cost by the countries by exhausting the countries, and that will allow me to get those spots anyway. And I have a reasonable foothold over here to engage in South Asia for basically free, because I can do that for free once as long as I get Nepal and Pakistan. I can have both of those tapped to give me a free engagement in South Asia to kind of bump China out, and then I can also do a basically free engagement in the Americas by exhausting Canada and then spending 1 flag to get that one, and then kind of get that scoring on board. So I don't know. I'm a little torn. Going the military strat sounds very tempting, but like my deck, I don't trust that my cards that are going to show up are going to be supporting military stances, if that makes sense. Like I have one of my big military cards is already in the discard. Actually, no, I lied. It's actually over there. Build base. Oh no, it's right here in front of me. Yeah, build a base card showed up. in my hand. So it's going to be in the discard. And my other big military card is also in the discard. So it's risky. And I don't have a pivot away from it is a problem. I'm trying to weigh the pros and cons in my head because I have to tap 2 countries to do it. So I'm going to have 2 countries less than I want. And I don't even need military power. Okay, you know what? Bump all that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this card. I'm going to do tap into new markets. No, I can't do that either. All right, we're gonna play it safe. I hate this so much. We're gonna play it safe. We're gonna do build new embassy, because like this feels like an incremental action. Like this is a double action. It gives me improved relations. I don't know if I'm gonna have the money to be able to afford is a problem. I'm gonna get $30, so I will have the money, but it's gonna be kind of costly to do so. And I would do it where? I would have to do it in the Middle East to make sure I win that. I have NATO available as well, so I have a space for a wasted card. As what I was trying to say, or what I was going to say. And my current card is to generate resources and do stuff. I don't know, guys. I'm just gonna spend the $7, and then I want to stay in diplomatic focus, and then we're just gonna live our life. So I'm spending 7. So it's Canada and Pakistan. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's all 5. So I have 5. I will be able to refresh all 5 of those. Flipping the next card. Establish trade routes, choose a region to trade, consider that region stuff, and then reset one of your queue. Oh man, that would be so nice. I have 2 resets. I should have went for it. I didn't know that card was coming though. If I had known this card was coming, I would have done that and then done this, because that's 2 resets, which means I have to spend a little bit less time putting influence on the board and wasting stuff. So, ugh. I mean, I can still buy it. Actually, you know what? I'm still gonna buy it. Yeah, heck yeah, I'm still gonna buy it. You can't stop me. This one's better though because it gives me a trade, which could set me up for doing some extra fancy stuff. This one gives me just another country to pull, which I don't think I have enough flags to do so. So we're going to spend 3. We're going to have to tap some more countries. So we're going to tap, unfortunately, Jordan. Well, no, we need to keep Jordan alive. We're going to overspend then. We're tapping Nigeria. And we're going to tap Bangladesh. So we're overspending. And now we're done. I want that card too. Stop giving me cards. Stop giving me your hardest challenges. That card is nice. I can't afford it because I tapped to overspend because I wanted to keep Jordan alive. And it's new information. I can't. Oh my gosh. I'm cooked, guys. I can't. Why is this game giving me as hardest challenges all at once? Diplomatic de-escalation is a phenomenal card. It basically lets you engage in a region, which is what I want to do to get handshakes down. And then it also lets you kick a tank out, which is super huge. Damn, that would have been such a nice card. And then if I went military as well, I could have done some cool... All right, we can't cry too much over spilt milk. We've already spent our cards. We're moving on. Next up is going to be the Americas. America, you have 5 research. You're going to get the improved logistics, the card I was eyeing, and that's all she wrote. All right, so the research deck is kind of useless now. We don't need to stare at it anymore. I'm so disappointed in my performance here. All right, well, my disappointment aside, we're going to move over to the next part, which is increased prosperity. So this is what I spent all that money on. I'm going to do mine first. So increased prosperity, I'm going to spend 5 consumer goods, and I'm going to go up 1 level, so I get 9 points and $30. I need that money this round desperately. And I get 9 VP, so I go from, I break 100, hell yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm in the lead for a brief moment. Just for but a moment, I'm in the lead. Okay, so we're all done. Moving over to the Automas. I think they can all afford it. Let's see, USA needs to spend 45. USA cannot afford it. China needs to spend 50. It has 58, so it will be able to afford it. So it goes down to $8. And China's going to get 11. Ugh. 11 heckin' points. That's gross. So it's going to go from 1 to 12. That's disgusting. Russia needs $50. It doesn't have enough money, so it cannot do it. All right, there we go. Good. So they're going to suffer a little bit. That's fine. The one person I didn't want to do it was China, and that's the only person who did it. So that's kind of annoying. I'd have been in the lead otherwise. So we're all done. Now we're going to move over to resolve threat. So resolving threat here on the board, we have this region. So everybody's in a military stance except for me. So Russia's sending 4 threat towards me. Me and the U.S. we're buddies. We don't cause each other problems, and the Russia and the U.S. are not causing each other problems. I'm going to have to exhaust this handshake or remove that handshake, and it's going to give me +2 for each country that I have allied here, and I have 1, 2, 3. So it's going to give me 6 + 2, so I have 8. So I have 8 defense. So therefore, I'm fine. Russia's no longer a threat to me. Middle East, not the same story. I'm going to lose 2 points. Where am I? Oh, I'm way up here. I'm still at 100, boys. Oh, okay. Calm down. 1 second. I'm at 100. I made it. I'm still here. I'm holding on. I'm still here. All right, so I'm there. And then over here in South Asia, in Russia and America are going to balance each other out. Over here, return on investments. I'm gonna spin this hand, and that's gonna give me $5. I don't like that. I just want to keep it there at that point. It's just gonna give me $5. I mean, that $5 could change the course of the game for me, honestly. How much I have? I have $30. Yeah, I'm gonna take that back. I need one on the board to get some extra points, but that's not for the same one for my big goal, so I'm gonna get that for $5. I'm gonna take that back for $5. I'll put it back out later. Maybe, hopefully. Okay, so we're all done. I pulled that back during my return on investments. Oh, did I do a return on investments? Oh shoot, I skipped return on investments. I did this last time. Sorry, return on investments happens. I go for the bots first. I have to continue our terror, stomp to terror, but I don't think anybody else is losing any points, so it's fine. So over here we have 1, 2 for America. So America could afford to increase its prosperity. So America has $51. So therefore, America will spend 45 of those $50 to go up 8 points. All right, so we're going to go from 51 down to 6. Always skip something, huh? All right, 8 victory points for America. So 8 victory points for America. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then going back over to Russia. Russia's going to get, China. China's next. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So $35 for China. They're going to go from 8 to... Yes, I'm using a calculator because I don't want to think about it. To 43. Saving my brain power. Okay, and then finally Russia is going to go up $15. So they're going to go from 45 up to 60. And Russia is going to improve its prosperity. So it's going to go up 10 points. So it's going to spend $50 to do so. So Russia's going to get 10 points. And that means that I am no longer in first. That sucks. I'm back in second place. Damn. So 97 to 107. Terrible. 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 Okay, so that is all caught up. That's prosperity. Oh, and for me, I get prosperity too. I get $2. Hey, them $2 matter, man. Look at that. Look at that. I made $1 extra by investing in that country when I invested in it. I'll have you know, I think. Okay, so now we're done. All right, now that I'm all caught up, the losing stuff for the threat was only me losing points for threat here, and nobody else lost anything else anywhere else. So I lost 2 points because, get good, scrub. All right, so now we're all done. At least we're kind of within spitting distance, a lot more spitting distance than before, but we got a very powerful last round to deal with here. We're all done. We're moving on to the next round. They're going to get their last cubes of priority, their last cubes of action, I mean. So the USA, they're going to put their last cube and invest. China is going to put their cube and engage. So China is red. And Russia is going to put their cube and engage. Russia is white. All right, so that is all done. So the cubes are all placed. This is the last round. This is for all the cookies. This is for all the baguettes. All the baguettes. All right, let's continue. We're going to go through drawing cards. So I'm going to draw 6 cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. One of these cards is going to go back in my hand. Hopefully it's the card I want. I don't know. This might encourage me to go military if I get the right card. Try to give as good of a shuffle here. Let's just do a little Yeah, let's do a little. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's the kind of shuffle I want it. Oh, nope. I cursed it. All right, come on now. Give me the cards I want. All right, I'm going to cut. And then I'm going to draw. Yeah, that's one of the cards I wanted. Build a new embassies, improve relations, and then reset a cube. That's great. It's not the greatest, but it's better than what I thought it was going to be. Humanitarian aid, successful negotiations, ready one of your allied countries and improve relations, and then this is nice. This might be a nice round for me. I got 0. I got 0 engages. Ugh, okay. All right. Well, this may not be a nice round for me. Before we get all through that, I'm just gonna go ahead and get this out of the way. I'm going to draw 3. I'm gonna go ahead and tap my knowledge transfer, draw 3, and then kill 3 because I need engage cards. I need engagement. I have none. So this card is nice, but I don't think it's gonna do anything for me. This card is trash. Humanitarian aid. I don't really need it. I mean, it allows me to spend, instead of flags, it allows me to spend money. This card I'm keeping for sure. It allows me to kind of get a cube out. And then improve relations, I get to reset a cube, which is what I wanted, but I can also reset a cube over here with the trade routes. So yeah, so either one of those can kind of go. I know I just bought one of those too, but we're gonna draw 3 and then kill 3. So 1, 2, 3. This is our last draw 3. There we go. This is much, oh, heck yeah. This card, this one can go. I mean, build a base in an allied country, I don't really need that one. Yeah, these are the 2 I want. These are the 2 I wanted. Diplomat de-escalation, heck yeah. Come on in, come on through. So let me see, what am I throwing away? I think improve relations, spending $3 for flags instead of flags. I'm gonna hold this to the side for a second. I'm gonna hold your hand with the napkin as I say this. I may not need that card. So, ready an allied country and then improve relations with it. Oh, sorry, ready an allied country, you can search the regions and then improve relations with the country and then add it to your thing. I gotta throw 2 of these away, huh? I don't know, this is kind of hard. Diplomatic de-escalation, I'm keeping that for sure. New strategic partnership, I'm keeping that one, maybe. This one's improve relations with the country on the board, then build a base, and then move up to 2 of your tanks there. So if I go military strat, this is actually going to help me out a lot. Getting the growth card. Oh, there's no growth card. Oh, shoot. I want another growth card. Okay, well, I may not be able to get the growth card, so we're keeping that one for sure. We gotta throw 2 of these away. Improve relations with the country on the board and then invest. I'm not as excited about that one as I was before. Now that I have this other one here, improve relations and build a base. I need to build a tank though. That's the problem. I mean, I can produce tanks. Gosh, dog it. Choose a region, trade, consider that region's available countries, and then reset. I don't think I have enough money to do established trade routes, to be honest. I for sure don't have enough money to do both improve relations and establish trade routes. So one of those 2 has got to go. And this one, improve relations and invest. Like this is one of the cards that I bought based on what was presented in front of me, and I'm not as excited about this. I'm not as enthusiastic about this card anymore because I think this one might be. I mean, it sounds good, but it might be a red herring because investing is going to cost me money. Who am I going to invest in? Like I have to exhaust the country to invest. It gives me the influence cube that I want. If I try to do for Canada, it's going to cost me $20. Like I don't know if I have that much money on the board. Ay. All right, humanitarian aid. I think I'm throwing that one away. That one is like good if I go military, and I don't know if I'm going to go military. I'm considering it, but I don't think I need to go military to use new strategic partnership. I just need a place where I can build a base. And I can find a country easy by doing successful negotiations. So I can chain into this. But this is going to be, I only have so many actions left. Like I actually, all things considered, common foreign and security policy means that I can exhaust EU member states, and then I can produce flags and tanks and then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So like I feel like this is a better version of all those things I was just reading. NATO is also nice because it allows me to put a permanent influence into Middle East, which means that I can maintain my point scoring, get some extra points, and then kind of establish more of a control, more of a handle on control, I mean, in that particular region. So the question is, do I want to play both of these? Because if so, then I only need to pick 2 cards to keep, really. The rest of the cards are just kind of dressing, like icing on the cake, that I can't even play. So I can do like boost production and then play one of my NATO things, which I think that might be the combo. So that means that I only care about 2 cards then. So if I only care about 2 cards, Diplomatic De-escalation I think is one of my key cards. It's going to allow me to engage in a region and then kick a tank out, and that could help me out in the Middle East and North Africa, which basically puts more pressure on Russia. I need to put more pressure on China, but hopefully they don't stay in a military stance. I don't know what stance they're going to stay in, so I'm kind of picking and choosing those. Established trade routes. I think I really wanted to get that, but tap into new markets. I mean, I feel like I just wasted a country exhaust just by doing that. So we're throwing this one away too. So let's see. I think that's 3. So build a base in a country, improve relations, and then establish trade routes. Yeah, those are our 3 we're throwing away. And do I have any basic cards left in here? No, all the basic cards are gone. Okay, cool. So we got our 6. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're gonna stick with these 6, and we're tossing the rest of them. I know I bought one of those recently, but I'm not that tied to it. It was based on what I saw on the board. I didn't realize I was gonna be able to do something cool like that. And that is it for me. So I am now all established. My focus, I gotta choose that though. Did I produce primary resources? Oh no, I just drew cards. All right, so I just drew cards. I'm gonna reveal the next countries. So we got Cuba, Egypt, Djibouti. We're gonna go backwards here. Well, actually we can't go backwards, we're gonna go from the bottom. Started from the bottom, now I'm slightly higher than the bottom. Sri Lanka. And then Australia, sorry, Japan. Oh, US might want that one. And then, oh, excuse me, thank you. Belarus, boo. And Tajikistan. Okay, so that is done. So we finally revealed the new countries. Now we're gonna determine turn order. Turn order is same, nothing changed, except for the point spread. All right, cool, happy for me. And now we're gonna do a produce primary resources. So switching over to me, I'm gonna get myself 1 energy, 1 materials, and I'm gonna get myself 3 food, 1, 2, 3. And then I'm gonna choose my focus. So I'm gonna do all mines first, and then I'll choose the bots later. So if I try to go military focus, it feels very greedy. If I go diplomatic focus, I can get more of my positions on the board. I don't know what word I was trying to say. Now I got to make sure I have enough money to do something. What was I trying to do here with money? I think I needed $20 or something. Oh, if I wanted to invest in a country. So I need to make sure I have enough money to invest in countries, improve relations, and then reset one of your cubes, which is nice. Improve relations and then invest or trade. Build a base, improve relations. So I got a lot of improve relations in my hand that I decided to keep, and this one's engage and then handshake. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay diplomatic focus, and we're gonna be able to ready 5 places. So we're readying Switzerland, we're readying Canada, because I need to get involved in Americas. We're gonna ready Pakistan, so this is 1, 2, 3, and then Bangladesh, 4, and I think I need to get Nigeria just in case China tries to make a move. So we're gonna get Nigeria down. So that should help us reduce the cost of stuff. Norway and Nepal, we're not going to unexhaust those 2, unfortunately. So we're going to leave those where they are. Okay, wait, do I have any cards that ready anything? Yeah, this one says ready a country. You can search the country cards on the board for any one region. Okay, so this lets me ready a country. Do I want to improve relations with one more spot? I think in order to score this card over here, I need to have 2 allied countries in 5 regions. So I have 1, 2, really? Just 2? Jeez, I'm slacking over here. All right, well, I'm definitely not building towards that card, clearly. Have more allied countries than other players. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I'm winning that right now, just barely. I think somebody has 8. I don't think anybody has 9 yet. So I can kind of get that. Have at least 1 engagement token on the board. I have none. I need to put it back. I think I took it so I can get the extra $5, which was, I think, a better choice. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'm cool with what countries I've refreshed. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do this part of spin. I'm gonna spend $3 per flag, so I'm gonna spend $15, and I'm gonna get 5 flags, so from 3 to 8. And then I can do engage for 2 less, and we are good to go. All right, let's go over to the Automas. For the Automas, what do I need to do? Oh, I need to choose our focus. For the Automas, automatons, whatever you want to call them, we're going to choose our focus. So we're going to flip them. Oh, hold on. Do I want to go military though? No, I don't. I don't want to go military. Okay, now we're good. All right, so we're going to flip for the China. China's going to go domestic. Heck yeah, go domestic. Waste your actions. Do it. Less tanks. I'm happy about that. Then we're going to go for Russia is going to go military, of course, causing me problems. Next, we're going to go America is going to go diplomatic. Of course it is. All right, thank you, America, for being so useless. All right, money-wise, China's going to gain $60, so it's going to go from 43 to 103. So let me get my second counter. Whoops, that's noisy. There we go. So 103. Nice. So China's at 103. And America's going to get $5 per round. So America's going to get $30. So we're going to go from 6 to 36. What a glow up. And then Russia, we're going to go from, we're going to get $3 per round. So it's going to get 3 times 6, which is 18. So Russia's going to get $18. So from 10 to 28. Okay, so all done. Now we are moving on. So they chose their focus. Oh, America needs to have a bonus. So America's going to gain a country outside of its sphere of influence, outside of one of its spheres of interest. So we're going to flip that. And America's Europe, it already has it. Africa is not in its sphere of interest, so therefore it's going to gain a country in Africa. It's going to prioritize a place where it can build a base. It's going to prioritize a place where it can build a base. We're doing the top left green card, improve relations side. It's going to prioritize a place where it can build a base. It can build a base on either side. It's going to choose which one has the highest thing, as they're both even. So it's going to choose the one on the left side, which is Djibouti, and they're going to add that to their coffers. So they are going to have to spend $5. So from 36 to 31. All right, and that's their bonus that they get for doing that. And now we finally get to start the robot's turn. So starting off with China. China's in the lead, so China's going to play their first card. We're going to burn this card in a second. But China's going to play their first card. They're going to do a green action. So for a green action, China is red, so they're going to do an engage. And China's going to engage in Central Asia. Okay, good, stay over there. So they're engaged in Central Asia. It's going to cost them 4. China's in a domestic stance, so it's not going to do anything. But they're going to do 4. They're going to be able to reduce it by 1. They have just 1 mouse. Yeah, they reduce it by, nope, Central Asia, wrong place. 2. So they have 2 countries in Central Asia. So they reduce it from 4 to 2. So they're going to pay only 2 flags. So they pay $10. So China goes down from 103 to 93. Okay. And China will put an influence up there. Knocking Russia out. Trying to fight for that majority. All right, they're all done. So now we're going to burn that card out of the game. And China's going to play their next card. And they're going to do a yellow action. So China is going to, China's red. So China's going to do a invest, of course. So China's going to invest in a country. They're going to invest in... China's going to try to invest in South Asia. I hate that. Oh, actually, no, they're not. They're not, because they're going to knock themselves out if they do. They don't want to do that. It says... if the region has maximum markers, then you can't do that. If all regions are at capacity, it will improve relations instead. If that does not, if it happens Do not move the invest cube. Wait. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, no, we're doing invest. Yeah, I'm reading the right thing. Wow, does it not care? So I guess it only cares about knocking his cube out if it's going to engage. Interesting. That's such weird logic. I guess eventually they're going to end up not doing anything if they're going to bump themselves out. So it says for engage, if the engagement would push one of its temporary influence off, it won't do it. It will redraw and do something else. But for invest, it doesn't have that same stipulation. Huh. Okay, well, I'm going to keep reading here. So it's going to invest in South Asia. The question is, can it invest in South Asia? China cannot invest in South Asia because China can only have 2 here and it has 2 there. So that's great for me. So China's not going to invest in South Asia, so we're going to flip another card. Not because it's going to bump itself, but because it can't. So China's going to try to invest in Europe. It doesn't have a European place, so it's not going to invest there. China's going to try to invest in Africa. It has plenty of Africa places there. Oh, I hate that. I hate that because now it's going to be fighting me for Africa. I need to have control of Africa. China, calm down. China, chill your jets. All right, China's going to spend $15. So we're going to go from 93. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5 to 78. So China is going to get a marker. It's going to put an investment cube there. Oh no, I just had it. There we go. We're going to figure out high-low. We're in round 6. China's going to put it high. Ugh, I don't like that. All right, China's going to get 1 victory point for that. And yeah, we're done with China. Now we're moving on to Russia. Russia's going to do its cheaty action. It's going to do a red first. Russia's white, so it's going to move all of its white cubes over. And now that that's done, Russia's going to move a tank into a region. It's going to have to spend $5 to do so as 28. So it's going to go from 28 to 23. And then it's going to move a tank where it's currently under threat. Russia is currently under threat nowhere. So it's going to move a tank following the rules here on the move/build a base priority card, the red card there. It's not under threat anywhere. Nobody's in a military Russia's in a military stance. Okay, so super not under threat. So where can it put the most pressure on people? It's going to choose between here and here. And it's going to try to choose where somebody has more tanks than they do. There's nobody that has more tanks than they do. So therefore, Russia's going to be in an A-B situation. So 50-50, Russia's going to choose Europe or Middle East. So we're going to flip. And it's just moving a tank, it's not building a base. And it chose B, Middle East. I kind of hate that. So we're going to put another tank here. So putting more pressure on both of us. And that's all Russia did. Russia's going to burn this card from out of the game. And now we're going to flip another card. And Russia's going to do a yellow action. So Russia's the white cube here. Is going to do an invest. Russia's going to spend the $15 eventually. Let's see what they're investing in. Russia's going to try to invest in Europe. They have Belarus. They can invest in it, so they're going to invest in that. They're going to spend $15. Oh, this will knock their cube out. Oh yeah, we already established they don't care if they knock their own cubes out here, which is so weird. Yeah, they don't care if they knock their cube out. So, all right, we're going to go with it. So they spend $15. So from 23 to 8. And they're going to put a FDI marker on Belarus. And they're going to gain a influence cube. And they're just going to bump everything down. So they're going to knock themselves off and add another one. So I'm just going to do it this way. There we go. They basically just reset the cube. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that got through the sound. Okay, so that's all done. Now Russia is finished. Now it's on to me. So now it's on to my turn. The hero of the game, your knight in EU armor. EU armor. So diplomatic de-escalation would be nice to do. It would be nicer to do if Russia wasn't in a military stance. But I think diplomatic de-escalation is going to be nice for me to do for China. I'm trying to think of what other actions I need to do. So, oh yeah, let's do this. So first, we're going to go ahead and do the boost production. We're going to choose a resource type. Oh, actually, can I trade first? I have an option to trade, but I don't think I was going to use it to gain stuff. Suddenly having 2 trades would be really nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I can cause China a lot of trouble. I can also cause, well, Russia's causing China trouble already. China's about to lose a lot of points. I can cause China some trouble in East Asia Pacific. I feel like I need to get involved in the Americas, and I need to make sure I redouble my efforts to make sure I hold on to Africa. So let me make sure the Middle East is nothing I have to worry about anymore. So what I'm going to do is for my very first action, gosh, what card am I going to kill? I want a NATO. I want to do NATO. NATO is going to allow me to spin two. So let me get our view back up. So NATO is going to allow me to spin two, spin two flags and $10 to place two tanks from the supply, not from my base, it's not from my board, from the supply, on either Europe or the Middle East, in Middle East, North Africa, or Central Asia. And even if I don't have a base there, then I can add one permanent influence to the region, even if there's no available slot. I can do that for the Middle East. It'll give me protection. Actually, it won't give me protection, but it'll help me move towards getting protection. And it'll also allow me to... Can I build a base here? I can build a base. I can build a base in Jordan. But it'll also allow me to... I lost my train of thought. It'll allow me to put a permanent influence. So I don't have to worry about Middle East and not having majority there, because I need to maintain majority there. The U.S. and Russia's not a threat. The U.S. is a problem. I want to bump the U.S. off of there so I don't have to worry about them. But as long as the U.S.'s cube is here, then unless China bumps them off or Russia bumps them off, then the U.S. is not going to put another cube, so I don't have to worry about it. If I go ahead and put a permanent influence, though, I'll be tied with the U.S., and then I just need to go back and revisit to bump them off, or hopefully somebody else bumps them off, and it'll be great. So, that said, I can choose a resource type and increase its production by 1 and then produce it, and then play another card. If I do that, and I can do that for... I can do that for something that I can trade. So phones I can trade for $15. So consumer goods I can trade for $15, and briefcases I can trade for $15 a piece. If I want to get a level 4 card, I'm going to need a lot more briefcases, and I don't have nearly enough resources to do that, do I? I'm close to it, but not quite. So I'll need to improve relations with the country and then trade, but I want to invest instead. Oh my gosh, this is so rough. I'm going to go ahead and tap into new markets. And what I'm going to do is, actually, I can do both. No, I need to produce after I have the resources. Okay, so I'm going to tap into new markets. I'm going to improve relations with the country on the board and then trade afterwards. So I can invest in that country or I can trade. So I can improve relations with the country on the board. Let's see, who do I want to improve relations with? I guess I can get another Middle East place. If I get another Middle East place, that'll make it a little bit easier for me to engage with them. Or I can do it for Africa instead, and I'll make it easier to engage with them. Yeah, I can get Kenya. It'll give me a place to trade oil. Oh, I need to worry about resources I can get from people, huh? Yeah, Egypt is looking pretty nice. Yeah, I'm gonna grab Egypt. All right, improve relations with the country on the board. I'm gonna grab Egypt. And Egypt can give me a suitcase, which is what I want. And then I can trade or invest in this country. So improve relations is gonna cost me 2 flags, so 1, 2. And now I can trade. I have a lot of food. I don't need this much food. So I want to get oil. I only have $25, so I'm a little bit limited on money. And resources are not looking too hot, and food only sells for so much dollars. But if I do the trade here, and then I can get, no, that's from the supply. Then I can do that to engage in a region. That would be nice too. All right, so the purpose of me doing this is so I can get an energy. So I need at least 1 energy, so that way I can get as maximum briefcases. So I need 4 business in order for me to, I need 4 business in order for me to be able to produce, 4 energy in order for me to produce 4 business. And I need 4 business in order to get another growth card. And that growth card I can get is gonna give me either 8 points or 5 points. I think I'll probably take the 8 points part. I think the 5 points part. Oh, actually, these are not terrible. I'm gonna read these. So not strategic assets. For the growth cards, regional resilience. It says once per round, before or after. Oh, I don't have any way to get a growth card, do I? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Sorry. That's a never mind. I don't have any cards that let me get a growth card. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. All right. Well, I don't need to worry about those growth cards then. So in that case, do I want to do this then? Do I want Egypt? Because it might change my mind on getting Egypt. I do not have a way to get a growth card, so therefore I don't need to worry about trying to obtain one. Therefore, I can look at these resources of suitcases as money that I can sell. I can try to get to 6 phones to give me 12 victory points, which might push me over the edge, but the amount of stress it's going to take for me to get there is going to be quite crazy. I would need to trade first, and for getting the 6 phones, I'm going to need materials. So I'm going to need to trade with Russia, essentially, and get everything from Russia. So $18 to Russia, so that's 20, and then I get $2 back. And I'm going to have no other resources available for the rest of the game. I'm going to have no other money left for the rest of the game. So then I'm going to be able to produce all the phones that I want, which will give me the 6 that I need to try to get up to... oh, actually, is that enough? Hold on. It's not even enough. I need 3 more oil, and I need 4 more raw materials. And Russia, I can get 3. Can anybody give me double raw materials on the board? Okay, so Australia can give me more raw materials. So I need to improve relations with Australia and then trade. And do I have enough money for that? So 18 to Russia for the energy and the phones. And then I need to pay 6 to Australia. I have exactly $6 left. Are you kidding me? All right, well, looks like that's what I'm doing. All right, so we are going to, Is there anybody else? I don't want to do Australia. Damn, Australia's my only option, huh? Yep, Russia and Australia, my only 2 options. All right, so we're gonna improve relations with a country on the board. We're gonna improve relations with Australia, and Australia's gonna cost me 3 flags. I have no other flags to reduce it by, so it's just 3 flat flags. So from 8 to 5, and then afterwards, I'm going to trade with my countries here. So when I trade, I'm going to gain myself. I don't have any. Well, I can sell food. I suppose I don't need to hold on to food, do I? So I can sell my grain. So I can sell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can sell 5 grain. So I'll sell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grain. So that's going to give me $25. So from 8 to 3. So I get $25 back. So I'm not super broke. And then afterwards, I will. That was my export. So I exported grain and grain only. Then I'm going to import from Russia, unfortunately. I'm going to import from Russia oil and raw materials, and I'm going to import from Australia raw materials. And I can import from Canada more oil, but I don't need more energy. I don't need more of that. If I had a tank, I could sell one to Canada, but I don't have a tank. And then afterwards, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a production of phones, and that's going to give me 12 victory points at the end of the game. And then I got to figure it out from there. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm going to figure it out from there. So I got another country, and we're doing our trade. So we're spending $18 at Russia. So I'm going to I'm going to spend 18. I can get 18 here. There we go. So 10, 5, 1, 2, 3. So 18. $18 spent. Russia's going to give me 3, 1, 2, 3 of those, and 1, 2, 3 of those. So Russia's going to earn itself from $8. Oh man, I'm saving you. I'm saving your life, Russia. You should thank me. Have you said thank you? No. All right, so Russia's going to get $26, or go up to $26. So from 8 to 26. All right, Russia, say thank you. And now I'm going to get 2 raw materials from Australia. So it's going to cost me $6. I get a diplomacy flag. Oh, heck yeah. I forgot about that part. Nice. Oh, that was a 10. That was a 10. Give my 5 back. Yep, glad I caught that. I was about to just overpay for stuff. And then it's going to give me 2 raw materials, so 1, 2. And I can import more if I needed to. I don't think I need to. I just have the opportunity to. Wait, I thought I had exactly enough money. Was that true? What happened? Something happened. Oh, I sold $25 worth of food. I thought I had exactly enough money. Was that not true? 18 to Russia. Oh, I did math bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I think I had 26 left. Was the math? I don't know how math is mathing. And then for over here for Canada, I need to spend, if I want to get more oil, more energy from Canada, I could. I don't think I'll need it. I don't think I benefit from getting more energy. I guess if I get the extra energy from Canada, then that's going to allow me to kind of build tanks if I do common foreign and security policy to get some more tanks. So I suppose it's not terrible. I want to have enough money to build a base though, so this should be fine. We're going to gain $9, or we're going to spend $9 in Canada. So we're going to put into 20, take back 11. And we should have enough money to build a base and move 2 tanks, and we have $3 left. So that's the best that we got. This is like the most efficient spin that we can possibly do. And we get 3 more. 1, 2, 3. All right, so that's all done. We finished all of our entire actions. We finally got the trade we needed. We got the money so we can build a base. I'm gonna put this money over here on, if I want to build a base and move a tank, we got the money there. I got $3 extra so I can produce another flag if I wanted to. We have reasonable things here. Oh man, for NATO I need to have $10 available. Okay, so I lied. So I don't have enough money to build a base and send a tank. So it's going to be for engagements. Got it. Okay, we're all done. So that was my human turn. Now we're going to go back over to the robots' turn. We're going to continue with the USA. USA is going to take their cheaty turn. First action they're going to do is a red. We're going to move over here. USA is blue. They're going to build a base. Where are they building a base? They are currently under threat here in Middle East because Russia is on military side. They're also under threat in Europe because Russia's on military side. So this is a 4 versus the US is 2. And then this is a 4 versus the US is 1. So this is a smaller gap. So the US is going to try to patch this hole first. So they're going to go up there. They're going to try to build a base in Europe. Can the US build a base in Europe? Yes, they can. They can build another base in Iceland. They're going to spend $10. So they're going to go from 31 down to 21. And they're going to get a tank. They're going to go over here into Europe. Continue the arms race. And they're going to get an influence. They're going to bump Russia out. They're going to get a Q. There we go. And yeah, they're fighting over it. I think I just gave up. I'm okay with 3rd place. 3rd place is going to get me 3 points. I'll take it. Y'all can have it. y'all can just have it. Just please don't tie. Actually, even if you tie, it doesn't matter. I'm getting 3 points. I don't care. Okay, so that was America's cheaty turn. Now we're going to throw that card away out of the game. And then we're going to do a... Oh, they can't afford that. They need to go to level 5. They definitely can't afford that. They're going to do a blue, so they're going to get $30 extra. They're at 21. They're going to go to 51. America's done. Now we're moving on to China for their second action for the last round. China's going to do another yellow action. So China has all their cubes over here, so they're going to do a trade. China's just going to grab a ton of money. They're at $78. They're about to get, I think, was it 11? 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's count together. We're going to count the symbols so that are on the left-hand side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow, 13. 13 times 5. I can do that math in my head. It should be 65, right? Just doing the calculator. Yep, $65. So 65 plus 78. That's too many numbers for me. $143 is how much money China now has. That is crazy. What are they going to do with it? I don't know. I hope they don't do anything with it. I hope they just sit on it. 143. Breaking out a calculator so you know things are getting intense. So China has that much money. Now we're going to figure out who China's going to trade with. China's going to trade with, hopefully, me. No, they're going to trade with Russia. So China's going to get $5 more. So $143 to $148. And now Russia is going to get $10. So from 26 to 36. Man, they're making bank. They're getting up there. China's trying to have the most money. They're trying to stockpile money for that thing. Clearly. So obvious. All right, so next up is going to be Russia. Speaking of the Russian, Russia's going to also do a trade. So they're going to move all their cubes over. Russia's white there. And then we're going to move over to our board so we can see what's Russia going to get. Russia's at the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So $60 for Russia. So Russia's going to go from 36 to 96. Are they going to break 100 too with dollars? Stop it. Need y'all to chill. Who's Russia going to trade with? Russia's going to trade with nobody. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so nothing happening there. So Russia's all done. Now we're going back to my turn. So for my turn, I had a few plans. So now that I have this, I'm going to do boost production. So I'm going to do a production of tanks. Was that right? So increase one of my productions and then produce it. So I think, was I trying to do a production of tanks? What was I trying to do? Oh, phones. Was I trying to do phones? Wait a second. Hold on. Did I? I got raw materials. I'm not going to be able to produce enough phones. Oh my gosh, I need 6 phones. I'm short by 1. Oh no. Oh no, did I mess up? Oh my gosh, I messed up. I messed up. I needed 2 trades. I only have 1 trade. The point of that trade was to get the raw materials to build phones. And I did not do that. Wow. Right, because the original plan was to buy phones, wasn't it? Ugh. This is outrageous. Wow. Here's how I lose a game. It's because I wasn't paying attention. I saw squirrel, and I just like, oh look, squirrel. All right, it's too late for me to undo any of that. It's too much new information has been revealed, so I got to figure it out from here. When I improve relations, I can do it twice, spending 1 extra. My gosh. There was a way for me to like grab a card from the display or like cycle through more cards. That'd be phenomenal, but this is just tragic. I can make tanks. I can put some tanks out. You want some tanks? I can go for the base build and just be, I got 2 base builds on me. I got the NATO base build. Oh no, sorry. I got the common foreign policy base build, and I had the base build on my hand. The problem is I don't have enough money for that. I'm short by $2. So, can I produce money? Is money production a thing? Sorry, I'm going through an existential crisis because I'm trying to figure out what actions to even do at this point to try to make sure that I'm holding on to Africa. I'm getting the Middle East back. I'm keeping my presence. My presence is okay in South Asia and the Americas. I want to get Americas to score though, so I want to get another engagement over there. And I want to kick a tank out. I wanted to kick a tank out of the Middle East in North Africa. But unfortunately, I need to kick 2 tanks out of Middle East and North Africa. I also need a handshake on the board. Man, I got so much I need to do. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. And I traded last round. I traded. Knowing that I got rid of my other trade. I had 2 trades earlier. I had the opportunity to trade twice and reset a cube, but I was like, that's useless. I'm gonna get rid of this card that I just purchased. Again, too late for me to undo some stuff. So we're just have to deal with the crisis that we're in now. Oh boy. What a bother. So, knowing that I have made a blunder, I'm gonna go ahead and do the production, and I guess I'm producing a tank. Again, I won't be able to produce enough phones, which is a problem. I need 6 phones. I can only produce 5. And I have no other way to gain another phone. There's no other way to gain another phone on the table. And if I could get another phone, then that's 12 points. And I'd be like, oh, heck yeah, I'm riding high. I could have traded with China. No, yeah. Because, all right, so here's how I'm gonna do this. All right. So I traded with Russia and I traded with Australia. The whole point of me getting Australia was so that I can get the extra stuff. I don't even know if I can retcon this, to be honest. I feel like it's too lost. We're too far along. Yeah, I would have needed to have traded with Switzerland to get 2 phones, and then Pakistan to get 2 phones, and then Bangladesh to get 1 phone, and then I could trade with China to get the last phone. I don't think I had enough money to do so. So we're building tanks. We're building tanks. Why are we building tanks? I don't know. I'm just mad. I'm building tanks. All right, so I'm gonna increase my production by 1, and then I'm gonna build 3 tanks. So we're gonna build 3 tanks because it's 1, 2, 3. I can't do anything if I build briefcases anyway. I don't have the growth card. So building 3 tanks is going to give me the ability to kind of be a little bit more aggressive on the military side, which I'm not in a military stance, which really sucks. But one of my cards, because I get to play another card, one of my cards allows me to improve relations and then build a base and move up to 2 countries in that region, even if I don't have a base there. I can do that to cause a lot of havoc with my lack of strength to kind of push back on the Middle East. And that will, Africa. Well, man, that's a waste in Africa, isn't it? Shoot. Yeah, if I do that, if I do the new strategic partnership, which is the card I was considering here, if I do new strategic partnership, that's going to allow me to improve relations with the country on the board, then, if able, build a base in that country or move up to 2 tanks into that country's region, even if you don't have a base there. So I can improve relations with, in that country's region. So it says build a base in that country. I can take Kenya over here, and if I grab Kenya, so you can't see where I'm pointing, but Kenya is a spot where I can build a base. It allows me to move 1 tank. Oh, that's the wrong country. I'm sorry. That's going to be in Africa. Ah, shoot. Dang it. Dang it. That's not even going to work. Dang. Bro, we are on the struggle bus today. It's all fun and games until somebody said engage. And everything, you know, everything just falls apart, huh? Damn. Wow. So close. Man. All right, I produce tanks. I'm doing something with tanks. Let me just keep moving with this. I am so sad at my performance here. I can exhaust EU member states to produce flags and tanks, then engage in a region or build a base. So if I'm going to do all that, I think I'm going to use my production here. I'm going to produce phones because why not? I mean, what, you guys don't have phones? And then I'm going to use this card to actually get the production there. Of the tanks, because otherwise I feel like I'm just kind of wasting my production there. So this is allowing me to get an increased production, but I can only move 2 tanks anyway, so it's gonna be I'm just mad on it. We're bumping that back. We're putting these back. We're getting our stuff back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A lot of undoing here in the last hour, mostly because I'm trying to like brain process what I need to do to get where I want to go, and it's really hard because like I said, I'm short on phones, so we're gonna use this to go bump 1 on the phones. If I can somehow some kind of miracle way get an extra phone, which is gonna be impossible because none of my actions reflect that, which is a frustration I have with the game, which I'll talk about in my review. Then that'll be great, but I'm not gonna be able to miracle get a phone. I need 1 phone extra to be able to do a thing. Again, it all boiled down to what I traded. I traded for the raw resources, but I needed to trade not for the raw resources. I needed to trade for just the phone itself. I, for some reason, thought I had the ability to produce enough phones, but again, it's only going to let me do 5 production. I need 6 phones, so I'm short by 1 phone. Now I could have purchased 2, 4, 6, 5, 6 phones. I needed $60. I think I had $30 going into all this, so I would need to spend all. I think I had 8 food, so I would need to spend all my food. So let's see, let me do the math. 8 food would have given me $40, so that would have given me just barely enough, or that would give me enough to buy the phones that I needed, so I can get the improvement. The reason I'm not undoing is because I feel like I'm just going to figure out the puzzle from here. Just know that I was so close to glory, and I decided to not glory, whatever word I was going to say there. Okay, so we're producing a thing. What are we producing? We can, out of spite, produce phones.
and then be just one short. Or we can go ahead and produce flags. And that's going to give us... Well, it's going to be the same as playing the other card, isn't it? Maybe I don't want to play this card at all. This card's kind of trash. One moment, I'm thinking. My brain is thinking. Yeah, I think I'm producing tanks. I gotta produce tanks. Producing tanks gives me the ability to roll out tanks. My tanks are weak right now because I'm not in military stance, but I can counter what's happening in Russia over there. So I can also do engagement stuff. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and we're gonna have 3 tanks. Can't believe how short production. I needed 1 more production. Why can't I have 6 phone production? I need consumer goods. All right, so that's my production, and I increased my tank production by 1, and then I produced it, and now I get to play another card. So the other card I'm going to play is going to be the Improved Relations New Strategic Partnerships. I'm short by $2. Damn. Just rub it in, why don't you? Just rub in the wounds. I'm short by $2 to be able to send my tanks out, because I can't afford it. Ugh. Oh, I got $10 over here. Aha, aha. I have NATO. Right, I have more money. I found money in the money cushion. All right, this one's gonna spend 2 flags and $10 to place 2 tanks from the supply on either Europe, Middle East, or North Africa, or Central Asia. I think none of those are options that I want to do. Even if there's no base there, add 1 permanent influence to that region, even if there's no available slot. The main reason why I want to do this is so I can put a permanent influence into the Middle East, and that will allow me to kind of do that. But it's going to cost me $10 and 2 flags, so I don't know if I want to spend the $10 and 2 flags. The other option is for me to go for the base build. And if I do the base build, I got the $15 that I needed, and I can move these 2 tanks over into South Asia to put more pressure onto China. China's already has a lot of pressure on it, but it lets me get another influence cube. Let me bring our board back up. It gives me another influence cube up here. I could also alternatively put it over here in the Americas for some reason, because I can build a base in Canada, and then that will allow me to, you know, make that scoring and then start competing with America for the points over there. But I think making sure I have the Middle East is so critical that I don't think I can really fool around too much with not grabbing the Middle East. And again, as much as in my chorus of hearts, I'm like, just undo the previous trade and then move on. It's like, well, I don't know, did Russia need the money? Russia did not need the money. No, Russia used it. No, it didn't. Oh my gosh, Russia got $60. Right, I forgot about that. Yeah, no, or $65. Russia did a engage, and then they did Russia did a trade. All right, I've decided. I made my decision. Sorry for the indecision. I'm gonna. Oh gosh, this doesn't feel good. All right, I'm gonna keep the countries that I have, but let's see. This is 1, 2, and then 5 from Russia. So that's going to be, let's do undo. 1 second, we're undoing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and that's 2, 3. So that's 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So is that 2? Energy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's that. So I got 3 from there, 3 from there. 6. Is that correct? 6, yeah. I exported only food. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm going back and undoing my trade because my brain won't let me like not think about it. It's like, come on, who cares? Nobody's watching. It's like, yeah, the whole world's watching. We're watching my entire video playthrough. mostly because I forgot to, or I planned terribly. But my inability to plan aside. I am China getting $10 more is not going to change anything. They have $1 billion already. Russia's going to lose the $18 that I sent them, so they're going to go from 96. Oh, jeez, man, I feel bad. We're going with it. We're going with it. We're going with it. This is a decision I made. Tell me in the comments how I shouldn't undo turns and just deal with the consequences. I know Bear's going to say that. I can hear Bear in my ear right now. I was like, nope, you made a decision. You got to deal with it. You made a decision. You got to deal with it. It's like, yeah, whatever. Not my dad. All right. So that's been undone. I will get my 18 plus. Oh gosh, how much money was that? That was resource-wise. 2, 5. This is why undoing sucks sometimes, because it makes it so messy. So 5 plus 3, so 6. So I need to get $33 back. That's what I'm hearing. Because I paid $3 per. So $33 back. $33. Okay, now there's the case of the rest of the money. Did I get the rest of the money from somewhere else? Yes, I sold 5. I sold 5 of my grain, so I got $25. Which makes sense, because that means that I had this. So my grain is still sold. I'm still committing to that. And then I had 26 left. Okay, yeah, this is looking right. Okay, do I want to sell more grain? If I wanted to, I couldn't, because I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places I want it. So that's it. I can't sell any more grain. I can't sell any more things. I could sell my raw material since I know I don't need it, or my energy since I know I don't need it. It's going to give me $5 for export. Yeah, $5 for export for those. I'm gonna sell the raw material since I don't need it. 1, 2, and that is going to be $10 extra. For those watching at home, essentially I just spent 25 minutes hemming and hawing about not undoing the action, and then I just undid the action anyway. So there. Take that how you will. Let that be a mark against me as a reviewer or board game player, but I'm playing a solo game. I fought pretty hard to get where I'm at, you know? I want those 12 points. All right, so we are here. We sold 2 goods. We sold food and we sold materials, so now we're done selling goods. Now we're gonna buy goods, and we're gonna buy the correct thing this time. We're gonna buy phones, and that's gonna allow me for my next turn to actually do something else. So I gotta figure out how much money I have left. So this is 2, 4, so 2 phones from Switzerland, 2 phones from Pakistan, 1 phone from Bangladesh, and then 1 phone from China. So we're gonna get, this is $10 per, so $60. So 20, 30, oh man, 40, 50, 60. Oh, wow, I'm not gonna have any money for anything else. Jeez, is that why I pivoted? Maybe that's why I pivoted, because I was like, oh, maybe that's a bad idea. All right, well, I'm getting those 12 points. It's too late to undo the undo. We've already undid once. We're not undoing twice. I'll tell you that much. Okay, I got $1 left, so I can't even afford to do. I can't afford to do NATO, which is gonna suck. That's gonna curse me, isn't it? Unless I can somehow get $10. That's going to give me a. Oh, maybe if the bots trade and they give me $10, I can do NATO. All right, I got new hope. I got new wind in my sails. New wind in my sails. But I got 6 phones. You know what? I got 6 sales phones. You can't stop me. China's gonna get $10 from me. So China's gonna go from 48 to 58 because they need more money. And I already got my flag last time I traded with Russia. This is a flag for trading with China. It's the same thing. So, all right, we're done. Now we're on to my next action. Now we can do some production. We're gonna produce, I think we're still gonna produce tanks. Not that it's gonna help out much because I can't even build a damn base. But it's fine, it's fine. We're gonna produce something, okay? We're gonna produce tanks. Oh no, we can't. We need raw materials. Ugh, that sucks. Huh. We can't even produce anything, really. I suppose we can produce the raw materials so we can get 1 tank count. Sorry, getting that back to where it need to be. Well, this is a pickle. This card is useless to me then. I can produce briefcases, which would have been great in trades. But yeah, we're a little bit too late on that. So, all right, I'm not playing this card right now. And maybe later something will come up. But for now, we're just gonna do a very simple engage in a region and then send a tank back. So we're gonna engage in Middle East. Let's move on. I'm so sad. So sad at myself. I got my phones. I got my $12. I don't know why I'm still sad and moping around, but we're gonna go ahead and go here. We are going to. If we engage in South Asia, though, we can kick China. Oh, China's already struggling. It's gonna have 2 firepower firing at it, so China's already under duress. If I engage here, though, I can bump China's cube out, and I can get the majority that I need to kind of keep my points up. Then I can try to engage in Americas later. I think kind of putting more points on the board is what I want to do. I can also focus on Africa to kind of put my cube here. So that way if China does put another cube, it bumps me out. I'm still already there. I do need an engagement handshake somewhere on the board too. So I am conflicted. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. So engaging here in the Middle East means I can kick a tank out, and then I put a handshake, which is going to give me enough defense to stop Russia's single tank. It's not going to give me enough defense to counter any secondary tank that Russia puts unless I pull another region, pull another nation from that area. So, I can do a double region pull. I just thought about that. All right, so we're going to go here. We're going to go Middle East and North Africa. We're going to kick, well, first let's finish the actions. So we're going to engage in this region. So we're going to do 6. And we have Jordan, our lone country here in the Middle East. So we're gonna, I guess we're exhausting that place because we can't build a base anyway. Well, we're gonna hold out for building a base. So I don't want to waste my money. We're gonna spend 6 flags. Oh gosh, we only have 6 flags. Oh no. Oh, we get to reduce by 2. Hey, all right. So it's 4 flags, not 6 flags. And do we want to reduce it by 1 more? Yeah, let's go and exhaust it. Let's go and save our flags. So we're reducing by 1 more. So it's going to be 3 flags. It's going to cost us. So we're going 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, I didn't do that math right. From 6 to 3, not from 6 to 4. That's not how math works. Okay, so we're going to put an engagement here. We're going to get a cube. No victory points. We're going to bump the US out because they're causing me a headache over here already. My cube is now on the precipice of being knocked out of the board. And then I get to put a handshake, which is what I want. All right, I got a handshake on the board. It's going to be for defense. I might just lose the 2 points just so I can make the 9 points, but we'll see. It depends on how the points pan out. So we're all done. I finally finished all my action. Sorry it took me 40 minutes to get through that, but I had an existential crisis I had to deal with. Moving on, America. America's doing green. Green is going to happen. So America's going to do a pull a country because they're trying to give me a heart attack. So America's going to pull Europe. It's going to be outside of his sphere. Oh, it doesn't care if it's inside or outside of his sphere. America can build a base over here in Norway, so America's going to pull Norway. It is not one of its initial ones, so it's going to pull that one. It's going to spend $10 for that. So it's going to go from 51 to 41. All right, and oh no, yeah, America's in a domestic stance or diplomatic stance, but it doesn't matter. Okay, we're all done. Now we're moving on to China for their third turn for this round. China is going to do a green. So China's going to do a green. They're going to move this cube over. They're going to do a engage. So China's going to engage somewhere. Where they're engaging? Hopefully not in Africa. Hey, Central Asia. They're going to engage. No, they're not. They're not going to engage in Central Asia. That's going to bump their cube out. They don't want to do that. So they're not gonna. So they're going to. Nope, not Central Asia. Damn. Not Africa. Damn it. All right, well, they're going to spend, they got infinite money, so they're going to spend the money they need. So $15, or, well, $3 is going to be reduced for every country they have here. They have 2 countries here, so they're going to reduce it to 5. They're going to spend $5, so 158 down to 153. This is getting crazy. I need them to spend their money. Sorry, yeah, 158 down to 153. I said that right. And they get 1 victory point for that. I hate it here. Okay, now we're going for Russia. Russia's gonna go. Russia's doing another yellow action. Man, they're just yellow locked here. And they're gonna do a invest. So Russia's going to invest in the nations there. And they're going to invest, I got $78. So we're gonna flip to figure out where they're investing. Russia's going to invest in Europe. Belarus, they can't. Belarus is already invested in fully, so we're gonna flip another card. Russia's going to invest in, wait, did I look at the right country? I did, nope. I looked at the wrong country, I'm sorry. Middle East. I didn't see what that card was anyway. But they're gonna invest in Syria, so yes, they will. I looked at the wrong country. I was looking at this flag, not that flag for some reason. That's my excuse. It's been a long day, leave me alone. So $15, so from 78 down to 63. I feel like I played the rules mostly correctly. That should count, right? That should count. That should count. So they're gonna get one in Syria. They're gonna add an influence over there. In the Middle East. Oh, they're bumping me out? Why are you doing this to me? Russia. Russia, what are you doing? You're causing me a heart attack over here. I mean, America's not in the lead, so I'm okay with that, kind of, but like, I still hate it. How about you trade with me? How about you just do some trade with me? How about that? Just me and you. You and me. Trade. Ugh. All right, well, I gotta put another daggone influence over there. Because now they done bumped me out of there. So, okay, well, I'm not happy about that. I was gonna do the reset thing. Shoot. Man, I had plans. All right. This is dire because I need to do a lot of things and I have no money to do it, which sucks. Improve relations and build a base. So I'm not gonna be able to get another influence cube on the board. I can reset one influence cube and I can ready a country and then improve relations with another country and do that twice. That's not doing anything for me. I think I'm really hoping that those 12 points are going to do something for me. So, I can't afford NATO. I need $9 more. So I really need the bots to trade with me. But they won't trade with me. I got my phones. I'm getting my 12 points. I don't know if it was worth it. To be honest, I might as well stick with the raw materials that didn't do anything. And just kind of be sad. Okay, let's do, maybe I shouldn't have spent all my raw materials, huh? That's my own fault. Oh, I had to get the phones, never mind. Oh man. If I had produced a tank first, I could have had 20. Oh, that's a heartbreak. If I had produced a tank before I did all that, I would have been able to send a tank over to Canada. And that would give me $20, wouldn't it? That would have given me $20. That would have given me $20. That's the money I'm missing. That's the money I'm missing. Again, all these efficient actions. You got to be on it. You got to be on it. I'm clearly on it. I am off it. Speaking of off it, we are going to go ahead and do a improve relations. We're going to go improve relations in Africa. We are just kind of grasping at straws at this point because we don't have any way to stop China from probably having more influence in us if they decide to go there. So I think I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose my 9-point victory point thing. I have no way to kind of put extra influence on the board. Oh, I can. If I do common foreign... Oh, actually I lied. Hold on. We're not going to do that. Because if I do common foreign and security policy, it allows me to produce flags, which I get none because I don't have enough money. And then I can engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So I have one more engage left. The question is, where do I use it? Because I got my handshake on the board. I don't have majority in North Africa. I've lost majority in North Africa, which is really terrible. Russia's actually competing with me, so is the United States, and I think they're going to continue to compete with each other on that. In Africa, I've already lost it. In South Asia, I've already lost it. It's just like, it's so crazy. Everything's going so well. So well. We had such plans. We had such plans. Oh, I didn't return a tank, did I? No. Yeah, I'm supposed to kick a tank out of here. Wait. That's the reason why I did that. That's the whole reason why I did that. Yeah. Did I kick a tank out? let me go check the Twitch replay here. I am live streaming here on Twitch, by the way. It's twitch.tv/CulBlu, so CULBLU. Feel free to check me out there. But I am going to check this 12-hour. Oh, this is the wrong one, isn't it? Yes, it's the wrong one. I'm sorry. Go back. That was yesterday. Here we go. All right, let's see. So the whole point of me kind of hemming and hawing about those things was for me to kick Russia out. So I put my handshake down. Yeah, no, I put my handshake down and I never kicked Russia out of it. So I should have been able to kick Russia out of there after putting my handshake and engaging. Okay, so in that case, I'm glad I checked that. Thank you, Internet, for being Internet. I appreciate you and all that. And thank you, Twitch chat, for being Twitch chat. Going back over to here, though, I kicked the 10 count. Okay, now we're better. So diplomat de-escalation happened. It cost me a flag, though. So I'm at 2 flags. Okay, now we're accurate. Now we're back. Now we're cooking with oil. So I can do common foreign and security policy. I only have 2 flags left, but I can reduce it by 2 to engage in a nation. I can engage in South Asia. And if I engage in South Asia, that allows me to basically get that area kind of victory-wise, you know, back in my name. And I will be able to get points there. Now, Africa is a harder fight because Africa, my cube's on the wrong side. If my cubes were over here on this side, it would be good. If I went for that permanent cube earlier, it'll be great. And then the Middle East is kind of a lost cause. Like it's the Russia and China are fighting each other. Not Russia and China. Russia and America are fighting each other. My only hope is that maybe China decides to put 2 cubes in there and then gives me the lead. If it does, then I'll be very grateful and very appreciative. But I seriously doubt that that's going to happen. So I have enough time to react. I go 3rd from last, so the USA is probably going to do something stupid and cause me some struggle, as they normally do. But losing out on those extra 9 points, because that's my entire game was built around that, really sucks. And it really boils down to me not having enough resources. So I don't really know where the failure was. Maybe I didn't trade enough. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. Whew. Continuing on though, we can improve relations and reset our cube. This was last turn, right? Yeah. We can do production. That's not going to help me. I need money. I can't trade. Why is nothing to trade? I can't believe this card ended up being so bad. And the other card, the trade card that I threw away, would have been way better. But again, we're well too far away from that for that to be a reasonable choice for me to undo, to be more specific. The reset a cube and trade, that would have been, oh, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss would have been. I have some shame, so I'm not going to go that far back. All right, so ready an allied country, and then you can search the deck and improve relations with it. I'm not going to be able to do my double improve relations, are I? Or am I? Unless I like burn a bunch of countries. Unless I want to try to sprint towards the other goal. Ugh. Getting allied countries does reduce the amount of money it costs, the flags it costs to engage. So I could try to grab another country from Africa to try to make that a little bit easier. Turns that 3 down to a 1, make it basically a 0, get 2 engages. I only have 1 engage in my hand though. The question is, do I care more about Africa or do I care more about the Middle East? The Middle East is a lot more volatile, just like in real life, huh? But in the Middle East, I had the ability to have more influence on each other player in Africa, have at least 3 influence in total in the Americas, South Asia, and East Asia Pacific. So I don't want China to score these points. I don't want China to score those points. China are going to score 4 points apiece. China can put another cube here to bump me off, and China's going to score 7. I think I'd rather snatch the points from China over here. The Middle East, like I said, I'm going to call that a lost cause. I'm going to let the bots figure that out. I'm going to let the RNGs just figure that out. I've already relinquished my ability to do anything over there in Europe. And America's pipe dream. Pipe dream. I don't have enough engages. I need more engages. So let us move to our turn, though. So the thing I'm going to do is the card that I really was excited about playing was improve relations and then build a base. I don't have enough money to do so. I want to hold on to that card because maybe I'll get a trade here. I'll get very lucky and get a trade. But improve relations with a country on the board, spending 1 less flag, and then you can reset one of your temporary influence cubes. I think that card plus my common foreign security policy is what I got to go for. I don't have any bonus plays that I'm going to do, so I'm just going to go ahead and just be simple. Improve relations with a country on the board, spending one less flag. You can reset your influence cube in a region. So I'm going to do that here in Africa. And I'm going to reset this. And then I'm going to spend one flag. And this is the part that hurts. Because if I spend one flag... Oh, no, I said South Asia. Sorry, what am I doing? Discipline. Discipline, y'all. I'm telling you. Discipline is so hard to get these days. Over here in South Asia, I can... Well, that's a waste. Why am I doing that? Okay, yeah. All right, whatever. No discipline. Who needs discipline when you have chaos? All right, we're done. We're committing to that. Improve relations with one country on the board, spending one less. So I can improve relations with... I get it for free, so I can get Kenya for free. Sure, I'll take it. There we go. And I get to reset my influence cube in the region. There we go. And now, if China pushes me out of Africa, then I can do a engage in Africa to kind of get the cube back. So that's what I'm trying to set myself up for that. Now we're done. Finally, America, what are you doing? America's green. America's going to do a green action. They're going to engage. Hopefully they don't engage in the Middle East, but you know these cards. What's that? America's engaging in the middle? No, in Europe. Okay, I'll take that. That's good. So America's engaging in Europe. America can engage in Europe. It has $41, so it's going to spend 15. It has a country in Europe. Oh, I lied. Engage is not the invest. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my terms here. America's also in a diplomatic focus, so we're at 5 -1 because of that. -1, 2. Oh, it has 2 countries over here. Oh, nice. Go. Look at you, America. Go ahead. All right, so America's going to reduce that by 2 + 1, so 3. So it's actually going to pay 2. So America's going to pay $10. So from 41 to 31. And America's going to place a cube up there. Again, the bots don't get any handshakes. I do, but they don't. I knew I should have left my handshake in Africa. Now that $5 was goated. I needed that $5. And that's it. So America's done. Now we're going back to China for their last turn of the game. They're going to build a base. Oh boy. You better not build a base. You better not build a base in Africa. It's not. China's going to build a base somewhere where it's going to cause they're going to build a base in South Asia because I am causing them problems right now. So good. Okay. They're going to, they're going to bump their, oh my gosh. Is it happening? It's happening. Oh no, it's not happening. It's not happening. No, it's not happening. Well, they're not going to mess with Africa, so I can get Africa to be tied. Jeez, it sucks. All right, yeah, China's going to bump its own cube off, but add a cube here, and then the best I can do is... Oh, actually, no, yeah, I can win. I can win South Asia. I just got to focus on South Asia. I got my handshake on the board. I'm going to probably take the 2 victory point hit so I can try to get the handshake. That's going to give me at least 2 points anyway. And yeah, I don't know. It's chaos in here, boys. It's chaos. So, continuing on though, China's going to build a base. And China's currently under threat here in South Asia because of me. So China is going to build a base there. China can build a base there. It's going to build a base in Pakistan. So it's going to spend $10 of its $1 billion. So it's going to go from 153 to 143, which feels crazy. And China is going to put a tank over here in South Asia. And China's going to bump themselves. Like so. All right, all done. So everything is done for China. Now I can bump China off and then have majority there in South Asia, but we got to figure out Russia's last turn. Russia's going to do a growth. They have a level 4 growth. They can afford it. So we're going to bring our camera up here. Russia's going to do a growth. They have, like I said, $63. So in order to pay for this, they have to do a conversion. They're going to go for a level 4. They can choose 2, so they can choose either $45 or $40. Sorry, $50 or $55. So it's an A-B situation. So they're going to flip. And they're going to go for A. They're going to go for the $50 one. And they're going to get 8 points plus 6. So they're going to get 14 points. So 14 victory points for Russia, which is not great for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 21. That's huge for them. I'm happy for you. And we spend, was it $50? So from 63 down to 13. Cool. Man, making tragedies out of tragicness. All right, so I got one last action. I think I can do the boost production just for funsies. Nobody traded with me, which sucks. So I'm just gonna take the card that I could have traded with, and then, or take the card that could have helped me build a base, and just like out of spite, burn that card. So we're gonna do our common. You can't see. We're gonna do our common foreign policy. Actually, if I hold onto this card, it's actually 2 extra victory points, isn't it? Hold on. Do I need to engage? I do. I need to engage in South Asia. If I engage in South Asia, I win. If I engage, if I engage in Middle East, I also win. And America's not gonna bump itself out. And actually, if America, oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm losing Southeast Asia, which I kind of hate. I'm losing Africa, which I kind of hate, but I can win the Middle East. Holy crap, I didn't realize I could win. Well, I already have an engage marker there, though. This feels like a waste. So, the Middle East is a spot that's going to give me 10 points for winning. Africa's going to give me 4 points right now. Actually, Africa's going to give both China and me 4 points, because China can't do anything. Unless Russia decides to run up, or America decides to run up in here and mess with this, I don't think America's going to do that. Unless they decide to do that, then China's not going to get more points. So I successfully stopped China from. Actually, no, China. Sorry, I successfully stopped China from getting every victory point here. So China's getting 3 victory points more than me over here, and I'm kind of okay with that. The U.S. didn't really put up much of a challenge here for China, and then up there, Russia kind of faltered a little bit. I could engage up there just to kind of make it even, make them both lose 4 points. Or sorry, make China lose 4 points. And again, if I engage over here, the U.S. and I are going to just share 4 points together, unless the U.S. wants to put another cube down here. Because if I did put a cube, I would get 1 plus 4, so 5, and then plus 2 for the cubes counting. I don't know. This is difficult. This is a difficult decision because, like, on the one hand, I can get a number of points by putting another engage over here. It won't give me another engage token in the region, from what I understand. I can only have 1 per region. So it'll bump this off, and it'll give me majority, which means I win one of my conditions. The problem is I lost one of my other conditions on the same card. And on that same card, I need to have the most influence in the Middle East, North Africa. I need to have more influence than any other player in Africa. Oh, than each other player. So I need to have the most influence here as well. I don't know why is it saying that? Oh, okay. So I just need to have the most over here. I need to have more than anybody else over here, added together, I'm assuming. And then I need to have 4 influence in between America and Southeast Asia. I got that part. That part's done. So the question is, do I try to go over here and fight for Africa, hoping that Russia bumps it, or America bumps it, which I don't think it will? Or do I go up here and just get this, so I can try to get to my 6 points? I think I've talked myself through it. I think this is going to give me 6 points. I can try to go over here for 1 plus 4 points, so it's going to give me a few more points, but this gives me more points overall. So we want majority. We're not going to share our victory with USA. Actually, hold on. 1 second. We're tied. It's a 3-way tie. Oh yeah, okay, all right, yeah, no. This is a 3-way tie. Heck yeah. This is a 3-way tie between Russia, me, and the US. As a result, we're actually all going to go down to 4 if I'm not mistaken. But if I add my influence here, then I get 10 points, and the US and Russia are going to share 4 points. So I actually get a bigger, okay, I like that. All right, we're doing it. We're engaging there. So we're doing common security thing. We're going to put it on the card out of spite here so we can get our cube down. We are going to, there's no reason for me to produce any extra resources because it doesn't act as a tiebreaker or anything. Otherwise, I would just produce briefcases, which wouldn't do anything. We're going to do this. We get to produce flags and tanks and then engage in a region or build a base in an allied country. So we're going to produce nothing, and then we're going to engage in a region over here. Now, in order to engage in this region, oh no, we can't afford it. Oh no. Oh no. We're broke. We don't have enough flags. Flag on the play. All right, well, looks like I'm going to Africa then. This will give me the most points, but unfortunately I don't have enough flags. I have 2 flags. I reduced this by 2, and I have no assistance by tapping anything here. Damn. That's painful. I can tie with Russia up here to kind of tie up some points. So frustrated with this. I hate that China did what China did in Africa. I also hate that it didn't focus on Africa enough. All right, we're going to engage in Africa. We're engaging Africa because we cannot afford to engage in Middle East. We're going to engage in Africa. We don't have enough countries and enough support to do it. We're going to go here in Africa. We're going to, just for spits and giggles, we're going to spend this and this to reduce, actually, we only need to spend Kenya. We're going to spend Kenya to reduce our cost from 1, because we have diplomatic focus, so we go from 3 to 2, and we get to reduce it by 1 more. So we're going to get this for free, essentially, and we get to engage here, and we put our handshake there, and we get to put a cube. So we bump ourselves off, and we put China on the risk. Now, alternatively, I can do that over here instead, which doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, this doesn't do anything for me. That doesn't do anything for me. This does more for me. Yeah, I lied. I'm doing this over here. All right, and instead of tapping Kenya, I'm going to tap Pakistan, and that's going to be 3. And then I'm going to have 1 flag left, so I'm going to spin the 1 flag, and then I'm going to bump off China and put my cube here. So I'm going to be winning all the points here. So I get 8 points there. Idealistically, it'll be great if I can go into Middle East, but that's not where I prepared. I did not prepare enough. I have to prepare. Discipline. Discipline's important. All right, me trashing myself aside. That's going to be 2 points lost from that one, but I gained, I basically changed our point difference from me and China from being even to I got a 3-point deficit. So I basically got overall 1 extra point from that. I lost 2 points by playing my strategic asset card though. So that's what kind of made me lose those 2 points. I really wanted to do it over here instead, because that would have given me way more points. But that's not the game I'm playing. It's not the game I'm playing. All right, America, your last turn. Now that I finally finished APing it out here, let's go and see what America's going to do. America's going to yellow, so America's going to do an invest. Where are you going to invest, America? America's going to invest where they have a country. It better not be Africa. I swear to God. Actually, it could be Africa. I don't really care because I'm already losing Africa. China and I are sharing points right now. And, if it's in Middle East, that doesn't do anything for me. Oh, no, it does. It does. It causes it to, oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. Watch it be in the Middle East. God damn it. All right. America's investing in the Middle East. All right, whatever. I don't care. All right, they're investing in the Middle East. They're investing in Iraq. For the one time we invest in, wow, okay, America. America's been my true enemy this entire game. Like, I've been trying to fight China and Russia, but America's really been messing me up this whole time, huh? They've been throwing hands. All right, so America's going to spend $15. It's going to go from 31 down to 16. And just to clarify, it's more likely than not that America's going to do stuff in Middle East anyway. So I kind of knew that it was going to be either Middle East or Europe. Europe would be, they wouldn't do Europe. They would go Middle East or East Asia Pacific was my only other hope. But we drew the Middle East one. So they got that. We're going to put their cube here. There it goes, y'all. There goes my opportunity to possibly win this game on a live stream. Gone. Wave goodbye. Bye-bye, victory. All right, so that's going to be it. The game is over. We're at the end. So now we're moving on to our phases. We're going to skip the research phase. We're going to do return on investments because everybody's going to get their money. I'm going to get $2 more, which would have been great earlier. This is why I don't like investing. It just doesn't feel good. Nothing about it feels good. Nothing about investing feels good. Money-wise for the bots, we're going to have $15 here for America. They're going to get their $15 back that they betrayed me with. So $31. All right, over here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're going to get 40. Why does China have so much money? This is ridiculous. China just decided to chill and not spend any money, huh? China has $183. Something's up. Something ain't right. Okay, going back to Russia. Russia's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 25. So Russia's going to get $38. All right, we're done. So that's money for them. I got my return on investments. I got their return on investments. Now we're going to do resolve threats. Here's where I was trying to give China a run for his money, but China did not run or lose any money. I can gain a little bit of money, though. I can pull this back. Okay, so we're going to check here. Threat-wise, Russia's in a military stance. So the U.S. and me, the EU, we're going to lose 2 points. 1, 2. 1, 2. It's really rough. I hate that they went to a military stance. Over here, Russia's in a military stance. They're going to cause the U.S. to lose 2 points. 1, 2. And I am going to exhaust this to... Keeping that on the board is going to earn me 2 points. Actually, hold on. Let me double check. How many countries do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And the most on the other side is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I have the most countries, and if I keep that on the board, I'm going to earn 2 points. And if I had at least 2 countries in each region, I would also get 2 more points. So I think I'm leaving that on the board. I'm going to lose 2 points, but I'm going to get the 2 points back in a second. So I'm leaving it on the board because I want this to be the money. So we're gonna drop this by 2. 1, 2. So I'm gonna not expend that handshake for purposes of scoring points in the in game. And then over here, nobody's under threat. Nobody's under threat. Actually, I lied. Russia has more threat than China, so China's gonna lose 2 points. 1, 2. And then over here, China and America are tied, so nothing's gonna happen. Me and China are tied. I'm gonna return on investments, pull that back. I forgot to do that earlier. That's gonna give me $15 more money. Maybe it'll give me a victory point. Maybe. Oh, it'll give me no victory points. Yeah, if it's not gonna give me victory points, why am I doing that? All right, yeah, put that back. All right, putting that back. Give me my 2 points back. 1, 2. Yeah, it'll only give me victory points if I had more money than opponents, but they're all maxed out on their prosperity tracks. And yeah, there's nothing I can do to kind of catch up with that. So that's all fine. Okay, so threat is all resolved. I'm leaving this one on the board. I'm not getting that $15. I'm gonna put that back before I forget. If it gave me enough to like get the placement here for this money objective, I would do it. I would pull that back and just take the 2 point loss. But unfortunately, it's not going to give me any points there. I don't think I'm going to get any points here on these. I might get tanks. No, I'm not going to get tanks. Yeah, I'm last. I have the least amount of tanks on the board. Jeez. I have the most countries though, so I'm getting 7 points. So that's good. Okay, so continuing on, we have scoring. So now we do our final scoring. This is where it's going to be. Just go ahead and buckle on in. Another 25 minutes and we'll be done. All right, so for scoring, we're going to start with our regional scorings because this is easier to see. We're going to start up here in Europe. We have majority is going to the U.S. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to get 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Russia's going to get 3 points. 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to get 2. 1, 2. I broke 100 again. Woo! All right, next, first, second, third. So for majority here for bits is going to be USA, so they're going to get 9. So they're going to go from 95 up to a 101. And then in second place is going to be Russia. They're going to get 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then third place is me. I get 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Points are points. I'll take it. I had aspirations. I had dreams. They just fell apart at the end. Over here in the Middle East, we have America taking 10 points from me. That jerk. So America's going to go from 101 to 111. And then there's a tie between Russia and the EU. So we're both going to get 4 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, sorry about that. My mic died. Yeah, we're clearly passing that 6-hour mark, huh? So that's going to be that. I gave Russia their points. I got everybody's points here for the Europe. So Europe is all done. Now we're going to go over here to the Middle East and North Africa. Oh no, we did this. No, we didn't do this yet. Oh, okay, okay. I don't think I gave everybody their individual points though. So I think I gave America their 10. I gave Russia and I our 4, and then I'm gonna give individual points. So America's gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Europe is gonna get 3, and Russia's gonna get 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Man, I'm all the way in last. This is not great. Oh, I didn't do prosperity. Hey, hold on. Pause for a second. I gotta increase my prosperity. Thanks for reminding me. Increase prosperity, I got to spend my 6 phones. So I'm actually at 12 extra points. Okay, all right, that was it. So I get 12 extra points. So I go from 10, so 1, 2, to 22. Oh, yeah, 12 to 22. Okay, so not 12, but I go from 10 to 22. All right, so that's where I'm at right now. We're continuing the rest of our points though. We got everybody's points here in Middle East. So now we're gonna go to Africa. I got 1, 2, 3 for me. And China is going to get 3. 1, 2, 3 for China. And then down here, oh no, continue here. China and the EU are both going to get 4 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then nothing over here in the Americas. Africa's done. We're going to go here for Southeast Asia. I am yellow, which is great. So 1, 2, 3, 4 points for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm catching up. China is going to be at 3. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to get 8 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. It might happen. It might happen. China's going to get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, here's where it falls apart because they got too many points over here. And by they, I mean Russia specifically. Russia's going to get 3 points. So 1, 2, 3. China's going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Russia's going to get 8 points. No, not Russia, sorry. China's going to get 8 points. So from 31 to 39. And then Russia's going to get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here's the rest of the points coming in. America's going to get 3. 1, 2, 3. And then China is going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oh gosh, 6 points? Dear goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh. And there's more points to add to this, by the way. I don't have any bonus points. My points are going to be all showing, which sucks. And then China's going to get 9. So from 45 to 54. America's going to get 6. So from 18 to 24. So that's all the points on the board. Those are all divvied out. You don't get anything for places that weren't triggered over here like America, so nothing happens there. Whew, man, that was stressful. Still more stressful. I'm gonna get 2 extra points for having one of my strategic asset cards, so I get 2 extra, 1, 2. The bots, they don't have those, so don't worry about those. They got their points already for that. And then for me, let's do our scoring here. We gotta do the randomize. There's not many points left in the game, and I don't think I have it. I think if China scores like 2 more points, then it's so far out of range for me that I don't even have hope for winning. So it's definitely much closer. Oh man, that's the rest of the points. All right, let me get the faction points. Let me get those out of the way so I can feel less depressed whenever the score finally comes up. Faction scoring, let me get the rule book. Faction scoring is going to be... So does China have 8 FDI tokens, or 7 or more 8 FDI tokens? The answer is yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So China's going to score 8 extra victory points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So China has its bonuses. Does Russia have more tanks per region where it's of focus? If yes, it gets 2 extra victory points. So no, no, no. Hey, no more points for you, Russia. And then the US. The USA is going to score points based on how many influence it has in places. It needs to have places where it's tied or more. It needs 4 spots with that. So it has more influence here. So this is 1. It has more influence here. That's 2. It has more influence there. That's 3. And it does not here. So it has 3. So it's going to lose 2 victory points for the USA. 1, 2. And that's all the bonus points. Again, the EU doesn't have any bonus extra scoring stuff. So, we're just sad boys over here. Okay, that's the faction scoring. China is continuing to run away with it. Even if I get the 9 points and I wanted, which I'm not gonna, I don't think I would be able to get close, get within even spitting distance, as the cool kids say. Who are those cool kids? I have no clue. All right, so starting off with, no, I don't want to do China, it's depressing. Starting off with the USA, this feels better. They're going to get 2 of these randomly, and we're going to score them. So first question, so we have these 2. First one's military hegemony. So for military hegemony, we're going to ask the question, does the U.S. have they increased their tank production to 2? Yes. Have at least 3 tanks in 4 regions? So 1, no. So no. And then have the most tanks on the board? Oh no, they don't. Actually, do they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. China has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Russia has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wow, they do. Wow, well done. All right, so they're gonna get 4 extra points for the USA. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, next one's Western hegemony. Western hegemony is they have to have more influence than each other player in Americas. Yes. Have the most influence in Europe. Yes. And then have at least 3 influence in East Asia Pacific. Yes. So they get 7 points. Holy crap, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the US is done. That's their final score. Okay, let's check out Russia. Gosh, maybe I'll get 3rd. I don't know. I'm okay with 3rd. I say as I bargain with losing here. Can't believe China just blew up. It has $1 billion. We gotta do those points too. Oh man, there's more points on the board. Shoot. All right, Asian order for Russia. Have at least 2 influence in Central Asia. Yes. Have at least 1 influence in South Asia. No. Have at least 1 influence in East Asia Pacific. No. So Russia gets 1 extra point. And then conquering the global South. Have at least 2 influence in South Asia. No. Have at least 3 influence in South Asia. No. Have at least 2 influence in Africa. No. Have at least 2 influence in America. Nope. So I get 0. You get squat. Diddly squat. So nothing here for Russia there. So that's Russia's final score. Moving on to China, my nemesis. Every game I play, China's always, oh no, it's fine. I'm not doing anything. Ruins the game. So China's going to be export leader. They have at least 10 or 15 export symbols for your aligned countries. I think they have 12. We can check. So here is China. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is export symbols. Okay. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So they're short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, they don't have enough. So no. Have at least 6 allied countries which you can export phones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. And then have at least 6 different export symbols on your allied countries. So phones, grain, energy. So that's 3. 4 for the materials. 5 for the tanks. What are they missing? Yeah, no. So the answer is no. So they only have 2 of these. No, they only have 1 of these, so they get 1 point. Okay, so that was the export leader. Next, we're going to go to this card here, which is New World Order. Have at least 6 influence. Sorry, have at least 1 influence in 6 regions. So China, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Have the most influence in 3 regions. Yes, yes, no, no. Okay, so no. Have the most influence on the main board. 2, 3, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 16 for China. I think the US might be their closest competitor. I'm nowhere near it. I want it to be, but I'm not. So 16 for China. So 1, 2, 3, 14, 15 for the US. So the US is short by 1. For Russia, let's go ahead and count theirs. 3, 6, 9. No. For me, I'm at 4, 10, 13. So yeah, China has the most influence on the main board. So therefore, China has that one. So they were I forgot the first answer. The first answer was had the most influence in 6 regions. Or have at least 1. Okay, so no for that one. Had the most influence in 3 regions. No. Okay, so they got yes on the last one. So I got 3 extra points. 1, 2, 3. Look at that gap. Ain't no way I'm closing that with just this 1 card. Because remember, I didn't score my other card. My other card I ignored. So for me, post-colonial order here for the EU. We'll see my final score. I'll be in 2nd place. That's fine. I'll take it. Have the most influence in the Middle East and North Africa? No. Have more influence in each other player in Africa? No. Have at least 4 influence total in South Asia, East Asia Pacific, and Americas? Yes. So I get 3 points for that. So 1, 2, 3. All right, that's it. We can stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. All right, normative power. Have more allied countries than other players? Yes. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I think the most over there is 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So I have that one. Have at least 2 allied countries from 4 regions. So 1, 2, 3. I was close. Oh. Could I have? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. When I improved relations. Yeah. I'm gonna retcon that and say yeah, I do have that. So I'm gonna improve relations. I'm gonna go ahead and tap this ability card that I have here, and I have 1 influence left, and I get to basically pull another person from anywhere. And I was gonna pull one from over here in Africa. Yeah. Oh no, not Africa. Where I need Middle East. Oh god, I can't afford a Middle East. Jeez. America? Yeah. We had that. Yeah, we got that one. Yeah. Add it to the board. Yeah. Okay. So we have the most allied countries. Yes. Have at least 2 allied countries in 5 regions. Oh, actually no, I don't have that. Okay, never mind. I lied. I thought it was 4 regions. It's 5 regions. R.I.P. R.I.P. See, even when cheating, I can't do it, but when the bots cheat, they get it. Ugh. Wow. How rude. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. No, I don't have it. And then have at least 1 engaged on the main board. Yes. So I get 2 of these, so I get 3 points. Man, that would have given me 5 points. So I get 3 points. 1, 2, 3, and that's in-game score. So final scores on this are going to be. America showed up. Let me go and put this into my app before I forget. Final scores for this game are going to be America showed up and it decided to have a great time. Caused me a heartache. Man, America cost me so many points. I'm so frustrated with that. Like if I could like yell at the invisible player of America, I'd be like, why would you do this? Why you do this? Okay, sorry. Excuse me. So no, delete that. Undo. There we go. Perfect. All right, Bob the bot. Who's Bob playing? What is happening? Oh gosh, 1 second. There we go. Okay, Bob the bot is playing China. Nope, I don't want to give you a score yet. You make me sad. United States. Going back to what I was saying. United States is going to have 133 points for their final score, so 133 for them. Well done. Moving on to Russia. Russia's going to have 145 points, so 145. Cool. EU, who's me, is going to have 149, so I'm almost at 150, 149. That's great. All right, and that's it. That's a game. I win. No. China's at 166 points. So China wins again. China's been winning a lot. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. I don't approve. I feel some kind of way about that. I feel like I spent a lot of time to make sure China didn't win, and then China still won. It's like how do I even stop them? They're unstoppable. Now, I'm pretty sure the forums have a very thorough discussion about that. But that is going to be it. That's going to be the conclusion of my entire playthrough here. I might have made some mistakes here or there. Please let me know in the comments if you find any mistakes that I made. I know I've definitely had to retcon a few things and definitely done some cheaty things. So hey, call it what you want. I'm playing a solo game here, and I was trying to give myself the best chance possible. And even with my cheating, I only got 2nd place. Now, granted, if I didn't cheat and get that 12 points, I mean, hey, I wouldn't be in 2nd place. I feel like cheating gets you somewhere, right? All right, me racking on myself aside. Yeah, it looks like my strategy. It looks like it was working, and then it just kind of putted out. China just had too many extra ways to score points, and it just snuck up on me. So that is going to be it for my playthrough, though. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it, and as always, I will see you all whenever.